So we got up to around 40, 41. I'll start with a little review at 37, but I'm going to do a little 10-minute warm up first of some ideas.
Yeah, great. And I've got a new fun intro for you too that will start here right about 11 when people are expecting it to start.
Great. Cook up something fun. That was great. And last time was very popular. I'm grateful. It's all good. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you, Dan. And we appreciate the interaction and the conversation for sure.
Yeah. So in the intro, I'm going to try to describe what it means to inhabit the array. That's the intro.
Beautiful.
Actually. Walk on water, see God.
You telling us we can all be Jesus?
That's the idea, actually. Exactly.
I completely agree. Christ in you and you in Christ. They talk about it in the scriptures and it goes over a lot of people's heads.
Yeah, exactly. And I might need to take a pee break every 45 minutes. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just let us know. And and I know anytime people are asking your question, you're so gracious and kind that you'll stay engaged even if you feel like you need to take a break. So please don't feel bad interrupting or just saying you need to take a break. Not a problem.
Right. And I think it is good to at least every half hour or more alternate with Q&A. The Q&A was great, so all good.
Yeah, no, great. Whenever you want to enter that, just let us know, give us heads up on that, and we'll definitely jump into that. I know everybody's more than happy to have conversation and interaction with you and also to learn. So I think I really appreciate that too. I mean, not everybody does such interactive Q&A, and yeah, that's a really great part of these engagements.
You guys had some of the most sophisticated Q&A questions I've ever had. It was wonderful. It was colorful.
Yeah, we have a broad spectrum here too. I think there's quite a few of us that are self-taught. I mean, I don't think many of us have come through institutional dynamics at all. There's a few, but not many of us, and so it's really cool to have such self-educated questions from just connecting through community on research and be able to engage with some of you and have a comment made like that. I know that's people probably really appreciate that for sure.
Great. Okay, so we're getting close to the time now, right?
We sure are. I'll take a comment here from Somatic Jewel. Her name is Jane, but Somatic Jewel is the account. Go for it, Jane.
Hi, good afternoon, you guys. I'm very excited that Dan is back. I'm not going to be able to make the spaces. I am in New York City exploring. But I wanted to pop in before class and welcome Dan again. And I see two Fawns in the chat. Or not even in the chat, he's actually in the spaces. So I'm looking forward to the playback after the course. And then I wanted to throw out to Dan, maybe in the future, what do you think about a physics with Rumi kind of an idea? Like, do you think that would be fun if we went through the physics of Rumi?
The Sufi day.
Right, like all about the Sufi and love and the motion and all those things. Is that like something worthwhile to just go through the physics of Rumi, maybe?
I was raised with the Sufi. In fact, our fifth slide today is about the Sufis, but we can have some fun. Either way, and if other people want to, but I'm open to part of that anyway. It sounds like fun.
It does. All right. So then, next time I will bring some questions with some of, my favorite Rumi thoughts, and we'll see if we can pair them with some physics thoughts. So that's all I wanted to say, and just welcome. And I will catch up on the spaces later this afternoon. Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye, Jean. All right, we'll use that as perfect transition since we're just about to hit 11 o'clock a.m. here in CST I'll begin the official intro, Dan, and at the end of this, we'll turn it over to you.
Great.
All right. Gear up, implosive cosmic crew, because Dan Winter is back to further unravel how the universe and its secrets work with a mind-bending twist. Part 1, he flipped our minds upside down, spinning tales of a fractal party where gravity's a warm embrace and atoms dance to a golden ratio tune. We were left buzzing like curious quarks, and now Part 2 is ready to ramp up the fun. Dan stitching dry science for a universe that's a galactic marvel. Picture planets juggling orbits, stars trading golden glances, and black holes swaying to a negentropic rhythm. As Dan himself says, the fractal field nature of the universe is the cause of gravity and the key to life force itself. So could reality be a swirling web of consciousness? Does your pet rock know life's mysteries? He's nodding yes, with cosmic flair and a sly grin. This X space is about to get livelier than a pulsing hum of neutrinos. So bring your boldest curiosities, like Dan, could my toaster tap into the negentropic cosmic flow? He's the fractal spinning master who turns dry physics into a phi ratio dubstep symphony, and we're hooked. Dan Winter, the universe teasing pro. My question to you, sir, is what is the wildest gem the cosmos has tossed your way since last time?
Well, I thought that was great. The magic lady who just says we need to talk about Rumi and the Sufis. I like that. In fact, I'm going to jump ahead on that suggestion. And in terms of the best cosmic gem, my favorite Sufi koan is only love bends the light. Therefore, only love creates. And so the challenge is, how would you teach that in a physics class? And actually, so everybody knows the slides today are the same link, phi.com/gain energy collapse. The link is there. The link is on the, so everybody sees the links to the slides. And we got up to about slide 40 roughly last time. And we're going to go through this quickly and playfully. But I just wanted to point out, slide number 43 is specifically Sufi. It shows, two golden spirals making an infinite fractal heart within a heart. And above that is a picture of the famous Sufi heart with wings. And on the left is the picture of the famous, my friend Manfred Klein's Sentix work, Touch of the Emotions, where he measured hundreds of thousands of times the shape of the pressure wave of touch. So when you touch someone to say anger versus when you touch someone to say love, and you measure the change in pressure over time, you make a map of the geometry of pressure of emotion in general. And in this case, it's the geometry of pressure of love in particular. So the old joke here is that if your girlfriend says, you don't hug me like my other boyfriend does, and you wish to study this as an academic professional and practice doing the perfect geometrically shaped hug, the practice is as follows. When you squeeze someone's arm and you, for example, if you want to say joy, and you make a map of that pressure over time of that squeeze, and you do that 100,000 times, you will find that the max pressure point in the squeeze that says joy is 1/6 into the duration, versus if you, for example, you squeeze someone's arm and you're saying, I'm angry, actually, the max pressure point will change to 1/7 of duration, which is, by the way, max destructive interference, perfect for chasing money changers out of a temple. However, if you wanted to squeeze your lover who just told you, you don't hug me like my other lover does, and wanted to get it more academically precise, the way you do that is quite simple. The point of max pressure in the squeeze that says, I love you, it actually is tantrically delayed significantly, most delayed in all the maps. Now, these are very elaborately worked out in Manfred Klein's famous book, Touch of the Emotions, Sentix. And the website, my webpage about that is goldenmean.info/touch. Point is that you must wait as you're giving your academically precise administered love hug. You must wait until 0.618 into the duration of that squeeze if you wish your love hug to be precise and academically correct. And in fact, the way you find out if you have administered your academically precise love hug correctly is you administer your love hug and then you step back, wait a second, and say, did you feel a tingle in your DNA? I think that's great, don't you? Because when the max pressure is golden ratio, you induce implosive recursion, embeddable. I mean, it sounds like Playboy magazine practically. And so now that this applies to all the emotions. They're actually a very precise ratio. And I must say, Manfred Klein's made tens of thousands of measurements and graphs them accurately in his book. However, the concept of converting those measurements to ratio was mine, not his. So it is I who specifically contend academically, as an electrical engineer, that love should be more accurately pronounced lo-fi, long wave phi ratio. Anywho, so now in terms of a gem just handed to us that we need to be roomy today, how do we translate that new information that we just now learned about the actual geometry of love, embeddable implosion, literally, heart within heart? How do we translate into the best Sufi physics we know, which is only love bends the light, therefore only love creates? Well, I contend that that expression is actually precise and accurate quantum physics, because after we learned that golden ratio perfected for fractality is the cause of all centripetal forces, gravity, consciousness, life force, negentropy, all action at a distance, wrongly called entanglement, more correctly called embedding. So if golden ratio is actually the cause of perfected fractality, the cause of perfected compression, that implosion is quite literally the only way to bend the light. Do you get it? And in fact, only after you have then bent the light does the light go in a circle, which is named mass. You rotate charge in a circle, you store the inertia, the only definition of mass. So literally, only love bends the light. Isn't that so fun? Anywho, there was another part of that koan which had to do with inhabiting the array. Now, as I mentioned to Tufan and Aaron, I propose to do a little introduction today before we kind of dance through the slideshow and invite questions. They're the most fun part for me. But and that was my introduction for today's slide navigation is intended to be about, quote, how do you inhabit the array? Now, remember, what we're saying is when a vortex of charge goes down a vortex, there is what's called optimized translation of vorticity, which is how golden ratio is defined in hydrodynamic physics. And that optimized translation of vorticity, literally golden spiral down a cone, side view caduceus. We have many slides about that. We showed them last time. But as that inertia goes down that vortex, the transverse component of that electromagnetic wave is converted efficiently without loss, defining what Einstein called infinite non-destructive charge compression, which is what stumped his life. The reason you could have infinite non-destructive compression is because that's infinite. And as it goes down that vortex, it's converted from transverse to longitudinal, obviously. And anybody who's even taken a glance at Tom Bearden knows that's pretty much the definition of a gravity wave. And it's actually self-evident because the centripetal component of the electromagnetic arriving, for example, at the nucleus, has to be the compressional or longitudinal or scalar component, which could be symmetrically from opposite sides, symmetrically implosively compressing, explaining why the longitudinal nodes of the Earth grid measurably reduce radioactive critical mass, and how the Ark of the Covenant works to non-destructively store the Anunnaki nukes. So, anywho, point being here, once that wave is launched into the more distributable longitudinal compressional wave, wrongly called scalar, then those waves of compression, longitudinal EMF, will pass through about anything, especially Faraday cages and basically anything. However, when they reach the next compressional node in the fractal array, and now I'm holding up, and you can't see it, but I'm holding up the Star Mother kit, goldenmean.info/kit, featured at Tufan's site, geometricmodels.org. And it's dodecikosa, infinite 3D fractal, the only possible three-dimensional fractal. And that is a model of literally proven to be the model of hydrogen, the Earth grid, how DNA works, and it's a model of the masses of the universe, if you believe New Scientist magazine. So, and also Steiner's foundation stone. So that dodeca, basically dodecacosa, obviously the map of all sacred spaces, obviously a map of the geometry of longitudinal arrays in general. Remember that our title of this section is How to Inhabit the Array. Now, I contend to you that inhabiting the array is actually the only serious descriptor of consciousness itself. In other words, okay, I got this array. It's called my synapses. Obviously, it's a hologram, I believe Carl Pribram. And I inhabit that array of spark gaps, Indra's net, as it were, the synapse sparks. And when I inhabit that array, when there's a vortex of liquid crystal charge in the array of synapses in the brain, when that vortex comes to a peak, to a point, and we can measure this because when golden ratio brainwave harmonics focus that liquid crystal vortex inside your head to a point, then and only then do you get lucid dreaming, remote viewing, astral travel, the physics of soul, action at a distance, Jean-Charles Moyen actually teleporting. In summary, and kids seeing without their eyes. So in summary, all the fun stuff starts after you get your brain vortex imploding. And what happens then, which enables you to inhabit the array, is that at that center point, the implosion tuned to Planck. Remember, the brain waves that make this happen, look at flameandmind.com. The brain waves that make this happen, always golden ratio cascade times Planck, perfectly tuned, happens to be also exactly the Schumann cascade. What a coincidence. So when that implosion happens and your vortex inside your head spits out coherently, efficiently, coherent longitudinal EMF directionally, which is how you inhabit the array, you embed in the array. And what happens then is that coherent longitudinal EMF propagates from your body, called the Bafram, the Ka, the Kesjan body, the rainbow light body. In summary, physicsofsoul.com. So the ability to generate that longitudinal coherence is everything. It's the only way you're going to lucid dream. Remember, the frequencies which cause lucid dreaming, check the university studies, luciddreamteam.com. So that frequency cascade enables the compression, which allows your body to spit up the coherent longitudinal EMF, and therefore inhabit the array, which is the only physics of ancestor memory, collective unconscious, the songline, dreaming track. Aboriginals absolutely understand this. Anywho, so the point I wanted to make was, and we're going to get to the final Sufi part of this, hopefully. The point I wanted to make was that if embedding into that array, when you get compressed, now you know the physics, and I do mean the physics of why, if you got a magnetic line cross, if you got a sunset, if you got implosive phonons, if you got anything that enables implosive compression, this is going to work better. The same way PhiRay.com verify all our plasma devices, and every cathedral, labyrinth, and pyramid on the planet, every single one is at a magnetic line node cross point. The same places that Cozy Rev measured is the only place you can get commercial military quality telepathy. The same places Bruce Cathy measured is the only place you get reduction in nuclear critical mass. Now you know why, because centripetal force is the opposite of radioactivity. Hint, Ark of the Covenant, implosive capacitor. So basically, when you get to a place of successful compression, sometimes called human bliss, sometimes called a sacred site, sometimes called golden ratio and brainwaves, it's all the same thing. It's successful electrical implosive compression. When you get to a node in the array and you what's called impedance match, capacitively couple or embed in that array, what happens? You open your eyes and you wake up and you see that you are inhabiting a larger hologram, literally the nodes in the array. That's why don't try dying or having bliss inside an aluminum box with electrosmog. It's hell, man, literally. So now that we understand the physics, we know why we need to get the hell. I mean, get the hell. lot of the cities. Sorry. So, I mean, the kids, kids who go to school in the woods. Do you know what the difference is of those kids? It's off the charts. The kids in Finland who go to school without shoes on, read the book Earthing. The difference is off the charts. It's called grounding, embedding. You get the flavor. Anywho, so now that we know what consciousness is, it is the ability to embed in that array. So now you can see why this is the same physics precisely of all lucid dreaming, all astral travel, all portals, all teleportation, all remote viewing. Tony says, oh, you need an obelisk. Well, Tony, I love you, but when you try phiray.com, you're going to find it's 1,000 times more powerful than your obelisks. I mean, Nick is seeing at a distance when somebody turns a phiray on 1,000 miles away every time. Oh yeah, these nodal arrays, longitudinal, man. Talk about action at a distance. So you get the flavor. Now, I just wanted to have the flavor here that if you really get inside out with this idea of inhabiting the array coherently, you can then begin to plot how you are going to lucid dream and therefore have a soul. You can plot along with our wonderful friend Jake, who might even be here, Astral Urma, who has these astral battles. Well, how do you get power in the astral? You get centripetal. And how do you pick where you're going to precipitate or emanate into the astral? How do you pick your location? What is your coordinate? How are you going to navigate in a lucid dream? If you can't do that, you're not going to be able to steer when you die. Now, when you're outside your body, you are obviously a plasma donut. That's the physics. Now, if you are a plasma donut and you need to go in some particular vector direction, do you know what the index of the spirals that determine the vector direction of your plasma donut when you're dreaming and when you die, the tetracubic index of which spiral points you which direction is called the Hebrew and Sanskrit alphabet. Ain't that cool? goldenmean.info says DNA ring. So obviously, if you want to spit your donuts, you can steer your jets, man. So you can steer in a lucid dream and a remote view. You get the flavor. So once you begin to understand what it means to inhabit the plasma toroids navigating in an array, a permissive array. So for example, you could do amazing stuff in astral if you're in the right nature environment. But if you're in the damn metal electrosmog city, there's a lot of barriers. You're going to lose momentum, man. So I'm not, this is not an ad for cities or the National Football League. No, I'm joking. All right. Okay. So the final Sufi conclusion to this section of today's lecture, this intro section, the conclusion of the end of the beginning or the beginning of the end, either way. No, it's very Sufi. It is now that you've studied this with me, you need to be able to figure out this koan. And the koan is as follows. There you were, emerging from the Gurdjieff School. For me, it was claymont.org. And of course, everybody had to watch the film Meetings with Remarkable Men. And in the film Meetings with Remarkable Men, at the very beginning of the film, it is made absolutely clear with a very lengthy dialogue that there you are in the mountains, and the person who is awarded the title saint or lead Sufi or real spiritual master, you know how that person is tested? That person is tested by their ability to make an echo. Now, if you can make a perfect echo, you are called a Sufi saint because, fill in the blank, this is the first question on your physics test today. No. What is a perfect echo? Hello. It's something that can resonate in the array forever. Well, a perfect echo is the name for the distribution of charge that comes from implosive fractal geometry. An example of a perfect echo would actually be Planck. Another perfect echo would be the Schumann harmonic cascade, a golden ratio multiple of Planck, which defines all brainwave activity creating bliss and implosion and defines hydrogen and 200 other physical variables, planckfire.com. That is a perfect echo. You get the flavor? So these Sufis, they were cool. So thank you for bringing up Sufis. So now we were going to do slides, but first, maybe there's questions or dialogue. Shall we?
I've got a question directly relational to that. Is the perfect echo visible in seashells?
Aha. No, that's nice. Yes, the Nautilus seashell. I mean, effectively, it's if you are a quantum physicist, it's actually trivial to know that perfect echo is the only name for every wave in physics. Okay, I mean, when you name mathematical relationships like Planck and golden ratio, you're simply naming the geometry of what waves do. And what waves do is called the universe. And obviously, only waves that stand forever actually matter. There's two kinds of matter. Remember, there's matter and doesn't matter. Well, if it don't stand as a wave, it doesn't matter, quite literally. So yeah, I mean, golden ratio Nautiluses would be one of the most beautiful possible examples, almost as beautiful as the fact that the golden ratio is exactly how hydrogen radii are distributed. Yes, perfect echo, precisely.
So in Larry Reed's book, he says the mechanism of origin of mass from energy of confined light is described by noting that a massless photon acquires rest mass when confined in a closed loop reflecting resonator cavity in a moving reference frame.
Yeah, in other words, it rotates. It's just a complicated way of saying it rotates.
It's a very complicated book. The table.
And the only definition of that rotation is the symmetry where the wavelength divides evenly into circumference, called sacred geometry, which is how you use the nests of platonic solids to precisely model how electron shells and nuclear hadrons are built. It's simply a platonic nest, nothing else. And that is what enables charge to rotate and thus store the inertia, which is the only definition of mass. So yes, it's basically charge rotation then defines mass and all creation. And the enabler of that rotation is simply geometry, and I would call that sacred geometry. And further, the period of that rotation is the only way time was invented or defined.
And then last question here before we move on to other people. In the table of phase-locked EM cavity parameters, there are 24 different parameters they have, or Larry Reed writes for basically the origin of inertia. How many parameters are in your origin of inertia?
Well, okay, we're back at my slideshow now. Slide number 38, 39, and 40 are very accurate geometric depictors of, in the case of slide numbers 38, is the geometry of the electron shells. Slide number 39, specifically the SPDF suborbitals, is only a name for a torus, a D is tetracube, and D and F dodecacosa 5, 10 vortex pairs, 10, 14 electrons. So obviously, all electron shells is simply a name for getting your platonics to embed. That's it. And then the next slide, you see that specifically also the geometry of every hadron, proton, and neutron in every nucleus is simply tetracube octa ecosa in the work of chemist Moon, famously, University of Chicago. In other words, electrons or nucleuses, either way, it's simply a nest of platonics. Now you say, what are the descriptors or limitations or definers of what is that geometry? I say the highest definition of what a platonic nest is. We just proved that a platonic nest is literally the atomic table only. There's nothing else but a nest of Plato's solids. And that's all the atomic table ever was. And by the way, then you go to the next slide and you see Kepler's model of planetary orbitals. Oh, it's the same platonic nest. Hello, what does that mean? It means the ultimate descriptor of what a platonic nest enables is the fact that when you put tetracube inside pent-dodecacosa, in tetracube, the 7 spin, you get square root of 2. In the pent-dodecacosa, infinite nest dodecacosa 3D fractal, you only get golden ratio everywhere. The x, y, and z coordinate of every vertex in the infinite nest of dodecacosa is only a simple multiple of golden ratio forever. We prove that. goldenmean.info/kit. So I say the highest definition of what enables charge to rotate, namely the atomic table, is only the fact that that golden ratio, which is required to nest platonic solids, enables charge collapse. So I say when you define the fact that all waves in the whole atomic table are only doing platonic nests, it's because all waves can either do successful charge collapse or they're dead. So I say to you, the highest description here is enabled charge collapse. The rest is secondary to the primary requirement. And Einstein named that. He said infinite charge collapse is the solution to the unified field. He just didn't happen to know what that was because he didn't know what a fractal was. Anyway, I still think it would be fun to read Reed's work, but I still say that charge collapse is the primary requirement.
And how would
Just to add something to what you just said, Dan, self-similarity and charge collapse are both contained in Kepler's model of both the solar system and the atomic table. When we look at the atoms,
Exactly.
the structuring of the Platonic solids, they create the charge collapse with their geometric intricate relationship with each other, like the electron shells on top of each other.
Exactly.
And that's what creates the gravitational field, the charge collapse effect, similar to the solar system itself. Just wanted to add.
Yeah, which
you.
we implied. Perfect. Thank you, 2.5. And that's all the graphics there, slide numbers 38 through 41 today, go into that in great detail. So charge collapse causes not just mass, but causes stable gravity. So if you want your planetary orbital stable, why is golden ratio the dominant geometry of all orbital mechanics in the universe? I say that's a smoking gun. Spirosolaris.ca. Next question. Thank you, 2.5.
Yeah, speaking of gravitational field geometry, locked geometry, what's been in the news recently, not news, but has mentioned is the 1927 Science and Invention magazine on the cover, and you have on slide 107, 108, gravitation conquered at last, the Kowski-Frost experiment. And what's funny is that the subsequent issue, the September issue, and I'll hopefully could post that in the nest, pretty much says, oops, a hoax. But no, I believe that it's a very valid experiment. And I would like, in your terms, explanation of how that works. Conditioning, you said, had inhabiting the ray, conditioning this crystal prior. So if you can just quickly say, the steps and how it, increased 800-fold. So thank you.
Thank you for asking my favorite question. Okay, so wonderful. So we're at slides 107, 108, and 109, in which there is a depiction of Kowski-Frost. Now, for this work on Kowski-Frost, we do need to credit my old friend Bill Donovan, now Elizabeth, who wrote the book on Kowski-Frost, Glimpses of Epiphany, which you can see at fractalfield.com/propulsion. You can download the whole book on Kowski-Frost by Bill Donovan, Elizabeth Donovan, Glimpses of Epiphany. And it's wonderful. I will do a short review now. In fact, you can't see me because, you can't see my camera, but I'm holding up in my hand a crystal called firecrystal.com, P-H-I-R-E, firecrystal.com. Take a look at the graphics there. You can see the 3D rotation. And by the way, when I hold that crystal in my hand just now, the tingle was so strong that I had to put it down. But it's magic when you use it in the phi ray, by the way. Anywho, no, you asked the right question. So you got this quartz crystal. Now it can be a tuned cube, although in my research now I see the actual geometry of the original fire crystal from Atlantis, which is depicted in the Excelsior central core crystal that makes electrogravitic in the famous Excelsior ship that Elena talks about. You can take the natural quartz geometry, which is six-sided, and the reason for that is very clear. The tetracube, which is SiO2, ratchets up a helix, the z-axis of quartz, which is the definition of why it's piezo, because the asymmetry of the z-axis rotates the tetracube, the charge, up the z-axis, and the phase relationship of that z-axis with respect to the x and y axis. So you take a cube and you look at the cube from the tip tipped up on its tip so that your shadow is a hex. Now you rotate that hex shadow of that cube up a helix. You have now exactly mapped the SiO2 in quartz, and you now should know why and how that quartz became piezoelectric, which is the introduction to the answer to your question, which is how the Koski frost crystal made 800 times its weight in gravity. So basically, the reason that quartz is piezo is because, and again, now usually when I have this discussion, I have a camera on me, but visualize now I'm holding a slinky, right? Okay, now the slinky is a model of the z-axis of that quartz, right? In other words, it's the cube is ratcheted up a helix and the shadow is hex. That's called a quartz crystal. Now, if I pull on the ends of that slinky and I make a long motion with my hands, the sides of that slinky are coupled. I do mean coupled to the long motion of the end. So the side gets a little bit skinnier when the ends are pulled apart a lot. So I pull the ends of the slinky apart a lot. That's called the phonon stricture. And the sides of the slinky pull in only a small amount, and that's called the voltage. So these are mechanically coupled. The long wave motion, the phonon, think of it as sound, which is the change of spacing between the top and the bottom of the long slinky, and that is coupled mechanically because of that asymmetrical helix. And by the way, we are now describing the reason your DNA is piezo and the reason bliss exists. So please listen carefully. So the coupled connection between the long wave and the short wave, that's what piezo means. The long wave being the phonon stricture, mechanical pressure, sound, and the short wave meaning the change in voltage. So there's a connection, mechanically coupled connection between the long wave stricture phonon sound and the short wave, the voltage. And that connection between a long wave and a short wave is called, how do you make phone calls to God? I mean, how do you embed in a larger array? I mean, how do you connect big stuff to little stuff? So connecting long waves to short waves is very, very, very important. Anywho, so now you understand the piezo nature of that helix. Now, if you begin to understand what happens if you input, first of all, the crystal has to be tuned dimensionally to resonate at plankfire.com. Yes, you need to retune your crystal to plankfire.com. Guess what we did at firecrystal.com? We retuned to plankfire.com because that is how charge collapse is optimized. And that's why the cascade of the Schumann harmonics is a perfect phase conjugate pump wave, which is the perfect way to make your brain waves create bliss implode, and the way hydrogen works to make gravity and. It's all about phase conjugate pump waves. So you get your crystal properly tuned. Now you probably have to suspend it in a vacuum. There's a few little things you need to do, right? Now you put a phase conjugate pump wave in there. Think the reason pyramids make global wireless power by being the Hummer, and you got the flavor. They hook up to the Schumann cascade and they hum, and they output coherent longitudinal EMF directionally called globalwirelesspower.com. Anywho, so now you got this phase conjugate pump wave imploding that crystal. This is what they called conditioning. And so this is when the crystal shrank and expanded like to 20 times its original size, got smaller and bigger. It literally changed scale without changing ratio. Hello. And then it made 800 times its own weight in gravity. The reason it made gravity was because the output of the longitudinal coherent EMF vector, compressional wave, remember, longitudinal EMF defines gravity waves, the only component that's actually implosively centripetal enough to make gravity. And so you got this phase conjugate pump wave going in there. You got the thing tuned. And remember, there's all kinds of tricks here about not damping the vibration and tuning that. I mean, it's very colorful. Anyway, I think the U.S. government went to a huge amount of trouble to remove the original publication on Koski frost from every university in the country, as Bill Donovan documented, knowing what the cause of gravity is a threat to national security. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It's also how your brain works. Anyway, I consider it hilarious. So yes, this way a crystal can make gravity is highly instructive to how your DNA can make propulsion, and therefore a very useful study. Again, I recommend the book. So the discussion is at plankfire.com, the original book at fractalfield.com/propulsion, and the link is right there on slide number 108. Just say the reason they called it warp. Warp is actually as stupid a word as Einstein's idea that you bent space-time. That's crap. The only thing you bent was the vector of the path of charge.
Suspended in a vacuum is ice relative to this Koski-Frost experiment?
No, suspend. In other words, the place where you mechanically suspend that crystal are done very carefully because you want to touch the crystal in a place where you least dampen the phonon vibrational array. So, for example, magnetic suspension, very optimal pinpoint suspension. You need to study how to prevent the crystal's phonon vibration from being interfered with or damped.
I'm just trying to work out why ice floats on water. I wrote down something like it allows long waves through and holds its short wave connection through the hydrogen bonding with the oxygen.
Well, I'm sure there's 100 ways to talk about it, but I think the simplest way to talk about it is the fact that when water turns to ice, the molecular geometric array becomes more distributed, literally less dense. It's very simple.
Okay. Would you consider that anti-gravity?
No, anti-gravity in my view, there's a lot of ways to use that term, but anti-gravity in my view is best illustrated by how electrogravitics make gravity. For example, why the famous cities above Jupiter are floating, like the insect skeletons that Grebennikov floated on. So the insect skeletons which make gravity, they float. There's two factors. One, the skeleton is a super dielectric, and two, they develop what's called a cavity structure effect because the molecular array of the geometry of the super dielectric within the matrix makes these little Valentine cavities called cavity structure effect, which are in fact capacitively implosive. What's the cavity structure effect? The way they talk about Grebennikov, it's quite clear. It's implosive capacitance. And if you knew what that was, you wouldn't need Wilhelm Reich's stupid term orgone.
Incredibly interesting. Thank you so much. Lots
You're
to
welcome.
think about. Alex?
Hi, thank you, Chief. And Dan, hi, I'm from a little town of Godalming in Surrey in UK. And last year I went to one of your colleagues, Marcio Amaral in London, to use your Therify machine. And he had with it the John of God, a light machine. I got to say, I've been reading your work for a couple of decades. I'm sorry you had that problem with the legal problem with the fire GIF. I love Victor Schauber, Victor Grebennikov, scalar waves, torsion fields. I wanted just to briefly ask, I'm a member of something called the Scientific and Medical Network, and I think you need more exposure. We try and bridge the avenue between science and spirituality. Might you be interested in being a speaker, a featured speaker sometime? And I just want to thank you for all your contributions. Oh, and yeah, I was so sad when Tom Bearden and Patrick Flanagan and Jerry Decker, I don't know if you know him, all passed away.
Sure. Yes. It's very sad. Yeah. Tom Bearden, he was older and his hygiene, he was so heavy, and Vogel was similar. And yeah, and you're right. It's sad. Thank you. And your comments are very kind. And, Marcio in UK, he was such a sweet guy. And the Therify Center there, kind that you mentioned, and kind of you to invite. And thank you for your kind words. And, as far as teaching is concerned, I am obviously passionate. And if you got a serious, fun audience, I'm always open to sharing, of course. So I'm very open to that. Thank you. Would love to. The next question.
Hey, yeah, thank you, Mr. Winter. We talked last time. I was asking about neutrinos before, but I do have maybe 2 or 3 questions. I might get to pair production and annihilation in a little bit if I could just leave that on the table. Um, but I wondered if we might be able to talk about that phonon structure just a bit, along with plasmas being compressional, and understanding the z-axis as the longitudinal carrier, let's say. Um, I wondered, trying to understand torsion and axes. Say, if I hold my arm at at like a 90-degree elbow, my fingers are like a blade pointing to the ceiling, and I tilt that arm around. I know that I'm coming off of that orbit, and I know that that's important for this rotation and angular momentum. And I just wondered if you might, as a kind of primer, be able to describe a little bit about what's happening in this precessional axis, as well as in the equatorial, say, spin generally. And
Right.
then I'd like to get into maybe some of the wave mechanics once we have that.
Just incidentally, I put the very preliminary neutrino paper link at the top here, golden ratio Planck scale model for neutrino oscillations with Greg Calkins and myself. Very preliminary, and more thanks to Greg than me, perhaps, but it's based on my planckfire.com, basically saying that neutrino oscillations zones of stability are well predicted by my equation Planck-Fire. And the link is there. And remember, that's preliminary, and thanks to Greg Calkins. So that link is there. Now, regarding the z-axis, and first, I think you're referring to what's called the right-hand screw rule in electromagnetics, that the vector direction of the relationship of the electrical and magnetic. And it's obvious that the electrical and magnetic vectors are just perpendicular relationships to the way charge traverses a toroid. That is the definition of electrical versus magnetic, obviously. And obviously, the right-hand screw rule is very valuable in that sense. But I didn't really say the z-axis of the crystal defines a longitudinal. What I said was that, for example, when you hold the fire crystal, as Vogel did, and you use either your breath as a phase conjugate pump wave, a Mayer wave, 10 seconds, wonderful, or our devices, piezofire.com or firay.com, are ideal for triggering these crystals to spit out a longitudinal wave directionally pointed from the tip of that crystal, which is the z-axis. So it is true that the z-axis is the axis along which the coherent longitudinal EMF output is directional. That is correct. But it isn't quite the same as saying the z-axis defines the longitudinal component, which is, it's more to say that if the helicity of that crystal puts in phase the rotational vector with the more cubic side-to-side vector, the stricture phase relationship between the phonon component and the voltage component called, they are perpendicular, obviously. Then that asymmetry of the helical long axis is the way in which the implosion in that crystal between the phonon and the electric, that implosion then becomes an efficient vortex. And all of our lectures are about that. If you get the vortex geometry correct, visualize piezo water vortex or the piezo mercury vortex with iron doping. The reason they make gravity is quite clear, because the stack becomes correct. Convert the transverse component to the longitudinal component out the tip implosively and directionally, because they implode through Planck, and there's an efficient translation of vorticity, converting transverse to longitudinal. So when Tony pointed his crystal at his girlfriend's water and she was dramatically healed, he pointed, obviously, the long z-axis tip. And that's the axis from which the directional compressional longitudinal component was projected. And remember, only the compressional component can become centripetal, and that's called healing. So
Yes,
where are we going?
Yes, thank you for that clarification. So I wondered then what might change the z-axis and its component, and is there some kind of along with compression, a rarefaction that could happen in this? And I was trying to connect it to what we understand of longitudinal waves, or what some people call scalar
Yeah,
effects.
well, scalar was a lousy term. First of all, the physics uses the term scalar in an entirely different meaning, and it's ridiculously confusing. And it should have never been called scalar. But scalar meant it could change scale without changing ratio, obviously, which only Golden ratio can do efficiently. And the Russians called it torsional merely because it was the rotational component which enabled the vortex to work. The point is, it's the vortex itself which implodes the transverse into the longitudinal. And in the case of that crystal, what that means is the z-axis has to be efficiently tuned in ratio to hint plancfire.com so that charge collapse can implode that vortex out the squirt gun tuned precisely to its nozzle diameter for squirting longitudinal named Planck. So
I see. So maybe it's more of just check my understanding that it's like a conversion of this longitudinal field that's centripetally.
Well, the longitudinal wave is not in itself centripetal, but no other kind of wave has any chance of ever getting centripetal other than the longitudinal component. It's obvious. It's simple. Look, if the wave is going up and down like a transverse and it bounces off the center of something, is that going to be a good squeeze? Hell no. No, it's only the compressional component arriving symmetrically from opposing directions that could be the perfect squeeze for a well-designed tomato juicer. And that perfect squeeze, if it's implosive, is named gravity, as Bearden's equation proved longitudinal. So remember, like in the ocean, every wave has an up and down and compressional component. However, which component has more of the inertia stored, either the transverse or the longitudinal, determines whether that wave can implode. And obviously, only the longitudinal component has the potential to implode and be negentropic, called healing. And so you got to squirt these longitudinals from opposing directions, but actually to do it efficiently, you need to get the timing ratios correct to implosion, called plancfire.com, which is simply a name for a caduceus, which, remember, when we first studied they were calling them scalar waves at the time, which is horribly confusing when I lectured for psychotronics for 30 years. But, you touch your piece of copper wire to the ends of terminals of a battery, and it blows up, and horrible. But if you wind that piece of copper wire into a caduceus, caduceus coil, then the wire does not get hot. But if you point at someone's stomach, they get nausea. Well, we were scratching our heads for 30 years to figure out why. Now we know exactly why, because that implosion created a longitudinal component.
Excellent. Whenever you said time ratios, is that related to beat frequencies, or is that a similar concept?
It's identical concept. So the Planck length and the Planck time codifying each other, and it's precisely a Golden ratio cascade tuned to Planck of Planck length and Planck time, which both need to be symmetrically tuned to that implosion. Use plancfire.com and you got the equation.
Interesting. So I would be interested if you have any more that you'd like to say about what I've called beat frequencies in that language, just because it's come up in research. And
Beat frequency is simply a name for a heterodyne, and the perfect heterodyne is absolutely plancfire.com, which defines the perfect echo. It is a perfect heterodyne. It's perfect implosion. And obviously, the only definition of the perfect heterodyne that ever existed is Golden ratio, because self-similarity perfected, embedding perfected, fractality compression perfected. You can only add and multiply recursively constructively if you use Golden ratio. No other heterodyne is sustainable. Hello, the perfect echo. The Sufis knew.
Excellent. That's tremendous. Echoes also, and heterodyning, etc.
It's the same physics. It's the same thing.
No, excellent. Very good. And I'm happy. The place I'm coming from is weaving together things, and you've been a great synthesis. And so I have a few more questions from what I've discovered elsewhere to see, how you might. I mentioned pair production and annihilation in this relationship between, the conversion of light to mass, or energy to mass, rather. but light as an electron. And you're aware, but what I'm interested in is the nature in which these things seem to be bounded together or coupled or have something like a solitonic, oppositional, perhaps phase conjugate relationship.
Let's take hydrogen as the perfect example. Hydrogen, you got 3 primary radii, exactly golden ratio towards times Planck. Hello, to many significant digits. This is a smoking gun. Hydrogen is a soliton, obviously. It only exists when it gets Planck fire fractal. Only. That is the soliton. That is the definition of the perfect heterodyne. That's the definition of how centripetal force and gravity are made. The most primal example of making gravity in the universe is how hydrogen is built. Absolutely. And that is the answer to your question. I would say, wouldn't you? It literally is
That
how.
seems quite good for that structure. I wonder then maybe a bit more about pair production and annihilation then, just because that seems to be the subcomponents that we're talking about.
If I could read this from Larry Reed's real quick. Electron-positron formation from an energetic photon is due to Faraday rotation and Levi-Civita velocity effects in an intense EM field. Electron-positron pair production yields opposite charge, spin, helicity, chirality, and magnetic moments.
Yeah, I mean, let me just, I'm an electrical engineer, I'm not a physicist, but I'm just going to hazard a guess here. What he's calling electron-positron pair production, wouldn't that be the definition of what's called phase conjugation in optics? Hello? Excuse me? I mean, the perfect pair. How do you conjugate perfect pairs? If you study phase conjugate optics, I mean, not only do you need the longitudinal component to be exactly 180 degrees opposite out of phase from opposite directions, but if you cascade that, cascade by planckfire.com, suddenly you're making gravity and mass. Hello. I would say, just hazarding a random guess here, I think that would define phase conjugation by Planck and golden ratio. That's a guess.
No, that's quite good. I just wonder then, what about the so-called photon, quote, self-conjugation? I don't like that. I think there's something else, but they call it self-conjugation for the photon. I wonder what you might make of that as,
if that photon bumped into a phase conjugate mirror, what would you call that? In other words, when we wanted, when we wanted to make phase conjugate microwave, how do you bump it into itself? You design a phase conjugate mirror for microwave. Hello, which is a top secret national security issue, but it's also fun.
Yes, so it wouldn't be a self-conjugate. You would just have there would be another oppositional, and that opposition would be the definition, therefore. And so that's how you could have a positron and electron emitting these gamma rays that are going in different momenta, different direction.
And if you phase conjugate it accurately, that would become negentropic and make time reversal.
Thank you.
Yeah, since we're talking about recursively heterodyning or bringing frequencies together, I mean, this takes it into a slightly separate topic, but I think it's relevant because I know you've spoken it before, Dan, as well, with the different changes in the sun that have been going on and the different things coming up with the predictions of the sun's output. How is it a personal dynamic? Is it purely a collective dynamic where the species as a whole, because of the morphogenic field, needs to be in its right bi-ratio alignment with what's coming from the sun to be able to implode those things coming from the sun? Or is it an individual dynamic where some may experience a dissonant frequency from the sun, where others may be able to take that frequency and implode it recursively at a pi ratio?
There's 100 places we could take that conversation, but here's one thought. When you embed a longer wave on a short wave, which is to say the next axis of superposed spin rotation, the only definition ever of going to the next dimension, and you can never go past tetracubic 3 axes of spin unless you use golden ratio to do that, which defines going to the next dimension, like how a cube embeds in a pentodeca 5 cubes. And Therefore, planetary orbital dynamics, almost all based on golden ratio Spira Solaris .ca. So in practical terms, now we know why not only is, Earth year, Venus year, solar year, golden ratio, but these are all golden ratio times Planck exactly times precessional year and galactic year. Hello. And by the way, I want to here officially applaud LostStar.com, Walter Cruttenden, for figuring out that all of physics was stupidly wrong about precession. It ain't 26,000. It's around 24,300. Exactly. Golden ratio is times Planck. Cruttenden is so wonderful. So the point is that the phase relationship to the longer wave to the shorter wave is the only way you can grow up into the next dimension. What that means in practice now, yes, if you align your bliss or your plasma or your Agnihotra or your labyrinth or your cathedral or whatever you got with sunrise, sunset, you get a longer wave. Yes. Now you align that with solstice equinox and you get a longer wave yet. You get still and you embed in a larger array the next dimension. Now, if you do that in phase with precession, remember how they defined the photon cloud in those jokes about how the galactic superwave was going to propel us into the next dimension? They called it the photon cloud. And what's his name? It called this the galactic superwave, Paul Laviolette, which he defined as basically a dust wind. The point was that the phase relationship of the galactic equator to the precessional equator to the solar equator, you nest embed the little one into the bigger one by golden ratio. And then you could grow up and inhabit the bigger array. You could then, it's called digitally sample, embed into larger array. So the fact that we have had precession absolutely wrong for all 2,000 years, it means we're pretty damn stupid, actually. But it means we didn't have a clue. And the other thing Walter Cruttenden did that I think is a scream, he shows amazing evidence that the sun around which our sun rotates is Sirius B. Talk about how the little wave got into the bigger wave. Guess what the Anunnaki Empire went to conquer immediately? Sirius B. Guess what the Dogon worshipped? Sirius B. Hello. What's the center of the widening gyre around which the center cannot hold? Anyway, so that was a little poetry. I don't know if I addressed your question, but it was fun.
Not quite, but it was fun, and we definitely went good places on that. We can come back to it. We do have two other hands up, but it's up to you, Dan. You want to keep going with this or keep going with your slides and come back to questions in a little bit?
I'm for a few more questions. I'm having so much fun.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Mr. Nobody, you had your hand up for a while.
Thank you. Hi, Daniel. So I have a couple of questions. Let's go from Tesla forward. If you can tell me who some of your, we'll call them mentors or people that you looked up to, that would be question number one. Question number two would be, do you believe that humans currently have the knowledge and ability and are executing time travel technology?
This is a secret. We very carefully had to turn down the gain on FiRay.com. We wanted to avoid time travel. That may sound like a joke, but yeah, I mean, you get time dilation effects anytime you get implosion. And after you know what time is, which was the experience of relative spin rate, you can actually talk about it intelligently instead of this Einstein crap about bent space time. Anywho, so time travel technology started when physics measured time reversal in phase conjugate optics. They at least had a clue, and then they had all these time frame. So if you read the SSP literature, you will find them using all kinds of time travel technologies. And basically, let me give a little clue of what my opinion is about the danger of that. Specifically, we know my Templar friends who were really only enacting Thoth's wisdom, William Buehler, goldenmean.info/Buehler, Buehler, spoke to Thoth every day, and they're telling him how to repair the fabric of time. Example of when the fabric of time got a big hole. Montauk, Philadelphia, man, we got all kinds of parasites wandering into the Earth's orbit because we screwed up the fabric of time, which is specifically the fractality of time. That's why branching into different time corridors is damn dangerous. Well, it's Mari got lost. It's a long story. But point being that those who use time travel technology, and there's very advanced cultures that do pretty much only that, they have the skills. And these are very advanced skills because you use even a little bit of these time travel portal technologies. And if you ain't got your aura together, man, you come back scrambled eggs. It's horrible. In fact, I think that's how Swaru originally kind of lost it. You know, too much time travel, too many portals, man. Every time you go through, you come back a little bit dizzy. And if you do that a bunch, man, no. So yeah, the current science as is practiced on Earth is absolutely childish. But even this idea that, oh, let's build our time travel gizmos when we don't understand the fabric of time, which is simply the fractal nature of the array in general. I give an example. If you have an intense emotion, you can use that as an anchor for time travel, for better or for worse. You know, like how ghosts show up wherever there was an intense emotion. You leave a wrinkle in time. The book by Madeline DeLinkle. So I caution that as we study time travel, don't let's be thinking that, oh, we can wander all over the place and make trouble everywhere. That's why the Galactic Federation, they have their own problems, but they thought it was a huge spread of the disease of the chaos on Earth when all kinds of teams went from Montauk traveling down the time corridors. We were spreading pollution in all directions, and they were upset, man. And they should be. So we start by learning what it takes to lucid dream and to steer in a lucid dream. Jodie Foster is a pretty good example. You know, before we start thinking, oh, we're ready for that time travel stuff. It's seriously. But the physics of what physics in phase conjugate optics called time reversal was basically a name for negentropy. You could only time reverse rusted steel back to unrusted. You could not do the reverse. Think about it.
The mentors. Can you touch on your mentors, please?
Thank you. Actually, we're thinking about doing another little film about it. When I was kind of a kid, I joke about it, I was the Forrest Gump of the physics of consciousness generation. So I got to the Physics of Consciousness Symposium in Toronto and then at Harvard. And I knew Bill Tiller, Marcel Vogel, Benthoff, Puharich, Bearden, hung out with those guys for years, even Charles Muzes, Fred Wolf, just hung out with all those guys for years. And I lived with Bucky Fuller. Well, I stayed with him in Detroit, and I lived with him in Florence for a couple of weeks, you know. So yeah, the universe went to a heck of a lot of trouble, and I do mean trouble. The universe tried really hard to push me into the right education, you know. And then they had this full scholarship to University of Detroit, and then IBM decided I needed to be their best systems analyst. Man, did I get an education, and I got to be grateful. And my way of being grateful for that education and saying thank you to the universe is I'm here doing my job, which is doing my best to share with you. That's why I'm here, because I'm aware the universe went to a heck of a lot of trouble to push me, who was a lot of trouble, into getting the best education planet Earth ever had to offer. And later, when Vincent Bridges insisted my past life was John Dee, a few more pieces fell into place. I don't call that a reincarnation, but I do call it a fragment of soul memory, you know. So there's a lot of pieces. And my relationship with Bearden, and then actually Chris Bird, who gave me the first Antoine Prairie books. I mean, I knew all these guys. Amazing. I lived with Puharich, Charles Muzes. Who's the guy who had a museum of, oh God, did I have fun? Oh, Arthur Young lived at his place. I mean, you know, I don't know. I just simply got lucky, bumped into everybody. And then I traveled around the world for years, Findhorn, caves in Peru and pyramids. And, you know, I don't know. I just somehow ended up being a wild adventurer. You know what was in my head at that time is, it wasn't that I was passionate about teaching. I am now. But at that time, what was in my head was simple. I wanted to understand. These guys who were trying to understand consciousness, I knew they were clueless. Somebody had to figure it out. Anyway, that's my humble opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's beautiful, Dan. What a beautiful story, and I appreciate you sharing all that 100%. We have a lot of hands up here. The order that I saw, we have Chris, and then we have The Gathering, and then we have Doomer after that.
Hi, Dan. Thank you for echoing your love throughout the universe.
Thank you.
My question for
All done
you
with,
is a little bit more
all done with mirrors. Sorry, go ahead.
My question for you is a little bit more practical. I've done some dowsing in the past, and as we talk about longitudinal arrays and nodes, I would like to know if you have any advice for dowsing for the longitudinal arrays.
That's the right question. So our website on that is goldenmean.info/dowsing, and we discuss how to steer tornadoes. And related is the website on rainmaking with dowsing, goldenmean.info/rain, where we have saved villages in Brazil by teaching the kids rainmaking, which they used to spiral of quartz crystals, basically. Clouds love kids. They say there was a huge fire approaching, and they saved the village. Amazing. And the teacher is on the film explaining and thanking us for teaching the kids rainmaking. So anyway, dowsing reflex. We studied this. I knew Z.V. Harvelick, who wrote on this in Mexico, but then American Dowsers Society there in Vermont had fun with them for some years. So instructive here. If you put a small piece of aluminum foil on the right and left temple of your head, just kind of above your ear there, most of the dowsing response goes away. That's been measured. And this tells us that the weak electromagnetic field tuning by the plasma vortex in your head is basically able to pick up a component, the longitudinal component, sensitively only under very specific conditions. So practically, when most people start dowsing, well, first of all, I've taught some dowsing for many years, although I recommend better teachers than me. But as you begin to have more and more bliss, your dowsing becomes much more sensitive. So at first, some people use rods, and that's okay. But I recommend walking very relaxed over what is a strong magnetic line. You walk across it. Your hands are relaxed, just slightly lifted from the sides of your body, very relaxed, and your fingers are hanging relaxed. And now you're walking over a very strong magnetic line. Notice that your fingers start to tingle. Now tune into that and get better at that. Now, at first, I was able to douse, for example, simple water veins, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not an expert, but I am an expert maybe in the theory. But then I was able to douse and situate the building of many labyrinths for rainmaking. I got kind of good at that. But then what I realized? Remember the story about how the beginner dowser who has to move a water vein back into the drilled well when the drilled well missed the water vein. The beginner dowser uses a hammer to do that, which is functional, piezo. You can also use quartz, and you can steer the water vein, magnetic water vein, back into the well. And that's good work, and that's instructive. However, that is for the crude beginner. The advanced dowser will never, ever, ever do that. No, the advanced dowser will always simply talk to that water vein. Now, the physics of what enables you to talk to that water vein is your relationship, which basically is that water vein wants to know if you are going to help steer its waves back into immortality or become shareable. For example, if you can explain to that water vein that there are going to be magic kids, they're going to have bliss if that water vein moves, that water vein is going to move every time. However, if you tell that water vein that you're going to build an aluminum plant that's going to kill half the grid for miles around, that water vein is going to say, hell no. So there's a very specific electrical definition of pure intention, which is literally implosion here. By the way, measurable second order power spectrum, the EKG, pure intention lie detections, absolutely measurable, and we know why. So the point is, what enabled you to talk to that water vein. Later, I realized, I walk up to this big field, and my job has been to find water, and I've done that. Yeah, I'm not a pro, but I can kind of do it. But anyway, what I realized, you walk up to this big field, and the people say, well, we need to find water over there. And there's this huge field in front of you, and you're thinking, oh, do I have to walk a crisscross grid over this whole thing? I'm going to be old. No, I realized very quickly that I can relax, stand in front of that field, and ask inside, relaxed intuitively, a simple question. Where is the magnetic line cross and where is the water? And absolutely every single time, even if it's a quarter mile away, my inner voice will say, over there. I walk over there, bloop, and my hair stands up every time. So eventually, the more you have access to bliss, the more you can have that conversation with the longitudinal array, saving you a lot of time. So that's an introduction. Was there more to your question?
Well, I'm still taking that in. That's beautiful. What kind of, like, if I would, I'm really familiar with like your tingling aspect. I've worked with some ion and crystal, and I know that feeling that it's like a spark going off in your blood system or something like.
Yep, exactly. And the more you've had bliss, the more you're sensitive to that. Absolutely, yes.
Yes, and the hair standing up. I use that as a direction.
Great.
What comes to me when you're talking about the aluminum, I often I'm in northern Canada. I often use crystals in my toque, like as when you fold your toque up, or I don't know if you guys call it a toque over there, but you like your winter hat. So I would ask that, is there an opposite to the aluminum? Like, I find that when I put citron crystals on my temple points, it definitely changes my reception of consciousness. And would there be anything that I could amplify myself with when it comes down to that?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So remember, the ancient shaman, if he needs to increase his embedding in the array for dowsing or 100 different purposes, you often see that shaman, he would hold a small animal, one on each side of his head, and then he would be more sensitive. Of course, holding your lover there could work very well as well. But the physics is actually that phase conjugation living plasma does have critical mass. So that if you get an array of persons, or in the case of the shaman, he's simply holding like a little baby rabbit on each side of his head and each side of his temples, man, does that tune him up. It's very simple because it's extending the array into greater embeddability. That's why literally human bliss has critical mass, and the dowsing sensitivity has critical mass for sure. So you're right. Something opposite to the aluminum would be something alive and living and possibly even loving. Now you hold them on both sides of your temple, like your favorite lovers, or, suddenly you're building an array, man. It's fun.
Would you, I'm a mycologist by trade. Would you consider a mushroom a living animal?
Yes. Now, I'm thinking of Castaneda saying, the first time you go to the mushroom, you think you're seeing through it. But the second time you go, you realize it is seeing through you. And I'm not saying either is good or bad, but it is whoever is more centripetal that is actually doing the seeing. So asking the mushroom, whose mycelial spore array is probably intergalactic, and you definitely could use that as an organ of perception, no problem. But thinking that you're seeing through it and not that it is seeing through you is quite a tricky thing. And that's why there's all this hygiene bit about negotiating from the place of power. And,
Thank you, Dan.
Wow. I've got to say that this last even 20 minutes has been probably some of my favorite interactions with you, Dan. The things you shared, so beautiful and So well articulated. Great questions, guys, and this is fantastic. We've got The Gathering up next, then Doomer.
Well, Dan, thank you. So this is the first time I heard about you. And so I need to break it down like a fifth grader. So I am from the Interplanetary Confederation, and Alina Deneen just contacted me. And the reason why is I found the golden blood girl who will represent Sophia. So I come in the place of Sophia. She comes first before Sananda comes. So I'm here to gather the physics from you. So if you could break it down to a fifth grader, I have a lot of questions, but I'll just start with this first one. How does the Galactic Federation understand and use fractal charge collapse, Planck fire, for interstellar travel and consciousness expansion?
Well, when Elena Denon asked her friend Dan Willis to explain fire crystals, and he used a Fibonacci cascade 1 hertz off of the actual equation, and then denied the equation, and then he asks Thor Han's brother, Jen Han, what a longitudinal wave is, and he basically said, oh, it's too complicated, I'm not going to tell you, even though it's the physics of everything. I realized there was some little limitations to their physics lessons over there. I do recommend that you study Marie at swaruofficial.com. I'm sorry, YouTube channel Swaru Official, indicating that the controversies within the Galactic Federation are unfortunately not well explained by Elena. I love Elena, wonderful work and very useful, but there's a lot more to the Federation's politics that are being kept from us for a variety of reasons, some of which are not so good. But if you check
Exactly.
out, and we do have a film coming up. I'm working with Astral Urma, who is doing elaborate astral conflict with for Marie and the Swaru lineage, and has issues with the Federation. And you see that obviously anything as big as the Federation has a lot more controversy within it than Elena has explained. And I think it's good to listen to both sides of that story. But the point I wanted to make was I was teaching charge collapse, and I was teaching how fire crystals use charge collapse to make 0-point energy and energy at a distance. And Elena's partner, Dan Willis, specifically prevented people from learning the simple physics that charge collapse is how firecrystal.com, Phire, firecrystal.com works. And so I have some problems with their ability to teach physics, actually. And I love Elena, but when she tries to teach physics, it gets pretty messy.
So I could use your help because I'm here with the Mary Magdalene line. So Mary was immaculately conceived just like Jesus. She is his twin flame. It's called Hieros. So I'm here as a stand-in for Mary and the Magdalene line. So if you have any connection with the Templars, will you let them know that we're here now? I have her blood card to prove that she is RAB negative, RH negative, O null. Alina says that she also is AB negative null. I don't know because I haven't seen her blood card, but I do have my partner, my other Sophia, with me. So they call me Zovia Zomai, and I'm so excited. I'll let other people talk. I'll connect with you somehow, some way, if you can connect with me, because your message needs to get out to the masses. And we're here. We're gathering 144,000 at the pyramids, and we're going to change the energetic force there. So we're getting ready. We're using Metatron's cube, and we're using Robert Edward Grant as a decipher for someone like me because I can understand him.
Well, that's great. Just one little passing comment. You remember when Michael Tsarian said that virgin birth was a name for when Anunnaki had sex with the humans. Actually, the Tegotan Pleiadians call it parthenogenesis. But studying the physics of there, you realize that is, in fact, implosive capacitance, which dimples the egg, defining fertilization, actually bliss. And the Tegotan Pleiadians here, which is the Mari group, Swaru Official, commonly use parthenogenesis. So describing the relationship that gave birth to Jesus as virgin birth, if you investigate the deeper historical context, which obviously the Tegotan Pleiadian, remember, what was called the Jesus line is clearly, literally the descendants of Thoth, which defines the Grail bloodline. That's, they planned Jesus's birth 300 years if you read Secret Places of the Lion. And this was a Syrian concept of how to incarnate Avatar, Syrian cross. And so what we're calling the Grail line, which is implosion in the blood, and Lawrence Gardner got all of that correct, except the ET part of that message. But who they call Thoth, Tahuti, line of David, Grail in the blood was simply the implosion in DNA, which enabled bliss. And the biggest part of that whole story about the sacred bloodline is those who had access to bliss, truly. Anyway, so conversation to be continued. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. And just one last thing. So I'm in the order of Melchizedek, and we put Melchizedek and Thoth together, and then they led me to Pt.2 now. So that's where I'm going.
Yeah, the Ptah line is a name for the relation, the bloodline of Enki Thoth, so that works. And Melchizedek actually originally meant Mag Zedek. Tak was a name for Orion. Mag was a name for the Orion queen Mag. And half the bloodline of one half of that family was the fact that Enlil Yahweh was half Draco, and they called them the Orion queen Mag. But the Mag Zedek is a bloodline cross. And if you decrypt the term Ebi Uru, Hebrew, it means crossing over of the Ebi, the bird tribe, with the Uru, dragon tribe. And anyway, there's a whole fun story there. To be continued. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
I just want to, before we go to Doomer here, I just want to comment for people who may be having cognitive dissonance with some of the topics that have come up recently. To me, in my 20 years of engagement with all these topics, these are all one and the same. I think we have a lot of cognitive dissonance come over, separating materialism from the metaphysical and from our ancient history realities. A lot of history that has been concealed from us, Library of Alexandria for one, but many concealed and destroyed connections with history. And I think all these explorations, as Dan articulates so well, and sounds like the gathering as well, a lot of these are connected from our own inner bliss, as Dan calls it, and our own intuitive knowingness, and being able to connect with these realities, the Akashic records, and be able to parse the nuances and communicate practically. And so I'm very grateful, Dan, for you to be able to, as I've said before, to connect all these threads and articulate all of them. And so this conversation is definitely very, very welcome in this space.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. And thanks for really fun questions, all of you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Doomer.
Hey, Dan, Chief Dinger, Aaron, thank you for hosting the space. Part 2 is amazing. I hope this just continues every single week until we have the pole shift that kills all of us. So I have 2 questions. We've got hands, and I want to be respectful of time. So feel free to abridge your answer to either of the 2. I'm going to give you both all at once. One question is, what is the most minimum viable experiment that we could make with just stuff that we already have, that any human can acquire, to prove this forbidden science? And why the fuck hasn't that happened? That's one question. Second one is, because I just tuned in the last half hour, 45 minutes maybe, in the most simple, Sesame Street way, can you explain the role of Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, in your understanding of gravitics, why it's so central? The reason why I ask is because if you ever look up the guy named Jean-Claude Perez, he's like a French bioinformatics person. He took a look at the entire human genome, including the non-coding, the majority of the human genome, and the Fibonacci sequence shows up there and expresses a ton of codes. And the way it shows up is the 6 basic elements of the human gene of biology: carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, sulfur, appear in isotopic proportion, meaning the isotope as they are on Earth, in the relation of in relative Fibonacci sequence throughout the whole genome. So it's kind of extraordinary. And it seems obviously very much engineered, the human genome specifically. But I wanted to know what role the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, plays in the physics of this. This is the first time I've heard this. And then lastly, of course, minimum viable experiment, so we can just put this shit on YouTube and start doing some disclosure.
Well, your question conveys that you care, and I admire, I'm grateful. There's pure intention behind your question, so I like it. What,
Thank you, Dan.
I'm sure there's 1,000 answers to the most fun experiment. My favorite one actually is, look, the moment you teach a kid how to make alpha in the brainwaves, and then later alpha beta golden ratio cascading, called flameinmind.com, the moment the kid starts to make alpha, that day, a switch changes in their life, man. Suddenly, not only they start seeing without their eyes, and that's the beginning of clairvoyance, they start seeing their ancestors. They have access to bliss. They have access to implosion. They have access to attention. They have access to lucid dreaming. They start to get a soul. I mean, it is the turning point in their life when they learn that simple skill. How do you switch on the alpha, which, by the way, is Schumann, and the alpha Schumann cascade up to beta gamma is exactly Schumann harmonics called a phase conjugate bump wave. So basically, they're learning how to make a phase conjugate bump wave implode their brainwaves. So teach kids and everybody how to make that simple alpha cascade in their brainwaves. How do you flip the switch? And by the way, the way they started in Russia, World Without Blindness Project, to get kids primed to start their first blissed experience was they told the kids, imagine yourself in beautiful nature. Now, if the kid can clearly imagine beautiful nature around them, an electrical switch is flipped inside and they get fractal. I mean, they implode. I mean, they get the first golden ratio in brainwaves ever measured on this planet, Korotkov-Mason measurements, and now that became flameinmind.com. Point being,
wait a second. I'm sorry. I have to be that guy. You said that a little bit too quickly. The last sentence, you completely lost me there.
Our friend Konstantin Korotkov was hired by World Without Blindness Project, St. Petersburg, to measure the kids who are learning to see without their eyes. It's done all over the world. Our project, flameinmind.com/outer vision. You see all the measurements. So not only when they start to get the alpha to gamma cascade golden ratio, not only do they start seeing without their eyes, that's the fun part, but then they start seeing their dead grandparents and their parents freak out. That's hilarious. That's the physics of clairvoyance.
So
that
teaching
meditative
capacity would obviously have a huge subjective effect, but we already have, Ken Wilber showing he can bring down his EEG brainwaves down to like almost zero, at least into the delta realm, and it hasn't changed the world. Is there, can you conceive of a physical experiment that's less subjectively oriented that would prove we've, publicly, academically had our fundamental science wrong?
Well, after years of Kundalini, my delta is off the charts, my low frequency cascade, which means hearing ancestors. Basically, it's the physics of clairaudience, but it's a long story. But the point is getting the brain waves down to zero just simply, again, means implosive charge collapse. That's what it is. Now, the other related simple experiment, so I think Burl Payne measured 11 different times that each time over 1 million kids sang the same song together, there was a dramatic decrease in solar flare activity. And the charts on the website, we'll dig out the slide later. But so the sun needs what Earth humans make, which is the centripetal force that enables suns to be born, actually. That's my conclusion to the physics here.
Okay, so you would have some sort of intersubjective experiment that shows the interplay between consciousness and gravitational forces.
There's a critical mass here. Like when you set up plasma devices, originally Therify, it's now FiRay.com, and you do these things at a distance, you turn them on. People have such intense meditation experiences, collective unconscious. My God, it's off the charts. And the only limitation there is you need leadership. Who can steer a collective lucid dream? There's the question. But absolutely, this inhabiting the array, and there's 1,000 experiments. But and what was your second question?
My second one was the as fundamentally, meaning as, going down to the particles or whatever, if you can explain, because I missed most of the space.
Golden ratio,
the golden ratio, the role of it, because obviously there's some negentropic role, but if you can break it,
exactly,
teach it to me like I'm 5 and stupid, I would be deeply grateful.
Well, remember, this is the entire book, plankfire.com, #1 Amazon wave mechanics for months, is only about that question. But simple versions as follows. So first of all, Fibonacci is only what nature uses to approximate golden ratio in low numbers, tree branching, for example. So the only actual principle here is golden ratio, and Fibonacci is only the introduction to the principle, which is golden ratio, contrary to Elena's confusion. So what we did at PlankFire.com is we published the generalized wave equations which prove, Navier-Stokes, etc., that golden ratio is the generalized solution to constructive wave interference.
Okay, can we stop right there? What does that mean? That
it means if you got a bunch of waves and you don't want them to kill each other, you have to use golden ratio or you're dead. And we proved it.
And you don't want them to kill each other. So obviously,
that's right.
If you want constructive interference, you're talking about a harmonic. But the golden ratio is not an integer difference. So
no. Well, if you express it in
here?
base, if you express it in base 12, it is. That's the fact that it's a transcendental number.
Well, that's kind of a major detail. Or are you saying we've been expressing things? We need to start expressing things in base 12?
The advanced cultures have been telling us that for decades, but anyway.
Right, but here, this is, I mean, that's an asterisk.
Well, no.
That
Cultures
sort of
who
needs to be talked
understand
about.
gravity, cultures who understand gravity all use base 12 if we believe the Palladians, but that's even trivial. The point is, and here's the point. The point is that golden ratio is the generalized solution to constructive wave interference is because the only permissive way to recursively add and multiply. And when you can recursively, constructively add and multiply, you can implode, and therefore compression becomes non-destructive. Einstein named it. Non-destructive compression is a solution to the unified field, except he didn't know what non-destructive compression is. Non-destructive compression is precisely the fractality perfected by golden mean ratio, which allows waves to add and multiply constructively recursively. And then the wavelengths and phase velocities add and multiply recursively constructively, and the phase velocities adding and multiplying constructively is called generating compression. I'm sorry. The phase velocities generate acceleration constructively as the result of the right kind of compression. And that acceleration of charge is named the gravity.
Are you saying that in base 12 at some point the golden ratio becomes a rational number?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. That's what I've been told.
And so in this proportion, we can have constructive interference in a relative golden ratio between two waves. So one wave is a golden ratio of another wave at the frequency.
You can recursively add and multiply infinitely, and it turns out if you tune all that to Planck, you get the solution to 200 at least physical variables, PlankFire.com. So that's a smoking gun for sure. The golden ratio, the solution to fractality tuned to Planck, is the solution to compression, and that is the solution to every single problem practically in the history of physics and culture. The solution to alchemy, the solution to urban design.
I mean, Dan, why isn't this our experiment and not the psionics one? I mean, this is the experiment. This is the experiment we should be running, not the psionics one. I mean,
well, yeah, if you implode capacitance tuned to PlankFire.com, you make energy and you make gravity and you make global wireless power. I mean,
and
it's actually boring and trivial. But sorry, go ahead.
If I may, just real quick, did you not just say you have one of the Millennium Prizes figured out, the Navier-Stokes equations?
We use the Navier-Stokes and what was the other one? It's in our two major published physics papers. Publications are at PlankFire.com. We use Navier-Stokes in the generalized wave equations to show if you add and multiply recursively using golden ratio waves on a line, you have the maximum possible constructive interference. And then if you extrapolate that line into 3D, which happens to be the axes of dodecacosa, then that becomes a three-dimensional implosive charge fractal. And we later proved by equation that is precisely how hydrogen is built.
And so then you're saying if we get base 12, we can get phi ratio integers. Would phase conjugation then be twin phi conjectures, twin prime conjectures?
Conjugation of phases is a name for conjugal relations, which is a name for recursive constructive adding and multiplying. That's the definition of conjugation. That's what conjugation is. People who are discovering phase conjugate optics, they already knew that to get light into the body without heat, you use golden ratio. They didn't realize that golden ratio defines perfect optical phase conjugation. In my view, they're kind of idiots.
Wow. So it's just straight up by using base 12, we can get twin phi conjectures where
I have to admit, the Pleiadians, actually, like a half a dozen different Pleiadian sources have told me that use base 12 to do that, but I haven't even checked. I'm sorry.
And just to wrap this up, I want to this last question about the golden ratio. The golden ratio, of course, the Fibonacci is approaching phi, but it's doing so successively through addition. What is what exactly is the multiplication that we're talking about?
Recursive addition is multiplication.
Right.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
So can we make it really concrete? If we have 400 hertz, what's the next step up? Are we multiplying? What's the next constructive phi wave interference that we're doing? Or you can change the number, make it 20 hertz or whatever.
If you look at the chart, there are many of these charts at plankfire.com. One of them is at pyramidwirelesspower.com.
Okay.
So that the actual plankfire.com defines a Schumann harmonic at 7.29 hertz. However, we've discovered on this planet, which Thoth did his best, but he got the Schumann cascade to 7.83 instead of 7.29. But once you know that, then you know the entire frequency cascade that we've measured in every single sacred pyramid, including Sam's in Bosnia, 7.83. And so instead of 50, it was 53. And then he measured 27,900 hertz on the roof. I mean, the whole cascade is golden ratio times Planck, slightly tweaked to the actual Schumann. And once you understand that, you can know exactly how pyramids are making wireless power.
It's the golden ratio times Planck.
Integer exponents of golden ratio times Planck is the definition of plankfire.com. And the definition of charge collapse, which is the definition of the cause of gravity, life force, consciousness, negentropy, and all action at a distance.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dan. I really appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Okay, let's Dan, do you want to take a break here? We've been double the time of the 45 minutes you were looking for.
You're right. I think I need to use the restroom. Give me 3 minutes here.
Absolutely. Take your time.
Let's give him a golden ratio amount of time just to be certain. You know what I mean?
Thank you. Thank you.
Please choose 36 or 9 minutes.
All right. So I know we got 3 other hands. We got Fletcher, Astral, and Tom, and definitely want to get to your guys' questions. When Dan comes back, we'll see if he wants to keep engaging with this. I know he's having a lot of fun, and I think he's directed by fun. So that's great. So we'll let him go, see if he wants to keep going or go into the slides. We got a few minutes here. If anything's on anybody's mind up here on stage, feel free to chime in and chat.
I was just going to ask Nathan, are you recording this too?
Oh, yes. By the way, everyone in the purple pill, which is what we call that oval at the bottom right of the app, you can click that and find in there a link to a YouTube stream, which does have the slides going and the space showing. The audio may not be as great, but I'm given to understand you might be able to just watch on mute and listen over here if you want to try and hack it there.
Yeah, that'd probably be the way to do it for now. It has a slight echo, and we're still working out those kinks for doing the live streams. In post, I'll be able to take that visual. I know, Chief, you got one going too, and so I'll be able to overlay the audio. Sorry. Loud truck in the background. It's Texas. I'll be able to overlay, create a visual with the pure audio from the recording of the space after the fact. And then there's also, if you guys, the nest up there, I know we got a lot of links up there. We scroll all the way to the right. Then we've got a link to the slideshow itself, so you can view that as well. And then also, the slideshow is presented in a software called Keynote. So if you mouse over or just on a phone, touch the left-hand side of that slideshow, it'll bring up an index. So you can actually see all the numbers and easily scroll through all the slides.
I'm wondering, is anybody wondering whether there was some sort of intentional genocide to get rid of polydactyly in the human genome, the six digit, so we don't intuitively come up with a 12-base number system?
I think that's still happening now. I mean, I don't want to ask him directly because I feel like it's rude, but why is Dan Winter alive? And why is he allowed to spread this stuff? And why are we, hearing it from him when everything else seems to be completely controlled and just straight up deadly?
Well, I do think, as a meta to that, I think that, even the dynamics he's talking about metaphysically and in other realms, I think there's a lot of additional, some of us come in because of our pre-incarnations, our bloodlines, different dynamics, ways that we engage, that there is interdimensional protection. I think Dan is an example of that, and many of us, maybe more than we realize, that we are here for such a time as this. And our oversoul, our soul, and the soul families, soul teams that we're working with, make sure that the nefarious bad actors can only go so far with things they want to do with us.
You
It
nailed
just
that
sucks
for
because
sure.
I'm literally living in an aluminum box right now, and I can't change it.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Well, so is Chris.
Yeah,
too.
me as well.
Yeah. That'll
It's
be
a little concerning to hear. With all due respect, it is concerning to hear. Oh, your trailer house is deadly. You are gonna lose your soul if you keep living in it.
Well, even if you can try to get out into nature really regularly and do your streaming there and find your famous sacred site, there are many ways to ground.
Well, thank you. That's a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
I guess we were going on your opinion, what you would like to do next, whether we keep going with the slides or keep going with questions.
Well, actually, the questions are more fun for me. You can look at the slides anytime as you like, or what your choice. Your choice.
I think it's beautiful. If you're open to it, Dan, I think you've got so much material online. I've digested your material for the better part of 10 years, and these interactions are just so organic and relevant to like right now. Things that are coming up intuitively. It's really beautiful. So yeah, if you're down to keep going, I think we had Fletcher and then Astral and then Tom.
It's fun. It's fun.
Hey man, thanks for the answering of questions. It's really great. Really appreciate it. So I'll try to make this quick because it could be kind of a long story. I explained it long form with a friend the other day, but so I had this experience recently, maybe a few months ago, where I was sitting there relaxed, really, really relaxed, intentionally. I had some things that I wanted to think about, some family members that were sick, and I really wanted to kind of search the universe for some answers. And where I ended up was very surprising to me because I had never studied or seen or really been involved with anything like this. But basically, got really relaxed. I focused on this kind of Mobius ball inside of me in my solar plexus area. And the next thing that I knew, I was like, kind of riding on a black hole, event horizon, time stream, like a bunch of time stream stuff. And then I was kind of embodying, like face to face with embodying these entities and communicating that I've only seen in like Vedic statues and things like that. So I'm just trying to figure out what I'm dealing with here. And is it ancestral? What is this stuff?
Well, that sounds like a beautiful experience. And I think we need to see some drawings of what you saw. but no, well, where I've been working on this, for example, I did a bunch of recent films with Dahlia, who is basically, it seems, personally in touch with half the ancient Egyptian pantheon, especially Enki and Thoth, Osiris, and like personal. And I worked with the Templars who were making phone calls to Thoth every day. And if you do the chart on that part of the Anunnaki family, Enki, Thoth, who was Osiris, who was Viracocha, who was Quetzalcoatl, and probably was Shiva, and it's the same family or they call it, when Graham Hancock gets finished and he says, every single time the world fell apart, the same exact team walks out of the ocean called Apkallu. And whether you call that, Osiris, whether you call that Thoth, Hermes, Quetzalcoatl, it's always the same guys, a team of 7 called Apkallu, which is the same team that comes to save civilization every single time. It's like the same family. And whether it's Vedic or Christian or Egyptian, it's always the same actual team. So what the heck is this? Is this archetype?
Yeah, I kind of had that feeling. The
Yeah.
other feeling that I had, which
Go
was
ahead.
kind of hard to shake, was like could these be the planets that are near us? That
Well,
was
I mean, we think there are tens of thousands of humanoid civilizations in this galactic quadrant alone, and probably billions across the galaxies. I mean, we're a little small here. But whether you take it from Elena Danan's very useful book, The Cedars, or whether you take it from the Aboriginals, or whether you take it from Op Kalu's story, it's all the same story. The galactic civilizations in general have been seeded by very specific teams who have taken it upon themselves. Now, I personally, the way I look at it, I see Thoth, Tahuti, Veracocha, Quetzalcoatl, pretty much, which is the definition of the line of David and the Grail bloodline, for example, in addition to, almost every other sacred bloodline of every Aboriginal tribe on the planet. It's the same family. Like Padmasambhava melts the stone with his hand. You can put your hand in the stone he melted with his hand. And Sam, Sam, is the name for Enki, if you believe Anton Parks. So point being that this Cedars family, this is archetype for ancient. And you are encountering the ancient family who is custodian of the bloodlines. Actually, at the time, I think they call it Adam Kadmon, which was kind of like the genetic design for the ancient puzzle named Humpty Dumpty. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put an egg, a soul, back together again. The Dracos manipulated the royal lines of Europe for thousands of years. Why? Because they couldn't make a soul. How do you make a soul? There's what we need a recipe for. And that's what the Cedars are about. The physicsofsoul.com, I tried to share the idea that people who have access to bliss can implode, can radiate coherently in the longitudinal. They become centripetal enough. Actually, they do become stars. And the ancient families were trying to teach us that in very practical hygiene terms. And I think you met them, and I think that sounds pretty fabulous. That's my opinion.
Yeah, totally, man. It was awesome, but it also seems to be repeatable, and I just haven't dove in head first because I don't want to I want to understand what I'm working with here.
Start a diary. Start drawing pictures. Set your intent before you dream. Start to steer the episodes, man. This is archetype, man. You got a chance at something seriously fun here. I think you inherited something lucky. I'm impressed.
Yeah, thank you. I'll think more about it. Thanks for your perspective on it. I appreciate it.
Blessings.
Yeah, that was beautiful, Fletcher. I'm glad you got to get some feedback from Dan on that. I know you shared that a few times, so that's fantastic. Thanks, Dan. Astro, we got you next, and then Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I just had some questions, but I can ask them in private. But I wanted to say, Fletcher, I was in your, space the other day, and I think you should go head first into this without reservation.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel that way.
We could all
I didn't
benefit.
have any bad vibes from it at all, but
blessings.
I believe that you were in a time of need, reaching out, and your star family answered in a very strong and rare and unique and powerful way that is something to be cherished. So I'm definitely recommend you go ahead forward it. So yeah. I'm gonna pass my turn on to the next person.
All right, beautiful. Yeah, we go ahead, Tom, and then
Thank
Chris.
All right, I just need 1 second here. I'm gonna ask a kind of a long-winded physics question, but I wanted to echo, thank you guys for the space. It's amazing, and kind of following in Nate's footsteps here a little bit. Working a little bit on a split octonion unified field theory. You need alternative metric signatures for that. You need multiple Cauchy surfaces for that. You get some interesting algebra geometry. Triality is kind of a key component. Now, if you throw Klein-Kaluza in there, you get the unification of general relativity and electromagnetism. So far, no one's been able to get the right cylinder condition, to get the right particle stack. And the extra scalar is a question. Now, sorry, I ran up the stairs. Now, Science Bob wants us to be a little careful about the coupling mechanism. So we're going to dance around that part. But I think we're in a matrix mechanics, wave mechanics type moment where there may be, multiple mathematical structures for the next generation of physics. Now, the key question is the matter-energy interactions, the pair production, color confinement. Nate, your stuff on the neutrinos the other day. Now, the key thing is the 4D, 5D layer interactions. And that's really about the cylinder conditions and the cyclical nature of the matter-energy interaction. Now, this is where your implosive charge collapse is very interesting, kind of a little bit of a yin-yang going on in there.
Well, not to interrupt, but just to say, octonion basically is a name for tetracubic symmetries. And obviously, which is, when all the ancients saw the Anu, they saw 7 spins outside, which is tetracubic, obviously. But then to complete the process of charge collapse, they saw 5 spins inside, and that Anu they later justified in quantum physics, psi perception of quarks by Phillips, and it is predictive of 3 Anu per quark. And so that's the perfect slip knot, 7 spins outside, tetracubic, octonion, but with 5 spin inside. And my strong intuition here is that the 7 spin symmetries of tetracube, which is octonion, the tetracube will only ever generate square root of 2 ratios, no matter how you accelate the tetracube to cube octa, etc. However, when you jitterbug that cube octa to icosadodeca, you for the first time produced golden ratio and charge collapse. In fact, it was a model for superconductivity, the jitterbug from cube octa to icosa that I learned personally from Bucky. Now, my intuition is that Kaluza-Klein is the beginning of the turning inside out when the tetracube octonion implodes, turns inside out, and now, for the first time, you have pent symmetries, golden ratio, and implosive charge collapse, which is, in my view, the definition of going to the next dimension, because that is the only way you can superpose the next axes of spin symmetry upon a tetracube. You cannot superpose any other kind of rotation on a tetracube other than tilt that tetracube up 32 degrees, tilt and spin, rotate, blink 5 times, and you have pentodeca. And for the first time, golden ratio. And for the first time, the possibility of an implosive center point. And that is specifically the definition of the matter-energy interface right there, because that made the centripetal force that enabled charge to rotate the only definition of the origin of mass. So charge cannot rotate without a centripetal force. And unfortunately, in current physics, they have no clue of the cause of any centripetal force, which I find shocking. And once you know what causes the centripetal force, named gravity, consciousness, life force, negentropy, phase conjugate charge collapse, then you can answer all the questions.
Well, I love that. That was kind of my second question was, does this dovetail with your approach? So I think that answers that. And I think the key question, just to follow Doomer's approach, is if you want to make progress in the physics, you want to make progress without giving away any stores, right? I think the particle stack and what's the link between the scalar and actually getting the right derivation of the particle stack? I guess my question is, if you get the right derivation of the particle stack, then you're pretty sure the theory's correct.
It's symmetry.
Well,
right?
Not to oversimplify here, but we have proven, goldenmean.info/creation, that the electron and nuclear hadron particle stacks are absolutely only a platonic nest for sure. That's proven, that's done. Now, the subatomic zoo, you take an extension of that same golden ratio tetraoctacube dodecaecosa infinite 3D fractal called star mother kit, goldenmean.info/kit, and you extend that, unpack it, and you have exactly what's called E8, entirely based on golden ratio, which entirely predict the entire subatomic zoo if you believe Garrett Lisi. Am I done?
Well, let me throw one more at you then. So in I guess this approach, rest mass, I completely agree, is the key question, right? and it's not a real thing. So I think the 4D layer, the scalar of the 4D layer is the surface tension that kind of delivers the rest mass to the zoo we observe. And I think we're actually on the event horizon right now. I think it's a single electron theory. I think it's a black hole electron. And I think the white hole is kind of a sub-Planck scale entity inside the electron, in fact, inside us. And I think each of us has kind of a white hole signature that is, in effect, our soul.
Well, we're saying the next dimension is only the next superposed rotation, and you can only do that using golden ratio. Tetracube to dodec is the example, which is how the pi suborbital nests specifically in the DF suborbital answer to hundreds of questions in chemistry. And the only definition in this model of event horizon is specifically what happens at Planck, because it is there specifically that the transverse is converted to longitudinal efficiently, not just the origin of gravity waves in DNA radio and the universe. So that is the event horizon, and that's where time travel and portals become dangerous to your soul, because you can get fractionated if you're not focused at that level. So there's a lot to that conversation. But in short summary here, the amount of mass is never greater than the amount of centripetal force you generated. So if you did not implode through Planck to make centripetal force, named gravity, you absolutely cannot stay in rotation, the definition of mass.
Wow.
So until you know the cause of centripetal force, all of the above conversations are plain stupid.
I was trying to figure out mass to understand for myself, and I kept coming back to this idea of like buoyancy and drift.
No, it's stored inertia. You measure the amount of inertia charge stores by rotating, and you name that mass. But how can the charge remain going in a circle unless something is imploding centripetally to hold it in that circle? So until you define the cause of the centripetal force, you have no clue of the cause of mass.
Would you admit, though, Dan, it's possible it's like a Cauchy surface wide resonance, kind of like a cosmic microwave background radiation, that non-zero 0-point energy might be kind of a universal factor?
And the surface tension connector is specifically planckfire.com. That's what connects the surfaces. Absolutely. Because it's that tuned implosion through Planck that connects all surfaces everywhere. I mean, Planck is the same for 1 billion light years in all direction. Ask why, and the answer is not the Big Bang. It's because that's how gravity is stabilized and maintained.
And that's what they label as the cosmic microwave radiation.
Exactly, all tuned to Planck by golden ratio.
Wow.
But I think we should still listen to Doomer. You want to kind of make concrete, tangible, scientific progress, and watch your 6, Dan. Thank you again.
You want to be disruptive
charge,
and explosive, right, Dan? Like at this point, you want to smash the glass, or am I wrong?
Well, I mean, we demonstrated peaceuniversity.net prove that if you know the cause of negentropy, not only do you know why Gaia is negentropic, golden ratio Schumann, phase conjugate pump wave, but then you know the definition of all peacemaking.
So if I have dreams of building UFOs after I build over unity light bulbs, am I in big trouble?
Learn how a charged vortex makes gravity. You will know how it makes energy too.
Like a pulse method, yeah.
Well, it's very simple. When the charged vortex, whether it's piezo water for Schauberger or iron powder doped mercury for Nazi Belhanabu, the charged vortex implodes at the right angle. It spits out longitudinal in one direction. That implosion is a source of energy and gravity. And that is, by the way, the best way to learn how to build that actually would be to study the human heart muscle, for example. 7 layers, exactly the phase angle of tetrasymmetry axes.
The Meyer wave.
Well, the Meyer wave, 0.1 hertz, is golden ratio times Planck, exactly. And it's the center point of the LF component of HRV and the breath harmonics that cause the sacrocranial, which causes Kundalini and bliss.
So did you start with like your source being the human body? That's what you ratio everything from?
I learned the physics of Kundalini when I had intense Kundalini for many years and still do in Bentov's lab. And we were using capacitive accelerometrics to measure the spine liquid pump in phase with the brain liquids, and realized that Kundalini was not insanity. It was literally charge collapse implosion, and teachable by equation, and actually a way to touch the array, actually. So I learned absolutely the physics of bliss. I very humbly claim to be this planet's leading teacher of the physics of Kundalini. Documentary goldenmean.info/Kundalini from my work with Bentov in that regard. And that's the mater wave in the breath. And the spine liquid pump is a phase conjugate pump wave. And we explained how we measured that in the microwave, replaces every hospital scanner, 1.91 angstroms. It's literally DNA radio symbiotic to the Earth grid, phase conjugate to Planck.
Do they say the Kundalini energy is feminine because it's capacitive?
Well, everything is capacitive. That's a pretty vague generalization. Femininity refers in general to centripetal versus centrifugal forces in that sense. And Kundalini is both. So, the right hemisphere is more centripetal than the left. And so left brain people are less intuitive. Literally, the right left brain vortex are going the opposite direction. And that's the difference between intuitive versus rational people. It's good hydrodynamics.
Awesome.
Maybe
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Any other thoughts here or questions? Or
we definitely have plenty of hands up and plenty of questions, Dan. Not a problem on that. Chris is next.
Yeah, maybe,
and then
maybe another.
Go ahead.
Another 20 minutes or so, and then maybe my voice.
By the way,
Yeah,
I'm trying to get
go ahead.
Weinstein in here. And so if everybody right now can please retweet this space, send it to the lovers and the haters, especially if you have haters, send it to them and tag Weinstein and say, we're waiting for you in here. I think it would be awesome to get a brief Weinstein-Daniel Winter exchange.
Have you ever met Stan Deyo?
I've heard of. I looked at it at one point. I don't know if I remember very. Was he the guy that did hydrogen?
Stan Deyo, I don't know who he is. He's on YouTube. He's got some pretty crazy
Yes,
videos.
Stan Deyo knew Edward Teller. He worked on he worked on craft levitation devices, creating toroidal fields around them. There's a Bob Lazar conversation on Coast to Coast where he talks about that explicitly. And he
wasn't he involved with Tesla's levitation?
He met with John Trump, I guess.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
Is there something there we don't need to talk about?
The key there is to teach a capacitor to implode. Basically, that's the physics.
He calls it a Lorentz O.
Yeah, it's like when they tried to figure out negative ion wind makes gravity. Is that true electrogravitics, or is that a localized effect? And the difference was, does it work outside the atmosphere? And the answer was, yes, it does.
Holy smokes.
Chris?
Well, the whole conversation's leading me in a. I have three questions, but I want to save them. But they're all kind of related. I personally have had ankylosing spondylitis, like fusion of the spine going on throughout my life. What are the significance of the spine, like as you're talking about Kundalini, and how can I release that stuff? How can
Yeah, I'm not sure I can help you, but there's a short story I'd like to mention. So my closest, most esoteric partner for half a lifetime, Vincent Bridges, died of his spinal fusion, actually. And he was very clear. he had a grandmother who had very intense guilt about her access to bliss and being essentially a witch. And that guilt traveled down the bloodlines, actually. And so if he had gone back correctly to help that ancestor, his grandmother was a saint, but ancient religious guilt propagated very strongly. And remember, that spine bone weld is the electrical opposite of bliss for sure. I mean, the spine bone literally has to do the snake charmer or else. So,
as all my hairs stand up, I want to ask you the next question, which would be, what are some of the best meditative practices like that can help people in general? Like myself, I use like Wim Hof style breath work to throw myself into like heavy trance sort of states. And just wondering if you got recommendations around there for everybody in the room. Like it's really helped me become a much calmer, more blissful person. And I'd like to level that up even more.
we love Wim Hof around here. We mention his name every time I jump in the ice cold mountain water. But and the deep breathing, yes, but specifically that form of breathing, which should be tuned around the classic Mayer wave 10-second breath, 0.1 hertz, 5-second in, 5-second out, then should become a caduceus cascade of breaths proceeding directly toward that implosive still point. And at the still point, at the climax point, you will experience the Kundalini. It's a lightening up the tailbone moment, and you should not stay there any longer than your intuition tells you to, because death by lightning is Daniel Brinkley. You become a superconductor. So a caduceus breath would be one thought in that regard. And the other thought I would have is really the ancient castellated place of power there, the place of meditation, the time and place. You douse, you find your place of power and your time of power, when and where you can maximally embed in that array. And then the final thought is, if you only think pure principle, pure intention, absolutely shareable wave, distill every memory down to what's shareable for your ancestors, then your hair stands up forever and you never die.
Thank you, sir.
Dan, before we get to other questions, I have one that people definitely asked last time, and it's become quite a controversial dynamic here, at least on X and kind of in the different communities. Ashton Forbes, I posted up in the nest up above a quick video. I don't know if you've seen these videos before, so I cut it to just about, it's only 30 seconds, but if you want to look at that, even while I'm talking here and describing that, you'll see there's two different, as I understand it, two military camera angles. One's thermal, and the other one, I forget the other spectrum it's in. But it shows the plane. There's three orbs that come around the plane, begin to circle around the plane. And
I've seen that film.
Okay,
I've seen
yeah,
that film.
and then disappears in real time. What's your speculation on what's going on there?
Well, they speculated that the military did not want that tech to make it to China, and therefore took the plane to Diego Garcia. And a lot of the SSP experiencers know some of the things going on in Diego Garcia, and it's pretty messy. So that's the speculation. I wouldn't regard that as proof, but it is true that very high-tech plasma orbs could create a bit of a portal. I think that's possible. So I don't claim to be an expert, but I would say that the hypothesis that high-tech plasma orbs could create a bit of a portal makes some sense from what we know of ET technology. And the story is that they were given the wrong tech to China and somebody got really pissed off. So that's the story. I don't tend to do much conspiracy theory, but I think it's given the fact that there's no other evidence of what really happened, you have to consider that. And the physics of how plasma creates a portal is very instructive. And you have to actually program the coordinates accurately. And as our shaman, like our astral Orma, learn how to precipitate themselves in the astral at the chosen point when they get there in the lucid dream, like how do you program yourself to land at the pyramid in the astral, in the lucid dream? You got to aim And the coordinates to do that is very sophisticated. And that's how these Stargates portals work. And these plasma orbs, that's the way they do it.
Are you saying it's either a 4-wave mixing or a 3-wave conjugation?
Well, you don't need 4 gadgets to make a portal or a wormhole. You can do it with one, but it has to be a very accurate conjugator. And then to program the entry and exits points accurately. I mean, they got these things that look like little tennis balls that unpack into a shape like a rose. Listen to Mari at Swaru Official, and these portals, they use them for all kinds of messy, secret military things. They set up a little personal portal. They go here and there. And the Tegatan Palladians all know that these things are dangerous, hazardous. They can mess up. So yeah, you can make these little portals, but that don't mean it's safe or dependable. It's actually not good for your soul.
Could you speak just a little more on what the mechanism for making that portal with these plasma orbs might be, as seen in the video, or to your mind?
I would prefer to speak about what I have measured. I measured immediately before Jean-Charles Moyen teleported repeatedly with witnesses, came back with sand between his toes. What I measured was off the charts brainwave coherence cascade from alpha to gamma, well tuned to PlanckFire.com. And then he would see where he was going from in one eye and where he was going to in the other eye. So we know exactly how that portal was made. That was implosive compression focused in the pineal, enabling him to inhabit and port through that array. And he, at that time, could only go basically to the beach. Guess why? Longitudinal coherence.
Yes, so the coherence with another point is where you focus that implosion.
Yeah, when he was passionate and young, it involved his girlfriend almost every time. But you can see the measurements. flameinmind.com/lucid brain. There's the measurements. This is very serious physics here. He makes a teleportal, and we know how that works. And these things they call the time frame for the future, there's all these similar phenomena. You basically have a membrane of capacitive implosion through Planck. And how do you steer as you're going through that implosion? Well, even Jodie Foster had to know how to lucid dream, man, in Contact. So my suggestion is practical. Start learning how to lucid dream and navigate in the dream. Good practice.
All right, we've got 3 hands up in about 10 minutes or so, based on what Dan was saying. So if we can keep the questions to just one question and try to keep it brief here, that would be fantastic, guys. And then we've got The Gathering, Doomer, and Jenhara.
Go ahead.
Gathering, you're muted, just in case you don't know.
Thanks so much. So I just put this in. So I'm working with the E8 lattice and the quasi crystals. Can you explain how best to use the quasi crystals? I haven't been able to get a hold of them. I trying to figure out with I think they're called quantum theory or something, quantum gravitational lab that did the theory. Can you suggest any way that I can start testing this so that we can show that the quasi crystals are part of it?
I'm not an expert on quasi-crystals, but I would have a short comment. E8, they showed it's basically golden ratio based. It's an extension of Star Mother Dodecacosa, and it is a map to most all of the subatomic zoo. And like fire crystals in general, utilization absolutely, according to my hypothesis, would be totally dependent upon an appropriate phase conjugate pump wave. Now, that phase conjugate pump wave looks like a caduceus, tuned to Planck. One primary example that even Vogel figured out, he didn't figure it out at all, was your breath. So if you breathe into a caduceus phase conjugate, just like a fire crystal, then you can feel that negative ion wind cold breeze coming out the tip. Now, we have far more sophisticated devices for delivering exactly the mathematically precise ideal phase conjugate pump wave to such crystals. And that device would be piezofire.com. PHIRE, piezofire, PHIRE. Piezofire.com is the ideal, inexpensive way to deliver the perfect piezocapacitive phase conjugate pump wave program. It's fabulous, powerful, useful with crystals, etc. Or things like FiRe.com or PlasmaFire.com. All of our devices deliver profound phase conjugate pump wave, and you can do that super inexpensively by simply using the world's most powerful Bliss binaural beat at flameinmind.com, which if you don't take the brainwave part, just take the Bliss binaural, it's like $20 or something. It's a Flame and Sound app at flameinmind.com. So you can deliver the perfect phase conjugate pump wave. And that has to be, according to my theory, the ideal way to trigger any of these negentropic crystal devices is a phase conjugate pump wave. That's a hypothesis. I'm not saying I'm an expert on quasicrystals.
Wonderful. Thanks for that. Doomer and then Jinhar.
Yeah, Jinhara was actually before me. Do you mind taking me after?
Oh, yeah. No, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, go ahead, Jinhara.
Thank you guys. I'm not sure if I was, but thank you. Hi Dan or Mr. Winter, rather. I would prefer, just out of respect, pardon me being archaic or conservative in that way. Hi, Mr. Winter.
Hi.
Pleased to engage with you and thank you for being here with all of us. It's really something special and we all appreciate it. What I would like to inquire about relates to something that Fletcher had shared, as he is someone that I care about as well, and just in general in terms of the dynamics regarding NHI and human interfacing, given the hidden history of humanity as well as the current status of things on all levels of being, and with specific regard to the hyperdimensional control system, as well as the ongoing suppression of our higher abilities, as well as our altered DNA, and the evolutionary trajectory of the species, with specific regard to interference. So I'm not sure if I got it quite correctly, as I was a bit in and out with cooking as well. So I just wanted to clarify, is your perspective on the Anunnaki that they are assisting humanity, as I've had experience with a being who calls himself Enki, though he did convey that he is known by multiple names and none of them are actually his true name. As well as that, I was shown this sort of lattice in the sky. So that confirms that it wasn't just like military voice to skull interference, but actual NHI. So it was kind of like a holographic blueprint in terms of the dimensional layers of reality creation, and how matter goes through phases of becoming manifest, etc. But I would just like to clarify is your perspective on the Anunnaki, that they are assisting humanity, and then if you could just quickly say, how would you identify truly benevolent beings from malevolent beings being deceptive and misleading? Thank you.
Wow, I really love your question, and I love the tone of your voice, dear. And you are obviously very sensitive. So first of all, we recently made a film, why AI will never ever have a soul, which is specifically that there's no form of AI that can implode living plasma to create the longitudinal coherence called a soul. That doesn't mean that humans are the only way to have a soul, but certainly nothing inside a metal computer is ever going to have a soul. As long as we know that, we can use AI intelligently without losing our soul. For example, we can take the damn Bluetooth out of our ears. But more beautifully, I have spent 30 years working on the history of the Anunnaki, starting with the Hopi and then Anton Parks and now Elena made many films together. My entire work in that regard is at fractalfield.com/fusion in the blood, which is my ET history anthology. And specifically, in short summary, the Anak Empire, when the father Anu arrived in this galaxy, he was young and trouble, and he accepted a horrible contract bribed by a Draco queen, paid by owning the largest stargate in this galaxy, the Orion Trapezium. And in return, he had to marry a Draco queen, and that's how Enlil Yahweh was born, half Draco, and that was big trouble, if you believe Elena Denon. Now, our other sources with the Anunnaki say that there's another side of the Draco family, which is that they were rule followers. They were very honor bound. So there's two sides of that story as well. But in general, most people, and I think we would generally agree, the Anak family now is very progressive and has helped the Federation in many ways. And the primary leader of the Anak family is the local Enki, who is also called Ea, Osiris, and 100 different names. He's pretty much a hero in our view, and we have many people who believe they're communicating with him, and we think Elena Denon should not say that she's the only communicator. But anyway, so the Anak family, at the time they were, messing in our galaxy, they caused a lot of trouble because of basically Enlil half Draco, including the Lesser Dryad. The flood was caused by him blowing up the place. But now the Anak have joined the Federation, and they're helping get the Draco out of this galaxy and doing a pretty good job. And so Enki, in our view, is mostly is a hero, and beautiful that you have that communication, and very knowledgeable about living plasma beings that can steer the hearts of planets. Very, very advanced science here. So, I think the early story of Enki is well described by Anton Parks, who also got his connection from Kundalini, but the later story evolves to Elena Denon. But the later story yet now, in our view, is that describing the Galactic Federation as the hero is simplistic because there's a lot of corruption even there. And we recommend looking at what Marie said at Swaru Official YouTube channel, which is basically that some corrupt branches of the Federation has gone way too far in isolating this planet from the interstellar communications because there's a profit, unfortunately. So I recommend looking at Swaru Official to temper some of the things that Elena has said about the Federation. But nonetheless, the Anunnaki were and now remain one of the more advanced local civilizations, centered originally in Sirius B, and now they own a lot of galaxies. They're big, and they're very powerful, and they help get the Draco out of here. So for the most part, Anak currently is helpful. But in the early history of our planet, when Enlil half Draco under the name Yahweh was messing, it was an absolute horrible, bloodthirsty disaster. So it depends what epoch of Anunnaki history you're talking about.
On the second part of her question, too, is just, I think, more generalized. How does a person know when they're engaging in these extra dimensional consciousnesses? How does one determine whether it's malevolent or benevolent?
That is absolutely the most important question, and probably the trickiest question. The thing is, most people who think they're channeling are so often misled. It's literally tragic. There has to be a deep soul level connection that fits both intuition and logic, and astral hygiene can never be underestimated. It is critical. And so we believe that most people who think they're channeling beings are actually being misled, and the Greys and Dracos are very, very tricky about misleading humans. It's really, there are messes all over the place. So to actually get these level of connections dependably requires kind of a phone call through your core bliss. You actually have to be very deep inside and at a heart core level and really inspect the lineage from which your inner voice calls. Your inner voice needs to be identified, and that is not simple. it comes under the big subject of astral hygiene. But it sounds to me, dear, I get a very good feeling from the connection you described. And our friend, for example, if you listen to our wonderful friend Dahlia describing, dozens of personal phone calls and encounters with both Enki and Thoth in the 4 or 5 videos we made recently with Dahlia on our video channel, Dan Winter Fractal Field, you get a sense of a beautiful, powerful, I mean, she is ancient Egyptian personally, and has personal encounters, and it came through intense bliss experience triggered in part by Kundalini and Therify, or plasma. So once you have really serious personal bliss experience, you can make really important phone calls. So I'm admiring you, my dear.
Wonderful.
Thank you for answering.
Thank
I won't go. Thank you for responding. I won't say any further due to time, but thank you. I appreciate your response.
Drop me an email, info@fractalfield.com. Love to talk.
And then Doom's next. If I may ask real quick, what's a Vajra?
A Vajra is another name for Poseidon's trident. So a Vajra has a fire crystal at the center, and then a highly pressurized spring-loaded clamp will click at exactly the phase conjugate point in that piezo crystal at the center of the Vajra, and out the ends of that crystal will come a directional plasma longitudinal, exactly like Luke Skywalker's saber, actually. And that was the classic weapon that Enki Poseidon used. And it's precisely the phase conjugate physics of fire crystal and even Koski frost. That's at the heart of Vajra, absolutely. And Elena Danan does a reasonable job of describing that with pictures as well, actually.
Before we go to Doomer, I wanted to comment on, I'm in the middle of a 21-day water fast right now. And on day 7, I had a dream that I was engaged with you, and you had a crystal, which, it almost looked like a selenite wand, basically. And there were some other attachments, other crystal things at the end of it. And you were holding it, and you charged it up, and then you touched it to my forehead, and I felt and heard this crack go off. I knew it was from my pineal gland, had this flash of white and golden light. And it was just a really beautiful experience, and just wanted to share that, and maybe even get your comments on fasting, or even just maybe some additional insights on that dynamic.
Oh, beautiful. Well, check PHIRE, firecrystal.com, and see if it looks anything like what you saw. And by the way, every single person who has touched one of those has immediately wanted to get them, and there's like a 2-month wait right now. But they're designed on Atlantis and plankfire.com. And yes, if you want to, you can trigger your pineal with such a thing, but you better be ready for lightning. So it's like the same way you prepare for successful death. You need to sort every shareable wave and sort all your emotions before you can really get to the center of that lightning bolt. But and as far as fasting, my partner Valerie here is very much involved in the hygiene of fasting. And me with my high metabolism, I haven't been so good at it, but I think it's beautiful. You do need to cleanse, so I admire.
Yeah, and the white and gold flashes that went off, I immediately correlated them too with the white milky substance and the golden honey-like substance that come from the pineal and the pituitary that go down the spine, and that whole physiological process when the moon is in our sun sign, and that death and resurrection process and that internal physiological enhancing dynamic. So it all felt very coherent and just like right on track for everything that's going on.
Wow. And, we talk about the source of the sweet dripping at the base of the tongue from the Kundalini bonon implosion at the pineal triggering. Well, that's at the Kundalini website as well. Beautiful, beautiful. Yes.
Beautiful. Awesome. Go ahead, Doomer. Oh, and then we're still pushing a little over time. Are you good for one more question?
Sure. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Since this might be the last question, I have to kindly, respectfully request no hard feelings if the answer is no. Would you be willing to follow everybody back speaking on stage? We'd love to have you, and we'd love to be able to DM you, and you can just block us if we become an annoyance. But I would be remiss if I didn't ask the question or make the request.
Yeah, I'm
ahead.
not very good at using X yet, but I'll get better at it.
Well, if you take a look at our faces, if you just tap on the
Yeah.
face and then you look
Yeah.
at in the top right, you'll see a follow button. And if you follow us back, then we're able to send you a message on X. Because a lot
Oh,
of
I see.
people here are Gen Z, and we don't know how to email. Like we literally don't know how to find the email inbox. But anyway,
Okay, I'll work on that.
I would
I'll
love
work
that,
on it.
Dan.
Thank you.
My question is about the Lorentz force. Is there something we're missing here? The Lorentz force, of course, is accepted by conventional science. What's the significance here? Is there something deeper regarding anything that you've talked about? Like, is there a deeper explanation to how the Lorentz force functions, to what's going on with the Lorentz force? Because to me, the Lorentz force is incredibly mysterious. It doesn't make sense, but conventional science accepts it.
And so Lorentz force starts with the idea that the three perpendicular vectors always maintain the same symmetry relationship. Let me see here. Let me just look. So the fact is, I think the confusion about the Lorentz force, and tell me if I'm wrong, the confusion about the Lorentz force is people think of the electric and magnetic vectors as somehow made of different stuff. My view would be that the name for the electric versus magnetic vector is simply a name for the portion of charge which is traveling, say, rotationally around the torus versus centripetally towards center. So they're perpendicular inherently because the charge on the surface of torus has to have balanced charge inertia in each perpendicular axis. And of course, they're coupled so that when you pass a voltage, when you pass a magnetic field near a wire, it will induce the perpendicular field. So the confusion was that Heaviside, by deleting the quaternion component of Maxwell's equations, eliminated the ability to represent rotation, and thus, which in the simplified Maxwell's equations used now, which, as Bearden correctly reported, castrated Maxwell's equations, meaning if you couldn't represent the rotational component, you could never represent how a vortex implodes. So there's no way with Maxwell's equation currently that you can describe the rotation that makes a vortex implosion, because the fourth quaternion element was removed from Maxwell's equations by Heaviside. Now, I think that's a simplification which I got from Bearden, but was that at all helpful?
It was, and I'd like to know from you, do you believe it is the Lorentz force that is keeping the crust locked or bound to the mantle of the Earth?
Well, excuse me, but does physics has any clue of what makes anything centripetal? My impression is they don't. So of course they don't know what holds it together. Not surprising.
Right.
The array is primarily phonon, which stabilizes the magnetic and electric fields, which happen to stabilize in a dodecaecosa. Clearly, the electric geometry of the Earth grid is dodecaecosa for sure. And that is precisely how you make the implosion that makes it centripetal, named stable gravity. That's why they named pyramids planet taming, because you could not stabilize gravity or atmosphere without adjusting the pyramid gravity diodes at the tetrahedral nodes in order to make it centripetal and therefore gravity stabilizing and atmosphere maintaining.
And I'm not so much asking about the gravitational force exerted upon the crust. I'm more so asking, do you believe that if our magnetosphere, the Earth's geodynamo, that's being generated as it's weakening, do you believe that the forces between the crust and the mantle, the crust is hard, the mantle is gelatinous, and it's sitting on top of liquid, presumably molten iron? I'm asking, do you think that there is going to be a compromise to the fixing of the crust to the mantle if the Earth's geodynamo weakens, if our magnetosphere is down at least 30%. If we get to something like 20 or 0, do you see a compromise to the crust on the mantle?
I am one of those who strongly believes that the implication of the weakening of the magnetic pole is a clear indicator of a very high likelihood of within 20 to 30 years of a magnetic pole tilt, which has a very high likelihood of ending civilization. That would be my view, which I think most conventional geobiologists agree, actually. And the clearly the physics here has to be that the phonon geometry that stabilizes that implosion, which obviously is phase conjugate fire.com, which is what the Schumann resonance were designed to do. And if it ain't centripetal enough, we're in big trouble. Now, the sort of psychological side of this is our phone calls to Thoth regularly, thanks to Dahlia and others, is very clear in this regard. They're saying that this planet is going to be scheduled for recycling relatively soon, unless actually that this is a natural, wonderfully useful phenomena. You know, you do experiments in 10,000 galaxies of seeing if you can seed a civilization, and then you check to see if they're growing up or if need recycling. And the test to see if they're growing up is how many of them got a soul, which right now we're told that at least 3/4 of our humans do not have and have no chance of basically ever having a soul. So in that case, the harvest ain't happening and you need recycling and it's useful. And I'm speculating here, but what I think what Thoth is meaning, it probably has largely to do with that magnetic pole tilt. And specifically, Thoth said this number of years just happened to fit that 12 to 30 year, 15 to 35 year window. So I think it has to do with that magnetic pole tilt. And absolutely it would destabilize. And absolutely we got to get centripetal or get dead. And I think we need to understand the physics there rather soon.
So whether it is gravitational, magnetic, or Lorentz force, your current scientific understanding is a further diminishing of the magnetosphere will lead to an unlocking of the crust. Your understanding 20 to 30 years away. Is that a fair paraphrasing?
Yes, and remember, I'm not saying whether it is magnetic or phonon. I say magnetic, phonon, electric, gravitational. These are all the name for the same thing, stable charge implosion that requires the understanding of planet taming. And if enough people have a soul, you know, excuse me, but if you have been listening to Thoth lately, you know, this is exactly why Atlantis tipped over. They used fire crystals to deprive people of their freedom, of their inner sacred choice of freedom, and they enslaved them. And when you get enough people that are enslaved, the poles tip over. That's physics.
But what do we do about this from a physics standpoint? We can't just create a bunch of souls, right? Like unless millennials start having a bunch of kids right now, what is the practical advice here?
If supposing enough kids learned how to have enough bliss to start lucid dreaming, and then collectively they started steering tornadoes, eventually it could get fun. Otherwise, we're toast.
But the number of souls, I mean, if you're saying event is happening because the proportion of souls is not enough, I mean,
that's right. The harvest ain't happening. The harvest is not happening. That's
I thought harvest is a bad thing. Like they're coming for the souls.
No.
Harvest is a good thing.
That you planted seeds like sunflower seeds. They grew up, and when kids grow up and have a soul, the local star grows up. Okay, because they become implosive enough to inhabit stars. That's called growing up. And until people learn how to have a soul and stop losing their soul, this planet is toast. That's what we have been informed, and it makes total sense.
Makes sense. That makes sense. So we need to grow up. So thank you very much. I was trying to get a soundbite out of you, but this is good enough for me, Dan. I officially love you. Everybody, if you did not hear that, or if you're too much of a love and lighter, there is credence scientifically to the idea that the crust unlocks with a diminishing magnetosphere.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I think.
Oh, yeah.
And what do you think of solar forcing? If we experienced micronova, let's say 2.5 years out, that is so extreme that it accelerated the diminishing of the magnetosphere, we might be looking at way less than 20 to 30 years.
Exactly. And just the same way that, 1 million kids reduced the solar flares measured 11 times. Is that a clue? We got to get centripetal or we're dead.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dan. And thanks for the space, Aaron and Chief Dinger.
Thank you. Blessing. Thank you for asking the perfect final question. I like it. Gratitude.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really beautiful. I know Nathaniel's had his hands up. I don't know if you have a final, just kind of conclusive thought, more than a question, just so we could. Dan's already been very gracious and gone over his time by a solid 20 minutes or so. You wanted to
It's
wrap
such a
up?
sweet group. It's a sweet group. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, no, thank you. I did have a specific question, but I would rather actually pass it to Chris Rotas here, who does fantastic work for the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, and it would be very worthwhile. He's connected with Bob Grenier, Mr. Winter. So if I could pass a minute for a comment over to Chris, I would love to have that.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, thank you so much. You have to excuse me. It's 4 o'clock in the morning here. I've got up to be a part of this, and it's absolutely incredible to connect with all of you. Thank you, Aaron, and thanks, Dan, for your work. I don't really know what to say. I'm not officially affiliated with the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. I guess I've just studied Bob's work, and I've been fortunate enough on this caravan trip around Australia. I sort of had a moment where it all clicked together. I feel like I've got an understanding, and enough of an understanding to do something with it. And as an engineer, I've decided that's what I've got to do. So yeah, I've just been looking for the quickest and cheapest, a bit like what Dinger's talking about, the easiest way to get into this and actually deliver something tangible out of it. And I've decided the Stanley Myers replication is probably the way to go there. I think I've got how he was doing what he was doing with hydrogen, treating the system.
Yeah. Stan Meyer's key frequency, 10,000 hertz, exactly golden ratio to Planck, almost precisely. And that's a clue to our hydrogen project with Canisius. So the frequency RF longitudinal that Canisius used turned out to be also exactly golden ratio to Planck. And that's how the cold water was burning beautifully because it was longitudinal RF, which was Planck fire frequency. So the key is obviously you're inducing efficient charge collapse, which is the definition of efficient hydrolysis, obviously based on the geometry of hydrogen, which we now know thanks to my new equations. So Stan Meyers was doing phase conjugate 10,000 hertz. It's a phonon geometry. It's simple. And if you learn how Joe Cell did it, it's totally parallel. Long story. The point would be here, though, that I think, and when I looked, unfortunately, at Malcolm Bendel, they are achieving some efficiency in combustion. Obviously, they're literally doing nuclear transmutation for sure in some of the byproducts of combustion. Unfortunately, my perception of how Malcolm Bendel started his description of the physics was unfortunately pure crap. I mean, he starts with the melting point of something equals the duration of precession, pure numerology, and he's wrong about the duration of precession anyway. So Malcolm Bendel's physics starting point is absolute crap, and I told him that, these guys. And so they really did not understand charge collapse. But they're right to say then they did make a toroidal geometry that had literally fusion energy and that did have a component of transmutation. But I don't think they're going to tune that thing correctly until they read planckfire.com. This is my humble opinion.
Yeah, I've got to get my head into your work, Dan. I haven't really understood it a lot until now, but
our page on phase conjugate hydrogen hydrolysis is fractalfield.com/hydrogen, our Canisius experiments in Melbourne.
And I just want to say, to wrap it up, thank you so much, Dan. You are one of the most important people in the world, in mine and in a lot of other people's opinions. So thank you very much. I hope we can save the world. And I hope, there's so many ways to change things physically and then spiritually too. Stan Meyer not only had the water fuel cell, but he also had a steam resonator.
Yes.
Which would basically end world hunger tomorrow.
Yep, exactly.
So that's something to look into, and we can talk about afterwards. But thank you so much, Dan.
Blessings.
I don't want to take over the space. This is Aaron's workings, but thank you.
Thank you.
I know I speak for everybody when I say that.
I sense pure intention here, and I'm grateful.
Yeah, it's been very beautiful, Dan. I mean, you're just such a wonderful soul, incredibly knowledgeable, incredibly experienced. I know it's just, again, I can't say this enough. The merging of you understanding the physics the way you do and all the websites you've rattled off top of your head. I mean, you've got this all actually tracked, written down. There's so much material for people to go through and dive into. Plus, they're just so interconnected with yourself and with the longitudinal array, embedding yourself in the array, like you talked about earlier, talking into this, and with the other interdimensional intelligences. Earth has been around a very long time, far longer than the last 6,000 years of what most people think is our history. That is a blip on the radar of Earth's history, of our soul history, of the other, I think, species in the galaxies that we interact with. And you do such a wonderful job weaving that all together. We're just incredibly grateful for your time, Dan.
Thank you. Blessings. I honor all of you, and I'm at your service. My job is to teach, and if I do it well, I get to be a shareable wave also. Thank you. Thank you. I care for all your input, and I'm happy to share emails and thoughts and to talk some more. Thank you. Blessings, and good night. My voice is dying now.
Please follow us back, Dan. Thank you so much, man.
Okay. Blessings. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah,
See
night,
you.
Dan.
See you soon.
Rest well.
This is shareable. Thank you.
Yep.
Bye, Dan.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye-bye, everybody. See you. Bye.
Well, that was awesome. I will say though, I think that's Doomer. Don't ask people to follow you, bro. Come on now. It's just brutal.
No, he's no. No,
Anyways,
he's right in that. Dan's always said he's not familiar with X. He's working on it more, but nobody can DM him on here. And he's right. Most people don't even know how to use email. The younger people, like that's so ancient, right? So I think that in this specific case, I think that's totally legit because Dan does have he hasn't played with the settings yet. I've talked to him about it on the phone, before, and he's looking to progress it. So it'd definitely be nice.
I would say figure out how to email. I mean, it's not that hard, but anyways, it was amazing. And I don't hold anything against it. It's just, that little thing.
You're going to find yourself in places where the reason you can't DM somebody again is simply because you can't get over the pride and say, hey, do you mind following me back? And it's way worth it to get over that than to miss out on disclosure or something really important. As cringe as it is, I'm glad that that's not the reason that holds me back from doing it. And I think everybody needs to do it.
Yeah, no.
Hey, Doomers,
Fair enough,
actually,
fair
I wanted, Doomers, this is Astral Irma. I actually wanted to DM you just now and I could not. So if you could add me.
I will absolutely
No, it's
follow
not
you
fair
back
enough.
then.
I'm just
Absolutely.
saying.
I have some stuff I wanted to
anyways,
talk about. I think you touched on some very important stuff with the magnetosphere and the recycling the souls and all that. And yeah, I wanted to talk to you about some of that stuff. So
yeah, man,
I've got to
I'll
run.
follow
Thank
you
you,
back.
guys.
Hey, I might lobby if Chris, if you have a moment, and to the host, this is another interview opportunity. If you have anything that you're interested in, I would be happy to hear about it now or another time. By the way, but thanks for joining. I think that it's a knit community.
Yeah, no, Chris, you're certainly welcome. I mean, just kind of wax upon something that's on your mind, or I mean, I know you only sounds like caught kind of the tail end of some of Dan's stuff, and he's more new to you, but also stuff that you do, or just, I mean, we got a good group here and a good group on stage, so please.
Fantastic, Aaron. Really, really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. And Dinger, I appreciate your content on Twitter. I'd like to see some more of your stand-up stuff. I like what I've seen there.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was interested. You're trying to replicate the water fuel cell, huh?
Well, yeah, I've been like, there's so many ideas with the plasma and attosecond lasers and all this high-tech stuff, and I'm coming at this from a civil engineer's point of view. Like, I want simple, I want easy. And when I think about how our ancestors might have accessed this technology, I think it must have been simple and easy, or there are very simple and easy ways to do that. And I suspect water's going to be a key part of that. But I was understanding, just there's so much to understand in this field when you get into it, eh? But the LC resonance circuit, an inductor capacitor resonance circuit, I think that system is probably everywhere in our universe. I hear it spoken about right down to like atomic levels and all that sort of stuff. But
it is the hydrogen homopolar motor, basically. That's what inductance, capacitance, whatever it is. I was gonna say Stanley Meyer is the genius that is unsung. He's very, very, very important in my opinion. The whole idea of his technology is water fuel, but it's so much more than that. I came at this from the idea of like, why is pulsing things more efficient? And that's partly because
resonant
charge
Oh,
collapse.
okay. Charge collapse, right?
Well, resonant charge collapse. Resonant charge collapse is the frequency that you aim for, right? And that's where I was going with this. Is you learn Stanley Meyer, you see what he's trying to do, which is that resonant charge collapse of the hydrogen molecule. He called it hydrogen fracturing, the fracturing of the hydrogen
Wow.
molecule. But you learn Stanley Meyer, you go to Dan Winter, and he's got this Joe cell, which does the same thing, hydrogen fracturing, implosion, except for the tubes are phi ratio symmetry. It is the lattice structure. It's the pulsing of a lattice. That's the scientific fancy terms, but it's basically you have tubes in circular, what do you call it? You have tubes within tubes that are phi ratio distance apart, and then you pulse it with an electrical current that is phi ratio in and of itself.
Wow. Okay. That's
And you
so
get
funny. The Joe
superconducting
cell literally
hydrogen
just came on
fracturing.
my radar like 3 days ago. I'd never heard about it, and then it just came on my radar.
Isn't
It's
it?
amazing.
Dude, I was researching Stanley Meyer for the last freaking 9 months, and then at the beginning of this year, I learned about Dan Winter, and I'm like, oh, whoa.
Wow, you've connected some dots I haven't thought of before, so I have to dive into that. I was purely looking at what Stan Myers was doing just from that sort of electronic system point of view, where you've got an inductor, capacitor, resonant system, but in this case, the water cell is the capacitor. So you're able to build up voltage or charge or resonant nodes or something in the water. That's what I was thinking it was doing. It's purely just a electrical thing that's voltrolysis, I think he was calling it. You're ripping the water molecule apart with high voltage.
Fracturing.
And you can do
telling
voltage
the
for
state
free,
space.
basically. You can step up voltage for free. You don't need power for that. So that's where I was coming at it. And so
he
this
says
this
it
whole
perfectly. He goes,
sorry.
He says Stan Meyer says it perfectly. He goes, is voltage potential a physical process? Does it not separate like charges?
Yeah.
Do opposite charges
Yeah.
repel and like attract or whatever? I'm messing that up, but to bring it to the next thing, Stanley Meyer not only had the water fuel cell, he had on top of that, which was on top of the water fuel cell, a gas resonator, I think he called it, or a gas processor, which was basically another tube that also pulsed light. So you prevented the hydrogen from rebonding with the oxygen. So you isn't it like it's a level up? It's a
Yeah.
you're doing everything you can.
Yeah, I'm so curious about Stan
And
Myers.
then
I guess he's been so suppressed or sort of erased from history. It's hard to get his story, but I'm coming across a couple of little bits and pieces here. It sounds like he had his technology pretty
he's a
well
genius.
developed. Like he was on his way. He had a jet plane and stuff by the sound of it.
He had a plane. The pinnacle of it was the spark plug, because you could put that in every single engine that exists already. That's why he got killed.
Yeah.
But he also had the steam resonator, which is hydrogen fracturing minus. You're not doing it all the way. You're just oscillating the water molecules to heat them up super efficiently. That solves world hunger tomorrow if it gets out. Crazy thing is, Stephen Greer is confirmed to have that patent.
Right.
He has that knowledge. So we could have that's one of them things, talking about minimum viable products. I mean,
definitely. Yeah. I saw something similar with the ultrasonics. I've been obviously studying that a bit with what I'm doing there with the Ultra project. That's like the only thing I can do in the caravan, I feel. So I just dived 2 feet into that and got cracking learning about that. But yeah, I came across something where they basically just had a metal sphere and a tiny little ultrasonic resonator, and you're able to heat this body of water with like a 9-volt battery. Like it was, basically for free, just by, I assume, creating a little tiny plasmoid or something in the center of it that can do some fusion and liberate some energy from the water to then heat itself up.
It's the oscillation. It's simply switching the molecules back and forth inside that
and I guess if you've got a perfectly tuned sphere and you've got a perfect focal point in the middle, you can channel all that power, even if it is just from a 9-volt battery, all that power just to resonate that molecule and make it happen.
And Dan Winter says that a sphere is charge isolation, so that makes it even like what you're saying, more tuned.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking purely from an acoustics point of view. You're just focusing all that energy in that one
Exactly.
spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many layers to
Yeah.
this because, like
And then
Dan's saying, yeah, this fire ratio collapse. Like I barely understand what's going on there, but that's a whole nother layer to this. So amazing.
We've got all those
yeah.
all those equations and charts graphed out. Tufan that wasn't here earlier. He's the one helping at it. I mean, a lot of those comments down below in the pill and above are because Tufan was silent partner in uploading graphics and a whole bunch of other things from Dan Winter stuff. But yeah, he's got all the equations. I mean, I think the whole key to the whole phi ratio thing, which is more accurate than Fibonacci because it's just adding numbers, but phi ratio is the actual specific phi plus the to the power of the n integer or whatever that however that works. But it's far more accurate, and so everything is stays in bioharmonic resonance with the Earth, with our physiology. So that I mean, that's like I think the ultimate key to things working right because that's how the universe is structured.
Yeah, it's so deep. I feel like I'm just scratching the surface on this stuff, and I've almost got to be disciplined in my thought process. I'm like, no, I need nuts and bolts engineering. My role here is to deliver, something to get some abundance for humanity here. That's what I want to do, and I just keep getting.
Help me out,
Yeah.
bro. I want to make over Unity light bulbs that you can plug in and get more energy out of, but I don't know. I'm a welder. I didn't get the electrical engineering.
Nice. I'm looking
You
at
know what I
doing a
mean?
bit of welding soon, to be honest. When you say over Unity light bulb, all I can think about there is like this cold electricity, or I think maybe they call it back EMF, like the Bedini type stuff. Is that what you're doing?
That's exactly it.
Yeah. I
Yep.
haven't dived too deep into that, but I guess I can just like the way a Bedini motor works, I could describe what I think he's doing there, and that sort of unlocks the principle of what's going on with this back EMF, I think. If you're happy for me just to ramble about that for a minute.
Hey Chris,
Well,
there's a guy named Old Man Builds on YouTube. Really
Yeah.
simple breakdown of cold electricity. Beautiful.
Yeah, I think I've seen some of his stuff. He's got some very long videos, though. I find it a bit daunting to dive into it.
Well, we also
Double speed.
we also have if we can maybe put a pin in that because I definitely would like to hear you ramble on that and discuss that with Chief as well. But we do have several hands in here.
Of course.
I know International came up or has been questioned for a while, and then Tic Tac guy and Tom. We'll go in that order.
Actually, sorry. Hi, nice to meet you all. I think Tic Tac was before me.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you for that. Yeah, Tic Tac.
Yeah, my thought was on radiation pressure, and I'm physics for dummies level, okay, but I was hoping that Chief, well, obviously since he is a physicist, knows about this. But whenever you pulse a diamond lattice, let's say it's infused helium-4, the pressure that a petawatt laser can induce is unbelievable amount of pressure. So you can't crush a diamond in a press. If you could focus the lift or the discharge of that ionized, excited by IR laser and ran through that pulse ran through that lattice, it sandwiched in between, let's say, titanium or whatever that would react to that motion of the electron being manipulated and discharging and then manipulated the other way discharging. Seems like that would produce the essentially the effect of being able to lift, plus with the ion flows in that quantum like well, yeah, I mean it's kind of quantum locking and providing a massive amount of pressure and radiation pressure that could be exerted onto that diamond structure as lift. And being pulsed at like an IR wavelength of 50 or 60 hertz, it's like a light bulb. You think it's always on, but it's going on and off. You're getting that negative and positive, sine wave with the electromagnetic, UV pulsed lasers like that.
Yeah, so we talked about this. Dan talked about it pretty in really good detail, actually. He talks about the Koski-Frost experiment, how you pinch the z-axis on the crystal, and it puts out that longitudinal wave, which carries pretty much all the transverse waves with it, in a back EMF type wave. So it does have entanglement properties, spooky action at a distance. It's exactly what you're saying. The lattice itself is simply like a Vajra. That's what we were talking about partially, is that top and bottom pinch between creates that Z pinch in the crystal, and all the molecules in the crystal form a kickback and pulse out the ends of it a longitudinal wave.
Yeah, and they can already put two-dimensional helium into these diamond lattice structures. And then you put that into superconducting stuff like titanium. That's how you get electromagnetic pulse. You smash it with a high-powered laser. Okay, if you're taking the positive pulse and then the negative pulse down below, you have, essentially an electromagnetic free energy from just having the pulse that maybe even be able to be self-sustaining and if able to be looped.
Divergent current can be reused. Yes. Yep. Joel Lagacy talks about that quite a bit. I'd love to hear Tom's thoughts. I know we got another brother that wanted to speak here, but Tom?
Yeah, I think you guys are really onto something here. And the way you have to think about it, it's like a vibrating quasi-crystal lattice structure, right? So you can think in terms of monads. So the photon is a good example of the monad. And it's exactly like a computer screen. Like the Cauchy surface is exactly like a computer screen. Nothing's really moving. It's just a very rapid display that gives the appearance of movement. And then the key thing is the way we always think about materialism and particle physics, we think of like a billiard ball, as if there's some tiny dot at the center that you go down to that dot, that kind of singularity dot. But that's not what the physics is at all. There's actually a hole, or maybe even potentially different kinds of hole at the center. And that's where the implosion is very important, because you got to think about what you're imploding down into, right? And then there's much more elaborate kind of sub-Planck scale structures. Now, what's interesting, and this is where I think, Nate, your stuff is so amazing, but just following Bob Grenier, the plasmoids and the water, you've got something going on there with the implosion that you're kind of punching into the Cauchy surface. You're getting a little energy out of it, almost like jumping on a trampoline. And then you're able to hold it in the plasmoids in the water, perhaps growing it that way. And I think a lot of where it's going to be interesting is to see if using scale invariance and some of that stuff. That's where I'm kind of still floored to think the crop circles might have something to do with all this. But hey, why not, right? Fletcher, the calcium. And I think that's what you're going to end up with is you're going to have some structures, and being able to use and control them in your engineering is going to be the key. It's definitely the plasmoids in the water.
Yeah, I really think all this stone melting and that sort of stuff, we can do all that with water. I think all that was done with this technology. I think there's a lot to learn and a lot we can liberate from there.
I like the recent idea I've heard that water itself is electricity.
I think water's got a lot to teach us. Water's, I feel it blows my mind. Like I'm a pretty normal concrete steel civil engineer, and I'm here talking about resonating crystals and accessing the ether, and water can teach us things. I'm like, what's going on?
I'm a welder, and this guy said I'm a physicist.
Yeah.
Amen. But what is your body composed of mostly?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And just all the stuff, how they, put a photo under the water and then freeze it, and then the water has the photo, has the image in it, all that sort of stuff. It's like there's a lot going on in there.
And the Aboriginal tribes talk about the ancient cities, I think 40 or 50,000 years ago, that all technology is comprised of crystal and waters. So, I mean, it's only in recent times has it been totally woo-woo, but I think it's absolutely true.
And I think that also crucially, it has polarizability and retention of that within it. And that might be a key to understanding it as a kind of a medium too, if we think about a polarizable vacuum as a medium, and getting to the nature of these spin and vortices and arrangements of vortexes basically is what's interesting, because we might be able to go from like vacuum to light to matter as like certain composite nests, of these vibrations at a basic level.
That's where the math is.
That's amazing, yeah.
It's exactly like the computer screen. They use quaternions and stuff for the computer display because it's easier on the computing power. It's the same thing, just one level up.
Yeah, there's so much I
do
don't
you want
understand
to?
in this field.
Yeah, we'll definitely be able to dialogue
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
here because everybody on stage here is, I think, happy to dialogue about those topics, but never heard from International before, and love to give him a chance to share his thoughts.
All right, glory to God. Thank you very much for having me. Listening first to the gentleman that was speaking before, he was talking about Anunnaki and I suppose different dimensions and stuff like this, and kind of I really wanted to ask him the question then, that if that's what he truly believes, then like where would somebody like Jesus, who was here 2,000 years ago, where would he come into the equation if he truly believes in that? And then I was gonna preface it with the fact that, I remember a time when I actually attended Scientology and all of the Dianetics and all of this talk of alien spacecrafts and all kind of stuff like this. And obviously, with the Dr. Hubbard and all this kind of stuff, it seemed to have some very interesting parallels to that kind of thought process or theory, should I say. Now, then I was gonna go on to just say, personally, I have seen a flying craft, that cannot be identified. I have had encounters with the uh, other dimensions in a demonic kind of setting, and I still would like to try to understand, like, if you can believe in physics and all these kind of things, then we have to start trying to understand, will there have to be a creator of all of those things? The things that we're discovering now, maybe people knew about those things thousands and thousands of years ago, and over time the knowledge has been lost. And I just see so many parallels to a lot of what I've heard so far to and please excuse me if I'm wrong here, but to like a lot of Babylonian mysticism and this business about Anunnaki and this super superior race that I guess what are supposed to have created humanity. To me, that makes it seem like we're taking out the fact that there is an original creator of everything, that he sent his son onto this earth, Jesus Christ, who died for our sins and gave us the opportunity to be able to repent for what we've done, thus meaning turn 180 degrees away from our sin and turn to become a better person. And then aim to get that glory, which is going to heaven or being the meek that inherit the earth. So I just want to try and understand, like where you guys are coming from in that sense. Do you take Jesus out of the equation completely if we're talking about Anunnaki and stuff like this? Or do you believe there is a Jesus? Do you believe there is a God?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really beautiful question, and if I think you may have come in a little later into the dialogue, but if you go back and listen to the whole thing, this is probably one of the most thorough ways that I've heard Dan engage in dialogue on all those things. He specifically talks about Jesus and the bloodline of Jesus and where that dynamic came from. And what you're referencing too with the additional texts and cultures, one of the things we have to keep in mind is that a lot of that has been manipulated and unfortunately hijacked by systems of domination and control. Even the Catholic Church, everything relates also back to astrotheology, the ages and the eras that we're in. In Egypt, they worshiped the bull Apis. We were in the age of Taurus. Then we moved into the age of Aries, the ram, and then that's why Yahweh had him sacrifice a ram. Then we moved into Pisces and the Catholic Church. Jesus was a fisher of men. Then the Catholic Church, and unfortunately, some not well-intentioned men ended up taking over the Catholic Church, the works of the Jesuits, and dynamics there to keep humanity under control under a religious narrative. The true understanding of Jesus is a physiological process that happens inside of each one of us. Jesus was buried at Golgotha, the skull. Inside of our brain, we have the pituitary and pineal gland that every month when the moon passes over our sun sign, it releases a white milky substance and a golden like honey substance that secretes down the straight and narrow path of our spine. gives birth in the solar plexus, moves down into the tailbone and the lower sacrum, the bowels of hell, and through all that nervous system. And if it's unhindered over 2.5 to 3 days, it will return back up the spine and create massive neurogenesis in the brain. That is Christ ascending into heaven inside each one of us. And as it sounds like in the New Testament, it's riddled all throughout. It's Christ in us and us in Christ. And so the embodiment of Christ is something to be achieved by each human being, regardless of your belief system, regardless of these dynamics or what you call it. It's an actual endogenous physiological process. And the writings of Clement, who is the second pope after Peter, they elaborate this in detail. And he talks about tribes around the world that don't have the law or the written laws of God, which are truly the instructions when we read them metaphysically and understand them so that we can embody Christ inside of ourselves. It says they naturally follow the ways and the laws of creation, and they live for hundreds of years because we've been so hindered. Like the creation of the 7 deadly sins, they're deadly because they hinder this process inside of us. If we're spilling our seed, or ejaculating during this time period, or there's eating too much food, or turning our body acidic, all these things hinder this process. It is the reason we die early. It is the reason. If we had learned these things early on, then we live much longer in a much healthier manner. And as far as like removing God from direct interaction with humanity or the original creator of the universe, I think one of the things is there's been an oversimplification of it, that it's just humans and the creator. And I believe there are many species like that. Through just research shows of what we have available, a lot of texts that aren't as readily available, but definitely can be found. The Anunnaki came and affected our genealogy, our bloodline. And the iteration of humans that we have after this last cataclysm is a manipulated version of humanity that was curated by the Anunnaki. Enlil, and Yahweh traces back to Enlil and his brother Enki, and things that Dan elaborates on there as well. Plus, I think there's like a galactic interaction of many different species. And so the creator is there in all things. It's the prime source code of the universe that exists in every cell and the ether and every planet and every atom. It exists in all of us, and it can be accessed within all of us within the still point within ourselves. So I think there really is a harmony between all religions, all teachings, all facets, but it's found within and not through just trusting in external texts or external priests or external beings. It's being able to truly connect with ourselves, and then we'll connect with the creator.
That's a very, very good answer. That's very good. Now, this is where the direction I'll come from, because I appreciate what you've just said. If there wasn't an external book that actually gave us the blueprints of how the universe was created, in the first chapter, Genesis, it tells us he created the heavens and the earth. How would we know that there was creation? How would we even know? If we talk about our creation as humans, a man, and then later on a woman being created, right? And then after that, it talks actually before us was even created, there was the animals, the birds, the fish in the sea. It tells us everything. It talks about genealogies of all of the different generations that have been on this earth, from kings. And this is the beautiful part about the scriptures, which I know a lot of people say, oh, but the Bible's been transliterated by so many different languages and so many different people, and no, right? Okay, we needed it to. I don't speak Hebrew and I don't speak Aramaic, right? So therefore the language would have needed to be translated for me to be able to read it. And the beautiful thing about whether somebody tried to use that situation for evil, God still used it for good, because he managed to get Jesus's name all around the world with that book, right? So let's just take that exact issue of how can I put this? Let's take the issue of our creation and the universe, and just try to understand that without that book, we would really not have anything else that explains that part to us. Now, there was a time when like Adam would live for 900 years, and then as we know, time has gone on, and I think the Bible tells us there was a part where we were cursed, and then our age started to reduce, 700 years, 600 years, 400 years, and then there was actually a scripture where it actually tells us we wouldn't live any longer than 120 20 years. And that has been how it's been for thousands of years as I've seen it. There was an actual part of the scripture which a lot of people read, but I don't think they understand. Like when Moses was given the commandments on top of the mountain, the Pharisees, which were another set of the Jews, right? They were still going underneath the mountain and making a golden calf to a different god. So while God is speaking to Moses, trying to tell him the instructions, what he needs to tell his people, there were still Pharisees underneath that same mountain building worship to another god. This was the important part to let people understand that there was a split at that point, and even further before then, there was a split. But this is a very monumental split to show that there's people that worship a completely different God than the God that we are speaking about. And I know that Christianity has had so many different denominations and people casting so much doubt and different theories on the theology, on the bibliography, on the actual knowledge that's inside the scriptures, saying, okay, look, once you're saved, you're always saved, where the Bible doesn't tell us anything like that. You need to always consistently be living a good life. It's not just, oh, I'm good today and then tomorrow I can start sinning because it's not Sunday or Sabbath day, which is Saturday, right? It tells us about a constant battle that we're having with our flesh. Now think about this. There's just this fast pull up last part, because I know I could really go on forever. I love this subject, right? But think about what the Bible said to us. It said, if your eye offends you, pluck it out. None of us could do that, right? But what it's trying to say to us is that if you know, and it even says if your right hand offends you, cut it off. Because what good is it to have any part of your body that's an offense to God that would stop you from getting into heaven? What does that truly mean? Like, if you see a pretty girl, everybody looks. If you see a stash of money, you're going to be wanting that money. If you smell some good food, you're going to want that. But what is it really trying to tell us? It's trying to tell us that, yes, we need to change our heart. So our heart doesn't want those things anymore. Our heart doesn't want the drink. Our heart doesn't want the alcohol. Our heart doesn't want the drugs. Our heart doesn't want to womanize. Our heart wants to be good. Therefore, everything else in our body turns to be good. You see, what I'm trying to ultimately say here is the scripture's given us the blueprint to be exactly where you're saying you want to reach to. The blueprint is completely there in the scripture. You know, I just feel that is the important thing, that we don't try to just push the scripture aside and say, oh, it's not relevant. And I know about this Christos thing, the thing that you were speaking about, the level of that you can reach to with true honest prayer and true, like from your heart. Like I'm talking about when you think about your life and you pray on your knees and you think about all of the things you've done bad, all of the things people have done bad to you. You think about all of the people you might have hurt or let down or anything like that, and the tears come from your eyes when you cry truly and pray to your Father in heaven. It changes everything, and it really does set a tone for where you can head in the future, knowing that you have submitted and repented. Jesus Christ is now guiding and the Holy Spirit is in your life. Amen.
And I love your passion, brother. I think it's really beautiful. And I agree that the Bible is an incredible avenue for people to encounter the Creator and to encounter themselves. Job 31:1 says, I made a covenant with my eyes to not look lustfully at a young woman. It's not about what we do in our actions as much as what's happening in our heart. The same thing when Jesus said, those who say, if you've committed adultery, then you've sinned. But I say, if you've lusted after a woman, you've committed adultery in your heart. You've already sinned. And this is all an internal process for each one of us of integrating Christ within us. In the beginning, God created Bereshit bara et Elohim et hashamayim yiharetz. Elohim is plural, the gods, and also in the Hebrew oral traditions, it says that God created 2,000 earths before He created this one, because it was the first one with the perfect balance of mercy and justice. And so there's a lot of things. I think the narratives that have come out from the scriptures you're referring to are of the realities since the last cataclysm. They're not the eternal dynamics. It's the things to guide culture, the Vedas that are much older than the scripture, the Code of Hammurabi. There are other dynamics and traditions around the world that incorporate these same core truths that lead each one of us into our internal connection and reality with their creator. And I think that's the ultimate point. So whether it's an avenue just through Christianity or any other form or no religion at all, it's about what's happening inside each one of us is what really matters.
I appreciate your answer, brother. God bless you.
You too,
Absolutely
man. I
amazing
super appreciate
conversation.
it.
That was great.
Yeah, beautifully said.
Awesome. Yeah, beautiful, guys. Well, from that, want to get back into electrical engineering and, and figuring out free energy.
I was gonna say it's kind of weird that I straight up asked him, "Am I in big trouble if I try to make a UFO?" And he didn't say nothing. So I don't know what to think.
Well, I think it is tricky to think like Doomer's thinking, like, how do you make progress in a very concrete scientific way, right? Because that was the hardest part for me, was to learn that the psyop applies against the science just as much as anything else. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
a UFO guy. I'm not an alien guy. I'm open-minded. The stories kind of blow me away. Galactic Federation's like, holy shit. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But, clearly there's somebody against us doing the physics, and that's a sad thing. So I think you have to, just like the problem, I think, for the UFO community isn't the aliens or the nuts and bolts. It's prove that there's a psyop against you, prove that the cover-up's going on, which you can pretty easily do. And all the rest of the noise is just distracting you from doing, what you can pretty easily do, which is the government's messing with you. I think it's a similar model here in the physics. And I think that's where these things I think are so magical, is get a few of these key minds together. Bob Greenyer just blows me completely away. And, Nate, I'm just following your footsteps there, but, zero in on a few key points where you can do something in a very scientific way that's kind of indisputable. And I think identifying those is the key thing. Or like engineering, a great experiment is also a good way to go. And that.
Well, here's an experiment. I think we can prove redshift is an inherent velocity shift just by putting a gyroscope next to the double slit experiment. Now, that's kind of a bigger experiment. I can't do it.
But what is that from? Is that from cosmological constant or something?
From the gyroscope? What do you mean? What's what?
Well, like what's causing the redshift?
The gyroscope. It's what causes the redshift in a double slit is the slits themselves, because the beam and the slit are they're, how do you say this? It's a lensing effect where the beam itself is influenced by the slit sides, the edges. But if you put a gyroscope next to that, you could see a redshift pattern where some of that energy gets taken. Me and Verbelli talked about it the other night. But another thing is, like, have you guys seen the Zap Energy Z-pinch fusion? That's a super simple fusion experiment. I don't know why. That's like the basis of my light bulb idea.
I don't think I've seen it before. Have you ever posted that before, Chief?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Well, let me add that Chris has been, working on this directly as applied, things. I wonder, what do you think about this avenue, and maybe also what do you think about the Evo Labs DAO, which seems to be an organization of these organizations, and trying to compile and organize and help people develop this, technical aspect for, engineerable advantage.
Yeah, sorry, my internet just dropped out a bit there for a minute. I missed some of that conversation, but I think that Evo Labs DAO thing's incredible. I've listened to all those community calls, and even in those, they're just incredible amounts of information. But they're trying to get together, anyone that really wants to have a crack, anyone that's got a garage or it's got a good idea. I think they're accepting proposals, and then this is some sort of mechanism to help assist or fund or deliver minimum viable product. Solutions in any various field, like as we've seen, this technology can touch everything from agriculture to energy to propulsion to consciousness. Like it can do everything kind of thing. So there's a lot of avenues to explore there, and I think a lot of the work they're focused on is on expired patents. So as we've seen, this stuff's been suppressed for so long that people have figured it out in the past, and there have been patents issued, but they've just been I don't know, hidden, swept away, whatever's happened with them. But there are expired patents out there that do have promising possibilities.
So there's a scale variance to this, right? If you wanted a minimum viable product that did fusion, wireless power transmission, and like vitality and if you wanted a device that did everything you could ever want, you might need a pyramid replicated from Giza. But if you wanted just like pure energy, like free energy generator, you might only need something the size of your thumb. I mean, it depends on what you want to do. Like we were talking about Stan Meyer, that's free water energy. If you want to do alchemy, look at Baldinger and the Evil Lab stuff. They do it on their stovetop. Yeah, there's an infinite amount of things to do. It is really that question. What is the authority figure that deems us unfit to survive? Why are we allowed to just go quietly into that pulse shift? You know, why is there no rescue effort per se, other than Dan Winter? It seems.
I don't know. I don't have the answers for that. I just feel like here's where we are and what we've got in front of us. And I was, through all the COVID stuff and all that, I got pretty dark about the whole world. And this is like a ray of light out of that darkness. So I'm going with this. This is it. I don't really care that much. I'm off.
Right on, man. I mean, what can we do except but push out and like garner light and like try and do something? If we can do anything, it's going to be because we did something.
Exactly.
But if we don't do anything, then nothing is going to be able to happen. So the only possible good future is one where we try our damnedest, right? Given that it's not like that it's easy. Precisely not. Precisely not. We're in never mind. It's stacked against us. Granted, and it's going to be hard. Granted, impossible only if we don't try.
That's the spirit. I love it.
Yeah, 100%. Beautifully said.
There's a couple of hands up there, Aaron. I don't know if you'd seen those at all.
Oh, yeah. I think I just want one quick thought. Think in two tracks, right? Theoretical physics track, something that is just on paper, and then something you've got in a lab. And like the Stan Meyer stuff, all you might need is a prototype. And if you can definitively have the engineering prototype and the physics that people can knock around both things, then you've got a game changer. You don't need a production line. You don't need anything like that.
For me, I want to be able to build this. I want to be able to build this thing for like $50 or $100, and I want to be able to teach people how to do it, so we can just roll this out to anyone that's mechanically competent, that can get it. They can just go to their hardware store, get the bits they need. They can do it themselves. This isn't a patent. This isn't commercial. This isn't anything. This is just like, this is how it works. Here's how you put it together. This is what it'll do for you. That's what I want to see happen. Step one.
Old school science, replicable, right?
Yeah.
Now, has anybody heard, my focus was on the LENR and the ARPA-E, and they spent, $10 million across 8 institutions in, January, February 2023, but we haven't really heard anything of that from there. So I don't know if you want to focus on that area. That's a slightly different thing. I think, the Stan Meyer, it sounds like this group is, a little more focused on that area. I think it's worth it to kind of pick a focus area than try to get the engineering and the
Can I chime in here?
Right?
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Zofia Zomai. I'm here on a divine assignment to learn from you. I'm just a normal chick doing my job. So you're teaching me. I'll filter it through a specially trained program that will regurgitate what you guys are asking for so we can help. So it's just my 5-10 fingers that I'm using and the interface of my brain to listen to you. I'll put it in. So I just sent you, Chief, a couple things. So if anybody wants to ask me a question, I can put it through the filter and put it into your box. So I know whatever you just said, I wasn't paying attention to who said it. You want to do something for $50 or $100. What do you want to do? And I'll see how we can do it.
So my idea is this water splitting. So splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen, which has been done before. It's nothing new. I believe Stan Myers has done it. I think I've got an understanding of how it works, and I'm about to put together. I'm calling it the cookie cutter resonant HHO system, because it's going to use those little cookie cutters from the kitchenware store, those little stainless steel rings. You get those for about $8. And then I'm going to figure out a way to put this together, and it's going to be a hopefully hyper efficient, we could call it, but pretty much over unity or more out than what you're getting in terms of hydrogen for the energy going in. So that's my goal as one of my deliverables.
Okay, so I just put it in, and then who said it, and I'll drop it in your box if I can get in your box.
My name's Chris.
Okay, Christy. Okay, let me see if I can get you in. Okay.
And that just would be, I would feel bad if I didn't mention there's a couple people I want to say thank you to for this Meyer Tech and an understanding. One is H2O Colby. He's here on X. He's given a TED talk about it. I kind of looked at him as a signal whether some of the stuff is allowed to be out or not, because he's got a hyper efficient hydrogen generator, basically what you're talking about in a different format. But there's H2O Colby, and then Chris Bake. He's also garage inventor that is replicating Stanley Meyer technology along with Ethan Crowder. These are guys to look into on YouTube, and then they've got other websites like stanslegacy.com. Yeah, those guys are awesome. I'm gonna dip out probably. I just want to say thank you guys. You guys are the best. And you're right. This right here is hope. I swear to God, this is the only hope these days. And I like to say it like a type of plasma evangelism, because I don't know, plasma seems to be quite the answer. But yeah, thank you guys. You guys are the best.
Thanks, Chief. Stay centripetal.
Yeah, I love you, bro. Thanks for co-hosting today. We'll find a way if you can upload to Google Drive or something, your screen recording from the whole space, because my phone crashed out for like an hour during it. So I definitely need to get the hard recordings from you, Nathaniel. You live stream it so I can download it from YouTube. But yeah, try to get your copy too as well, please.
I was gonna ask, how do you want me to do that? Because I can't send it on email since it's like an hour and a half long. I split it in two pieces.
Google Drive, I think. I don't know what the upload limit is, but how many gigs is it? Do you know offhand?
Yeah, it's right here. It is 263 megabytes.
Oh yeah, that's nothing. You should be able to upload that to Google Drive and then just send me a link from there.
Okay, perfect. Peace out, brothers. Love
Later,
you.
man. Love you, bro. Yeah, we got other hands, Jen Hara, and then Doomer.
Thanks. I have a question that was for Mr. Rotas, but if the lady who offered to help with questions has any input, that's okay as well. I wanted to say that what International spoke about is kind of like a reverse osmosis of psyche as pertaining to spirit, so it isn't entirely separate. And then I had a question about like the water plasma. Would that depend on specific colligative properties? As not all water is equal, and so is that on specific colligative properties or a ratio? And then how would the stabilization be affected across various momentums and acceleration? And would there be any sort of leakage or byproduct that it emits? And how might that appear? In what form? Thank you.
Sorry, Jen, that was great question. I'm not sure what you meant by the collegiate water or collegiate characteristics or something like that. I didn't quite understand that. The different qualities of the water.
The colligative properties. So it depends on the concentration of the particles.
You mean like dissolved minerals and that sort of thing in the water? Is that what you mean?
Kind of, yeah, like the molecule.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that does. And I think, again, there's so many different layers to dive into this. I'm just coming at it from a simple, like, what can we do and how can we do it? But I know there's different ways. From what I understand, there's different ways of splitting water. One is to run current through it, which is our traditional electrolysis. And in that instance, you actually want the water to be conductive. So I think they typically add lye or some other element to the water to improve the conductivity so it can pass more current through it. The method we're talking about here with the resonance and high voltage is not that method, and it doesn't need the water to be conductive, I believe. We actually want a dielectric. We want a non-conductive water between these plates. And I believe you can basically put any sort of water in there. There's probably going to be an ideal being, distilled or nice filtered fresh water, but I believe you can use anything. But then in terms of what were you saying? The leakage or the plasma leakage. So what we're doing here is we're just pulling apart the water molecule to hydrogen and oxygen. It's not this particular technology doesn't really use plasma too much, I don't think, but it is maybe at some tiny fractal level there's something strange going on, I don't know. But as I understand, we're just pulling apart this water into the hydrogen and the oxygen, and where we're getting any supplementary energy is coming from the 0-point field, I believe. And again, I feel like I'm barely grasping these ideas, but I believe when we pull the hydrogen and the oxygen apart, there's like an electron deficiency because they were joined, they shared an electron. Then when you pull them apart, there's a lack of an electron. So an electron is supplied from the vacuum to top that back up. So I think that is in essence what we're doing here. We're able to tickle the molecules apart using this resonance. And then once they're apart, any energy deficit is backfilled by the vacuum. I think that's what's going on here. I don't know if I've answered your question or I've just had a bit of a ramble there.
No, it makes sense in terms of my thought processes. There is still a bit more that I'm left wondering, but yeah, it does answer sufficiency, kind of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was great. That's definitely something we can parse later too and talk about more, because I'm definitely interested. Obviously, the difference between completely distilled RO water is almost totally distilled. Usually, have like under 10 TDS and that, and then different. If you're gonna go start with distilled and then add some kind of conductive mineral back in, which one would you use and why? And there's probably levels of efficiency there, but yeah, I'd love to talk about that more another time or a little later. But I know Doomer's got a question.
Yeah, and forgive me. I think Ricky was before me. I don't want to step in front of anyone.
No worries.
My iPad could be lying to
I
me
didn't.
too.
Yeah.
Oh no, Doomer, go ahead. Sorry, I'm mowing the lawn. You go for it.
Well, look. International
Actually,
news. I
you know
want to
what? I
be.
want to go first. Sorry to interrupt
Go
you,
ahead.
but I want to go first. You know what?
Go ahead.
You know what? I'm sorry, something came up. You go first.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I was just playing with you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, international. I want to be friendly and welcoming to you. Like the UFO spaces are for everyone. But if I can answer honestly, you refer to physics as people who have a belief in physics, and that's not completely off base. Somewhere along the lines, theoretical physicists got drunk off of their own masturbation, and they went down a half a century of string theory bullshit. But physics, as it's meant to be, has nothing to do with belief. And some people have a relationship to spirituality or what they're seeking for that some people might call God. Some people have a relationship to the divine, whatever is out there, that has nothing to do with faith. Some people are actually saying, I'm not trying to protect the text or the faith or a religion. I just want the fucking truth, even if it comes at the destruction of a god. And it's perfectly fine if faith to some people means the surrendering of discernment, of free will, of intellect. If it just means this is what the book is telling me and I'm going to follow what the book says. But for others, they're willing to let God die if God is a lie. And especially in the physics community, there's something very weird that has happened. I don't understand completely why we're at this place, because this should be easily proven. And we have now a culture of science that cares more about consensus, that cares more about shared faith than the actual fucking science, than the actual math. The old adage from Feynman, science is the belief and the ignorance of experts. In other words, you do the science, you do the math, and it doesn't matter if the world disagrees with you. You've proven it. Clearly, we've lost our way there. And where you're absolutely right is when you hear the term negentropy, what you should be hearing is design, a creator. But what if both science and religion at the climax of disclosure results in a death? What if the religious people find out, um, or what if the scientific people find out that there is a creator and this bullshit with neo-Darwinism and randomness producing higher complexity turns out, like anybody would have figured out if they actually applied the discernment, is bullshit. And the religious people find out we do have a creator and it's not God, meaning a creator of the human genome. That still doesn't mean that there isn't a creator of all things. But really what you have to ask yourself is everybody else's goal, they're not always trying to support their faith. For some, faith is the very opposite point, that they're looking for the truth, unencumbered by faith. And I'm not saying that faith doesn't play an extraordinary role. I think faith is really important when you've exhausted your intellect and you're doing something that requires courage, and you don't know it's going to work out. You have faith that you're doing the right thing, and you might not even have faith in the outcome. But if it's as important as truth and God, I'll tell you what, if I was God, I would not want people to believe in me or have faith. I would want people to know that I'm real because it's that important. And that's just my perspective here. But everybody's welcome. Like you're welcome to come from a perspective of faith, but not everybody's coming from that place.
Is it okay if I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, the beautiful thing about God and the beautiful thing about the faith is that God is not forcing anybody to do anything. That's actually the beautiful thing about it. Do you understand that? He's not forcing you to love him. He's not forcing you to get down on your knees and pray. He's not forcing you to repent of your sins. He's not forcing you to be a good person. You can go into the world and do whatever you want to do, but know that there is a consequence for those things. There was interesting that a gentleman brought up the experiment where when you look at this experiment, it does something completely different than when you look away. Was that the double helix experiment? I forget the name, bro.
Yeah, the double slit,
Double
but it's often also involved with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, right? Like these are related.
Wonderful, thank you. Now, that experiment to me, I think, goes to show that no matter how high our knowledge becomes, we will never truly understand everything. We will never. No matter if we have quantum computers, doing the most complicated equations in 2 seconds or whatever we get, it's not going to be enough to try to understand that. God is the creator. He's not inside of his creation. He's outside of time. He's outside of everything that we think is like minimal to what God is thinking. Do you understand? A day in his time is 1,000 years to us. Do you see where I'm coming from? It's just amazing to even try to quantify God. So therefore, we shouldn't even try to think about him in that kind of respects. We should just understand that God has through whatever divine greatness, he gave us a book so that we can get closer to understanding why he did what he done, what is he's about, and how we can live a good life on this earth and get to salvation. Now,
I mean,
just
you're welcome to believe that.
yeah, no,
You
thank you.
know,
Just the last part, right? I think God gave all of us individual talents. Like, am I going to turn around and say someone shouldn't have invented a microwave, or someone shouldn't have invented a cooker, or someone shouldn't invent a car? If that's what you've been blessed with, that knowledge and that understanding, to understand physics or to understand mechanics or to understand computers or to understand engineering, then yes, use it. Use it for good. Use it for the good of the world. Use it for the good of the people. Do something positive and constructive with it. Nobody will ever have any problem with that. Again, some people choose to use the knowledge that they have to do wickedness and evil or just to make money. And that is obviously appalling. and an abomination to what God wants us to be here for. If I think about anything in my life that I've ever been proud of, it's always been when I've done something for someone else without the chance of them even saying thank you, sometimes not even knowing that I've done it for them, but just because I thought that it was the right thing to do and I did it because I wanted to help someone. Praise the Lord.
I mean, look, you're obviously a good person, and some might consider me godless. And if you and I were neighbors, or when the apocalypse breaks out, you and I will probably be next to each other with sawed-off shotguns, helping each other, protecting each other's families if we were neighbors. And the difference here is that you had a book that, no disrespect to you, no disrespect to you, uh, in some ways has incredible stories, as very inspirational, and in other ways is a horrible piece of literature that I if I was a god, I would not want to be represented by this book. And it makes no difference to the fact that you're a good person and I'm a good person. And I find it very interesting that you feel that humans need a book in order to be good people. I personally don't need a shitty book to be a good person. I think it's perfectly fine if, we all have movies that we love that our best friends hate, and we all have religions that we love or hate that our other closest relatives disagree with. There's no need for you and I to agree. I personally don't know who or what this God is. I'd like to find out. And I don't have a need to impose a limitation of the human intellect. Um, at all. I think you would actually need to be God to know that our limitations intellectually are limited. I think in order to say like, oh, you'll never know the truth of the universe, that itself is a statement that would require godly omniscience. So there is a contradiction therein, and it doesn't make sense to me. And all I'm saying is some people have a spiritual relationship that is not based on a need to concede, I can't understand this. For some, it comes from the exact opposite direction, where if it's really important, it shouldn't depend on faith. It should be something that you can know.
Brother, I love the direction you're coming from, and I know many people who've been in exactly the same position as you, wanting to believe that there's something more, but then something like scientifically in their mind, they just can't see it and they can't touch it, so they.
I have to reject the belief part. I'm not here for
Okay,
belief. I have to,
well, you know that as you say, you come from the opposite side from where I'm coming from, regards to faith and how you believe that you don't need to have a book in order to, be a good person or anything like this, right? Now,
I don't think Doomer's very good at parties. That's all I got.
I do love the part that you said, though. I do love the part you said that, like if stuff was to kick off, we would be there defending our families and stuff like this, which
Oh, I
I
know that. You're obviously a
which
good
I
person, man.
believe that any moral person would already be that person as well. If you've got morals, that's already half of the battle towards you finding, the truth out. Okay, now I said a statement where we will never understand, God completely. We'll never ever like get to that level of understanding. Well, let me give you the example. Your child, if you have one, or my child, if I have one, right? Will my child ever know everything that I know? 100% no. There's going to be things that I've been through, that I've experienced, that my son will never know. And that therefore will let us all understand that if we have a creator, there's things that he's done and doing that we will never understand or comprehend, So that's what I will use to qualify what I said about that. Now, in regards to this book, let's just try and understand that it's far more than a book. Why do I say that? Well, it talks about miracles. It talks about all these different stories of sometimes even God doing horrible things. All right. So, yes, I can understand there's some really bad things when you look at it from our perspective. When we think about it like a human thinking about, well, wow, why would he allow this? Why would he do this? Okay, right. That's fine. The Bible has been authenticated by scholars that are much more wiser than me and you, right? The manuscripts that have been passed down.
Maybe
Just
wiser than
let me finish.
you,
Let me finish.
international.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish. There has been lot more wiser, lot more studied, have actually seen archaeological documentation, have actually touched that parchment paper, have actually done all of this kind of stuff that I really wish and pray that one day I could really see the authentic Bible written in Aramaic and half of it written in Greek. I wish I could actually touch that Bible. I think the
International. Let me jump in here with because there's a misunderstanding that with the biblical text and the scholars you're talking about, they all have to concede that our modern English translations come from the 900 AD Masoretic texts. The oldest texts that we have that are attributed to Moses, the first 5 books of the Bible, at best were rewritten 400 or 500 BC, because Moses, let's say he lived around 1200 BC, and let's say he did write original texts. Those were destroyed or captured or eliminated, some in the Babylonian and other captivities that Israel underwent. In the book of Ezra, for Ezra, it talks about he wanted to rewrite the text, and it says that he drank a brew of fire and water, and for 40 days straight, he began to orate, fasting for 40 days straight on that substance, that he began to orate 200 some books, including what he says is the original text. With that they rewrote in the Greek Septuagint about 300 BC. It was rewritten all in Greek by different rabbis. My point in this is the Vedas and a bunch of other texts have actually been around longer than the biblical texts. So for them to be the claim that they are the original texts is just inaccurate. So I think they can be a good framework for people to connect with themselves, connect with the Creator, connect with God, however we see that. But they're not the sole original text. That's just a matter of fact.
Well, this is interesting because, all right, our oldest scriptures that we have are actually the Torah, and obviously they were passed down from generation and generation of the Israelites, and then they got then amalgamated into the Torah, which were like the 5 books of the Torah, and then obviously after that, then you've got the people who then wrote about when they saw Jesus, and you've got like the books of Revelation, etc., which were obviously written in the AD, which is obviously why they were written in Greek. But other than this is another interesting sideline to go into about the origins of the text and how the validity. But my point is still stands is that there's been scholars that have actually physically seen these documents and have actually said to the world, okay, this is an authentic thing. Now, 2 directions here is that, one, everything that we know has always been written down in books other than things that we've experienced for ourselves. Like, for instance, we can talk about Kennedy. Maybe none of us here speaking right now was alive when Kennedy was alive, but we've read about Kennedy. We believe that we know him because of the things we've seen about him, the things we've read about him. It's exactly the same when we hear the story of Jesus. And not only to mention the fact that when we look in the Bible, it tells us about the character of Jesus, how he was as a child, how he grew up as a man, the miracles he did, the people he helped, and that he came for the sinners. That's the important part, right? But not only that, if you don't even take the Bible, you can find there are Roman historians that wrote about Jesus at exactly the same time he was alive, saying that this is a magician going around and talking about Christianity and God. That's how they described him, as a magician.
Well,
The same
and
thing, which is interesting,
I hear
that the Pharisees were the ones that called him, said that he's doing all of this magic by the Prince of Darkness or something like this. So they didn't believe that he was doing the miracles because of God. They tried to say that he was doing the miracles because of the devil, and yet the Romans were going around saying that this man was going around doing magic.
Yeah, and
Do you see?
I hear
All
you
of
I
both
hear
of
you
them
saying on that point,
refused to,
but a
yeah,
lot
but you
of
see,
this.
both of them
Hold
refused
on.
to acknowledge that he was the Son of God.
Correct, because a lot of this is undermined by the fact Jesus himself said, "You will do greater things than I have done," meaning we all need to connect with the Creator inside of ourselves. At the end of the book of John, John says, "I imagine that if I wrote down everything that I saw and heard from Christ, all the books in all the world cannot contain these things." So even what is written down and proven back around the times of Christ to be actual evidences of what he's done, that's a minimal dynamic of what he's done. There's another one out there called the Essene Gospel of Peace. Jesus was actually of the tribe of the Essenes, not the Pharisees, not the Sadducees. The Essenes lived outside the city, the Qumran caves, and the text found therein. And they taught that the living God speaks to living men through life itself, through all of creation. Anything that's written down are dead words on dead pages written by dead men, and they should never be the source of our connection with a living creator. That's why a book ultimately is irrelevant. It's our living connection with the environment around us, with the creator that lives right now. A book is not necessary.
Very zen.
May
I
I
can.
quickly just sorry, my social battery is flashing and low. I don't want to be impolite and just phase out. So just wanted to thank you, Aaron and Nathaniel, for the space. Thank you guys and enjoy.
Thank you. No, we really appreciate it every time that you participate. Thank you very much. Yeah. Go ahead, Gathering. Miss Gathering, going once, going twice. Your mic is muted, by the way.
Yes. Okay. So I'm so excited, you guys. I can't even begin to thank you guys enough. Literally, this is the key that I've been waiting for. So if you've gotten something dropped in your DM, I have not read through it. It's just for you. Filter it through your intelligence and your consciousness. So this is just to a thought. How's that? So when you talk about Jesus walking with the Essenes, if there was such a past life, which I think I was, I walked most likely with the Essenes. So I identify very much with the Essenes in the Gnostic Gospels. So I just have gone down that pathway, and that has been where I've been able to open up my mind to a new thought. So instead of being so locked into one thought, in order for me to be enlightened, I have to open up my mind to anything could be possible, and then really filter it through it and understand if it resonates with me or not. So if I don't resonate with you, it means this is not for you. But for me, for such a time as this, I have come forward, and you guys, this group has been instrumental for what is going to happen, because I've gotten I broke down that $50 machine that he wanted, put it in his box. So literally we can put it in, and it's just a way, like a breadcrumb to go after, because I've got tons of breadcrumbs from you guys now, and my brain is swimming. So thank you. I just come with deep gratitude for this space, and thank you for using your consciousness. The group consciousness has spoken. So thank you.
Beautiful, and thank you. And I'm glad you're here today and got to interact with Dan. And it definitely drew out some beautiful dialogue that I'm very grateful for as well. Yeah, thank you. Tom, I know you got your hand up. We got Sasha on stage too, so if you want to add something, then Sasha afterwards, maybe.
Sure. I think I was a little surprised to find that, I guess I shouldn't have been, we're kind of involved in an ancient battle, right? And it's really just about truth. And I think what we're talking about here is there's this kind of artificial woo line, like very important topics have been separated by this woo line, as if to say they're not real from the materialist paradigm. So it's, from my perspective, it's really the materialist paradigm is at war with the rest of the world in a sense. And I think the mission, at least as I see this, or kind of just maybe what happened to me, is, there should be room for both, right, Doomer? Like, to me, I should be able to have a scientific proof for the existence of God again, and then you should be able to kick the shit out of me, as hard as you can, right? And then have that debate. But I feel like we're almost not allowed to even have that discussion.
And
And
just to be clear, I'm not against the woo. People like
no,
to view me that way, right? But I'm
no,
not against the woo.
Yeah, no, I love you. I think you're a good debater, right? And I think you bring a very critical eye. I think you're a little too doomer, right? I think you tilt our equation to the doom side. And I'd love to see a little more love and light in you, but I think you bring an important point. And my point is, I think I can prove the existence of God on both a microverse and a universe basis, like in an old school way. It's sub-Planck scale. Your soul may actually be an electromagnetic entity, right? It might actually, like a snowflake. It might actually have like a real structure, like, maybe we can't measure it yet, but shit, what if we could? And then to me, that opens kind of the mystical gate. And this is where I feel like Aaron is like a kindred soul. Jesus learned from John the Baptist, right? He was the Essenians, whatever. I mean, shouldn't we study that stuff? And then, study where those texts came from, study where those texts end. Like, those texts end up actually in Uyghur lands in China. If you follow that train, there's an interesting train that way. And then follow the source back, and that's where, to me, resonated with the Zen Buddhism in Japan. I think everybody has a different thing you resonate with. And it's exactly like Aaron said, words are but bricks used to knock upon a door of awareness. Once the door is open, you throw the bricks away. You don't obsess about the bricks. And I think that same insight can be found in any religion. Like my experience in studying religions all over the world is that they're all facets of a diamond. You can argue about, are you on a different facet? Yeah, you're not on the same plane, but it doesn't mean you're not on the same diamond. And I think we find things to fight about as humans instead of finding things to work together on. And I think this is just kind of a bringing back together of what was broken apart, where, religion and science, let's room for both. You should be able to be critical about both, but you should also be able to intersect, across this woo line. Let's get rid of the woo at all. Get rid of the woo line. This bullshit. All woo is bullshit. Everything should be made scientific.
I'm with
Yeah,
you, and
Tom.
Tom, I'm curious though. I want to know from you. It seems like you're coming more and more my way. That the rate limit or the hard part here is not proving the truth, but selling the truth. Do you agree with my assertion that science is having a hard time selling the truth right now?
Yeah, and that's kind of the bitterest learning of, say, my last 9 months.
To
The
understand that
UFO.
I'm right about this specific issue, that
Well, yeah,
selling the
well,
truth is hard.
yeah, I thought, hey, if you had the data and you could be scientific, you could prove it, or there should be an audience for that. And the truth is, there isn't, right? And I think part of it is that the consciousness is so bombarded. This is part of the strategy, this alien show. Bombard the consciousness with so much stuff that you can't even do science anymore. I think we're getting dumber and dumber. I think we're a lot dumber than we were 100 years ago. I think evolution is kind of a hoax.
Well, speak for yourself there, Tom.
I know.
And we have another
Tom,
doomer. Thank you for coming to the dark side, Tom. I appreciate it, and I accept the compliment entirely.
Tom, this woo line thing, you brought that up. I think that's important. That's pretty much the question that Dinger was asking earlier, right after Dan left. He's like, how is he allowed to talk about this? And it's because of that woo, right? Like that is almost like a safety blanket for a lot of this stuff. It's like,
yes.
Yeah, great point. Yeah.
And then also on the disclosure, Doomer, you mentioned disclosure, and everybody's talking about disclosure, and I don't think that's necessarily it. You brought up another very good point, is it's not necessarily disclosure. It's not, everybody is so conditioned to just be looking for someone to tell them the answers, right? And that's not it. People need to be encouraged to figure them things out on their own, right? And I think disclosure is the wrong word, and that's another part of this false thing that we're trying to break through, is using that word disclosure, because I think it's more of an exposure, right? Like all you have to do is expose this stuff and like plant the seed, and then all of a sudden people start doing the work on their own.
Absolutely. I don't think we're dealing here with a failure of marketing semantics. I think disclosure, exposure, by the way, it means the same thing as apocalypse. I think at the end of the day, we're dealing with an aesthetic problem. Aesthetics meaning salesmanship. In other words, if you go up and take a whiteboard and you write everything out, and you prove whatever negentropy, gravitics, superluminal speed, it doesn't fucking matter. What people want is a fucking UFO to get in and land on the White House lawn. What you need is to sell this, and this is where Weinstein is right and wrong. You had a mathematician being given by Hal Puthoff in that interview with Jesse Michaels, given a mathematical proof for the reality of parapsychology. And Weinstein was asking, why haven't you turned it into money? And as much as all of you hate it, it doesn't matter whether we use disclosure, exposure, or apocalypse or doom. What you need is to turn the reality into power. What we have here is a failure of aesthetic intelligence, a failure of salesmanship. And until disclosure means that you can turn it into a Maserati, or it means more money in your pocket, or you're flying a UFO and landing it on a White House lawn, there's a failure
Give
of
me a
salesmanship.
hoverboard. I could sell those. I could sell some hoverboards, man. Give me one.
Yeah, but that's what we're missing here. That's why disclosure hasn't happened.
Doomer, I hate to agree with you too much, but this is, in a sense, the most important point. Now, maybe I'm a nutbag, but maybe I got hacked without a warrant just for writing a memo with the idea that you do something where you try to package this in an economic way where you give it away for nothing, right? that's what you're up against, right? There's a tremendous amount of money arrayed against stopping to doing what is happening right here. And that's a frightening prospect, but I think you have to acknowledge that. And I think you have to fight against that as well as do what you're doing here.
Well, I mean, it's all one thing. It's about power. Disclosure here is about power. And as long as you have these discussions where you shy away from the P word, you're going to stay stuck.
You're going to be a hamster in their wheel.
What's the P word?
Power. The disclosure hasn't happened because there's an asymmetry of power. And at the end of the day, if you're wondering why, Dan Winter has been, allowed to say what he has, it's because he hasn't made a product. I mean, turn it into a gun. I'm going to fucking say it. Take your psionics and make a gun, sell it, and you'll have disclosure.
I'll tell you what, he doesn't have the coupling mechanism, right? That's what he's missing. And what all you UFO people need to do is you need to go read that Senate Armed Services Committee hearing where Kirkpatrick testified. He sits there and says, there is a group of people retired out of the community, CIA people who decide what happens to the UFO cases, and Representative Scott Perry, no one in Congress even knows who they are. Doomer's point is the most important point. There is a power imbalance completely arrayed against you, and you're never going to figure out shit until you have a way of rebalancing the power equation.
I love you, Dan. And you're proof that people can change.
Well, and the other thing is that I don't think people might, this is just kind of a hypothesis, right? But at least at the very minimum, the very least, we have some communication with this power structure, right? Like all the whistleblowers that are coming out, like it's not like a full on disclosure thing, but at least there is a little bit of communication with the power structure at this point, which I think is promising.
This is the communication with the power structure right here, Fletcher.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that like the Age of Disclosure documentary that's coming out here sometime in the next few weeks or whatever. I think all that stuff is for the masses, those who are totally ignorant of these dynamics, who have not heard about UFOs or totally ignorant of it. They dismiss it. They're just too focused on their lives, which there's nothing wrong with that. So I think as the masses, whether that's the majority of the populace or a massive proportion of it, it raises their awareness. Now the benefit of that, we all share a morphogenic field. So those of us who are more knowledgeable, more studied, more progressed in trying to make practical applications from the knowledge that we've already gained far beyond what they will ever show on TV, ever, is it also raises the water table for us to access even more awareness, even more interconnectedness. I mean, true disclosure is coming through these communities. It's not coming through full disclosure, practical application disclosure, like the device is coming from many different sources in many different ways. It's coming from us. But these docus, as curated as they are, as kind of drip fed as they seem to be, especially those of us who have studied way more. I mean, with that documentary, I'm sure there will be stuff in there that's great and like mind changing, mind blowing for certain people. But for the majority of us, that'll be, we can get more out of one of these spaces than, a decade of documentaries like that for people like us. And that's fine. I think they all play a piece and a part. But yeah, this is where the real action's coming. This is where the real boots on the ground, under the surface dynamics are coming. So I'm very grateful for connecting with all of you and having
Aaron,
dialogues.
Somebody in this room is going to make a fucking UFO. That's why.
100%. That, I mean, even beyond that, the free energy devices, infinite mileage vehicles, like all these dynamics, 100%. I want to give space to Sasha. He's had his hand up for a while.
Yeah, you made a great point in that last little bit there about the mind-blowing aspect of, let's say, a documentary. And this is what I wanted to talk about because some of the previous speakers were discussing, past lives and their associations, their mental associations with what they feel they're entrenched in, or their drives, their motivations to believe in certain things or not believe in other things. A lot of this is just entrainment. It's just conditioning and propagandized information from some of the power structures and hierarchies that are sort of transitioning or attempting to transition into this new era of open dialogue and open disclosure. And like you said, being able to share and condense hours, if not weeks worth of information in like one fell swoop. and one conversation. So those documentaries are kind of like the large phase guns that Doomer is advocating for the like brain dead population that just needs something that they can sit down, watch, digest, eat popcorn, and then their passive mind is just working through all the information they're digesting while they're talking about the next basketball game and the playoffs coming up. So a lot of what people are advocating for is happening, and it's just it doesn't happen at the expedited rate that it occurs within an aware mind at, and that can be frustrating. There's like this latency effect that for the longest time in my life was quite frustrating. But I mean, empathy can go a long way in those regards. And I just wanted to say, I think that past lives are sort of like they're more of a, like you were saying, host, the living God and the living aspect of the continuity of that like Christ consciousness that exists here today in the present moment. I think past lives sort of nullify that in a weird way to where we don't realize that like the conditioning compound factor of 30, 40, 50 years worth of propaganda from all different directions, from different generations and all that can make it feel like we've lived 100 lives in a very short period of time. And that interferes with the clarity of the present moment quite often. Thanks.
And I'll just add to that dynamic too. For me, Christ consciousness, I feel like that term's got very muddied within the spiritual communities, and it can be very controversial. There's a lot of Christians now who think that's all demonic, and Christ consciousness is a contradiction of Christ itself. I like utilizing the phrases even from Scripture. It's Christ in you and you in Christ, and that's a very individual action. As International is saying too, it's like in the Bible, it even talks about that we're progressively working out our own salvation. It's a physiological process that happens inside each one of us that affects our spirit, soul, body, emotions, psychology, all of it. And so I feel like that takes it from some etherical out there Christ consciousness to like a full embodying of each one of us being Christ as that archetype.
Yeah, and that's a great pickup, and that's exemplary of that that sort of corruptive element of turning something over time into something that it's not. That seems to be a marker of these sorts of processes and these power hierarchies. They take the meaning away from something that at one point did like make the needle move, and then they figured out how to not make the needle move in that regard. And the last thing I wanted to say
100%.
is that tin and diamonds are mined in the same mines. So maybe we're part of the same like geographical infrastructure, and maybe just maybe we're part of the same like mountain ranges. But there are different minerals and there are different qualities of information within those mines that have different value attribution to them for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. I know Hollow, no, International, you had your hand up for a while, and then Hollow, and then Michael.
Oh, please go on. Let the new speaker go. I'll come in after. Thanks.
Yeah, cool.
I'm
Thanks.
just going to say quickly, thank you, everyone. I've got to run. Thanks very much. I've really enjoyed this and hope to talk to you all soon.
Awesome.
And
Thanks, Chris.
make a psionic super whatever luminal gun, Chris. I'll help you.
Yeah, definitely join more spaces, Chris, and we'll have more of these conversations. Maybe even start your own on the specific subjects. And I mean, yeah, we're super happy to continue dialogue with you for sure. I'm glad I met you.
And before you go, Chris,
yeah.
might I suggest looking up a patent on hydrogen by the name of Andrea Puharic? It gets into some very interesting details on pulse wave modulation techniques in terms of the hydroxyl hydrogen groups and different ways to throttle band the reactivity. I think you'll find it quite interesting.
Okay, I might have to find that surname spelling there. Punhadrich, is that what you said?
Yep, Puharic. Puharic.
Righto. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Also, another interesting note on that hydroxyl radical group. It's an interesting part of the spectrum of the universe. So, the frequency range between 1.4 and 1.667 is called the water hole, and that's where SETI looks out in the universe with their radio telescopes looking for life. The hydroxyl radical group is specifically 1.665 to 1.667 gigahertz, and that's basically where hydrogen and oxygen seem to separate and go free radical, like you were saying, it happens. So it's just, I think that spot's pretty cool.
I think there's a lot there for sure. Thank you. Bye.
How do you want to say something else there that you had your hand raised for? And or you kind of respond to him leaving before we go to Michael?
Yeah, actually, I did want to rewind back to a point you were talking about the 40-day fast. You'd mentioned something that it sounded like you said Jesus got hit with something or he consumed something, and I had never heard that before. So I do want to get into some material that kind of ties in some of the winter stuff and geomagnetic pole shifts and pineal gland production, but I'd love to hear if you remember or if that's off the top of your dome.
That Jesus got hit with something?
Well, it sounded like he almost consumed something. What was the motivating force for that 40-day fast? I'll use that as a target point.
Parsing nuances on that. I believe Jesus' 40-day fast, like Moses, and Moses did 3 of them. And they were dry fast, no water and no food. But what I was referring to in the book of 4 Esdras, or Ezra, the prophet, in Old Testament times, I think it was when they were in captivity that he wanted to recreate, because the original text had been stolen or destroyed. He wanted to actually have transcribed out the original text of Moses, the Torah, the Pentateuch, and it says that he drank a mixture, a brew that looked like fire and water, so some kind of psychedelic brew, something. And it said that for 40 days and 40 nights that he proclaimed what ended up being, he had 7 scribes that wrote down day and night what he was saying. And he wrote a total of like 200 plus books, of different books, including what they say is the original text. So at best, that's where we have the oldest versions of the Hebrew text. But those at some point seem to have got lost too, because the seemingly the most accurate that we have is the Septuagint, where the Roman emperor at the time got 72 Hebrew rabbis to put into 72 different rooms and ask them to transcribe out the original texts. And the legend goes that they were all identical, and so that became very accurate. So Septuagint, which includes deuterocanonical books, books in between that we don't have in the current Bible. They were in the original King James Bible, but there's additional books in there as well. So, and then we have in the Qumran caves, there's the book of Isaiah, dates back to around 100 AD and maybe 100 BC at best. But the majority of all the Hebrew texts that we have now for modern day translations are the Masoretic versions. They have the Nikodot dots, the pronunciation dots in them. And those are all from around 900 and 1000 AD.
So he basically took some kind of a Luthean mystery potion to induce an altered state. That's fascinating. And obviously today we have a much better handle on the biomolecular reasoning for fasting, such as the production of ghrelin in the stomach, which is a precursor to BDNF, or brain-derived neurotropic factors. We know that BDNF is a precursor to neuroplasticity and neurogenesis. So a lot of these things kind of line up with how you would go about accessing, higher intelligence and putting yourself in a position to actually access that. You would have to essentially reconfigure neuronal states into its highest possible configuration. And doing that during a fast makes a ton load of sense from like our more modern perspective, right? Because there's not, and then of course you're activating sirtuins, which even 10 years ago, we really didn't know what a sirtuin was, let alone neuroplasticity 20 years ago, you'd be laughed at, right? So we've made a significant amount of strides. Sirtuins, for example, there's 7 of them, magic number 7, and they start producing through deepened states of autophagy, which I don't know, what day are you in right now, Aaron?
10th day.
Are you? Well, you're well entrenched into the magic of sirtuins. And what do? Essentially, each one of them, if you look them up, they're essentially they even have images of them. They're being protein modeled essentially with, these advanced AI modelers, but they actually can break down, they can send out, and these are actually originating, by the way, from your dormant DNA, right? They're sitting there almost, just waiting to be activated. Yep. So what's interesting is they can go about reprogramming cell function using light codes, essentially, to communicate these ideas. And thereby signaling certain, scavenger cells to go through a process of eating old cells and pooping out essentially new cells through what we would call phagocytosis, which is fascinating because you cannot take any substance to induce this level of cellular cleanup. It's quite fascinating. And kudos to you for making it as far as you have so far. That is quite amazing. I'd love to actually ask personal questions as to how you're handling yourself and what kind of how you settle your metabolic rate down, because I'm a busy dude and it's like after 3 days I'm getting pretty I don't know, do you just keep real busy, or how do you handle the metabolic transition, or just how are you
Yeah.
doing?
No, I mean, it's worked out pretty well this time. I mean, I've done a lot of different fasts. I mean, the longest I've done was a 36-day water fast a couple years ago in Costa Rica. But I've done, several day fast, week long, 2 weeks long. This will be the first 3 week long fast I've done at home while surrounded by roommates that are cooking food that smells fucking amazing. Right?
Damn, dude. That is some strength there. Let me say that. So
Go ahead.
how's it shifting your perspective and your attention? And then I'd love to get into some of this, what I'm looking at here, but keep going.
Yeah, and I have a couple quick points too once you guys are done.
Sure, yeah. And I'll give a tidbit here into this, and then we can, I think, open it up more, maybe set up, because I've got another, 10, 11 days into this, so maybe we can set up a separate space to just talk about fasting. I know we've talked about that before, but obviously since I'm in it, even more. Because I think people will be very interested in that, and we can dialogue in real time. But yeah, it's been actually really functional. I mean, I've been going nonstop in a really beneficial way. So I've definitely been very busy. I mean, a lot of stuff we're doing with the community, UFO community, the Rogers token stuff that's been going on, helping a lot with that behind the scenes community dynamics. And then obviously this Dan Winter stuff, other spaces that have gotten set up. I'm working on an actual job here. We do what I've done here on the side. My best friend is part owner of a water treatment company. I mean, it's more than that. They have a patented device. It's a water softener, carbon filtration, reverse osmosis system. It's all up to code, all ANSI tested, NFF certified. It's one of the few in the country that's all done correctly for getting more clean water into more people's homes. And they primarily sell to plumbers. But, there's not much room for extra employees. So I do some extra jobs here and there on the side, which has been fine because my life's been very minimal the last 2 years anyway. But I'm working to one of the companies that sells our products to actually work with them and to have an interview set up for that. So I've been very busy in that regard. There's been tremendous, off the chart synchronicities. I kind of live my life off synchronicities anyway, but it's just nonstop. The interactions, the dynamics definitely help leading into the fast of Doomer. I had a conversation with him too, taking magnesium citrate, the stuff they use to clean you out before colonoscopies and stuff. Because I've definitely done other fasts where I'm not, I just go into the fast. Sometimes I'll gorge myself going into the fast, right? Cause the last time I'm going to eat food in a while. This one I ate a lot of fruit going into it. I actually was one I drank tons of prune juice and cleaned me out that way. Then I did the magnesium citrate with 192 ounces ish, Doomer ish, of water.
I will allow it this once.
Of just cleaning myself out that way, and that's super helped. Also, I use our reverse osmosis water, and then I add in trace ionic minerals, and so that's super helpful. So it gives me, those are actually bioavailable minerals. Most people, I think, don't realize the electrolytes they add into bottled water aren't bioavailable, so they end up settling in the body, can create kidney stones down the road, joint problems, a bunch of other stuff. So trace ionic minerals you can get in bottles on Amazon for pretty cheap. And then also hydrogen water, usually once or twice a day. So yeah, it's been fine. I've had plenty of energy going through it. I haven't struggled much with hunger pains at all. Some fasts are worse than others, but I'm definitely in the mode now. I mean, now probably through the end of the fast, unless my body starts detoxing some heavy stuff. It's tremendous amounts of energy, tremendous amounts of mental clarity. It's real. It's like being on an endogenous rocket ship. It's pretty great.
Don't forget your electrolytes, just for the sake of your cell pressure.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The trace ionic minerals are that.
Okay, cool. And I just got a quick message here from Nathaniel. He says, "Let Aaron know I am locked out to please remove me."
Okay.
whatever that
Well, is
means.
that
If you got to draw
check the
me.
time? Check the timestamp on it. He sent me that
And
too. That's why I dropped him off
Okay.
the co-host.
yeah,
Okay, that was at 4.
it worked out public for
We
about
good?
30 minutes, but
Okay.
I wanted to say bye and hey and other things. But public service announcement, if that ever happens to you, you can join another space and come back. That solved it. So
Awesome. Good to know. Awesome. All
Yeah,
right, cool.
Aaron,
Yeah.
you
So
need to make 2
go ahead.
people co-hosts if you want to bring 2 more people in. I think you're maxed out.
Say it again.
And I can. Oh, he was
I
saying
think you're at your 10 speaker limit. So if you want to add an 11th or 12th person, you would need to make 2 people co-hosts.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and Fletcher. You're going to add something.
Yeah, so since you're on this fasting thing, something to think about, because I thought about this a couple of days ago, and I wanted to let you know. So a couple things. One, you were mentioning that fire and water mixture, and you were mentioning that you went pretty hard on the electrolytes this fast, and it seemed to be going pretty well. I'm wondering if maybe it's as simple as that, the fire and water mixture. Maybe the fire was electrolytes, chemicals of some sort, just base building materials. But this was the other thing. Okay, so with fasting, right, my understanding is I'm trying to put this in relation to the DNA and the winding and the unwinding of DNA, right? The winding is going to be centripetal, and and the unwinding is going to be centrifugal, right? It's going to be basically, channeling your DNA code and opening it up so that your code can affect your environment, right? So one of my concerns, and just for the record, my preferred way of eating, if festivities don't get in the way, is to eat basically once every 36, anywhere between, depends on my level of activity, but once every 24 hours is kind of ideal if I'm really active, but otherwise it's like once every 36 or 48 hours even, or maybe more, maybe even 72 or but what I'm trying to get at is the super long fasts I think might be anti-centripetal. So that was kind of one of my thoughts, is like this winding and unwinding is necessary, right? But if you do too much unwinding, it kind of defeats the purpose, and you may not get as much centripetal capacity as is optimal. So that was my only kind of thought.
Yeah,
I think that.
Okay.
Sorry, Aaron. I would just say real quick that I think that Aaron's at a different level. He's been doing this a while. I wouldn't suggest anyone jump into a 20, 30-day fast. Like, I think if Aaron probably had anything to say, he'd be like, he's inched into this over the years, if I'm guessing right.
Yeah, and I think what you're saying is interesting, and maybe, I mean, not that anything you said is invalid for how that works, but also I think there's mechanisms that science still doesn't understand. When they still study fasting, it's a day, a couple days. Like, there's not many studies to actually see what's going on physiologically in the body when you're going past a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Actually, Dr. Goldhammer would be the guy. He's
Yeah, for
been
sure.
all over. Yeah. Look at his stuff, because he's probably got one of the few clinics that actually looks at long range fasting, and they've reversed tumors, diabetes. I mean, look at his
North
research.
Point. I think it's North Point in California. Yeah, he's like one of the only ones in the United States that'll do it. And they even take insurance, I believe, too, depending on your dynamic.
I mean, I'm going to be the doomer here. If you're going on a long fast, don't tell anyone and fucking lie. Aaron, you're strong, you're resilient, and you can handle announcing that you're on a fast in a space. But as soon as you tell people you're in a fast, the demons swoop in and everything will conspire against you. You will also experience more synchronicities, absolutely. But if you want to make your life easy, lie and say that you just went to KFC and ate a whole bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken every single day. That's my official
That's so
medical
good, dude.
prescription
I
to
love
everyone.
I might have to try that one. That's a great idea, actually. Sorry, I just ate 2 dozen donuts. Can't eat anything.
Well, I think no, I think that's totally legitimate. Obviously, it draws attention and just the collective energy from people. I mean, I've definitely shared at different times with people, even the idea and that the way they react in such fear and such over concern for me. And if I hadn't already been like you guys chill the fuck out. I've done a 36-day water fast. This is only 3 weeks. If I've never done it before, then I feel like that would affect my psychology more and other dynamics. So, if people any resistance people would have or try to come after me, like, I've literally done this for 2 weeks longer than I'm planning on doing this now, right? So how long have you fasted? Oh, you've never gone a day or 3 days? Yeah, you should probably not be so concerned. Don't worry about it. We got lots of hands up. We haven't heard from Michael's hand up for quite a while, and I'm not sure when you brought yours up international. So maybe Michael can go because he hasn't spoken before, and then international.
Thanks, Aaron. Look, I know nothing on fasting, so I can't follow along there. But I was interested in talking about disclosure, and I guess my feelings about that. I think those that are waiting for kind of disclosure from the government, the only way I kind of think of it is as soon as they're sending it to committees, they're stalling, they're clouding the waters. And, whether you're going to trust what they release anyway is very questionable. On the other hand, if you've looked into this topic, you know that consciousness plays a big role. Telepathy plays a role. Those that say they've been contacted, of which I'm one of those, have a lifelong experience with it. And so, to me, if you're really interested in getting to disclosure, you take the path of enhancing your consciousness. And I guess a couple of things that have just recently been touched on in this space kind of tie into that. So for me, in terms of increasing your consciousness, it's the ability on how you focus your intent. That's the first factor. And then the second factor is how you raise your energy. So I guess fasting might tie into that. But also hydrogen is key because it's the most prevalent element in our body, and it's also incredibly sensitive to energy. So once you take the notion that consciousness can manipulate matter, i.e., the hydrogen atom, then you can start seeing the role that your thought processes can play, meditation techniques can play to raise your energy. And in my experience, you can raise your energies to kind of key different levels, and those different levels access different realms or dimensions, for want of a better term. So, and for me, there's a structure for those that I've had in my own experience that ties in with the platonic solids. So, a different kind of frequency will access. So, for example, this dimension, under my experience, is the octahedron, and then the dimension above this, the fourth dimension, is the tetrahedron. The dimension above that is the cube, and then the dodecahedron. And they're the ones I've experienced in meditation, but I've also had the physical sensation. And when you access those dimensions, you come across different wildlife. And, some's good, some's bad. So, you have to be in that right frame of mind too on being able to cope with that. But hydrogen I find really fascinating. I taught a course in the cognitive neuroscience class at my university on magnetic resonance imaging, and essentially you're mapping the hydrogen atom when you're doing an MRI, and you're stimulating it with different radio frequencies, and you're measuring the response, and the signal that you get back dictates what environment that hydrogen atom is in. So you can triangulate the area with gradient magnets, and you align the primary, the proton of the hydrogen atom with the strong electromagnetic field, which makes it more sensitive. Anyway, I won't get into the specifics of it, but what is clear is that the hydrogen is probably our big sensor, and then your ability to kind of manipulate, once you know where the energy centers are, and your ability to manipulate those areas, there's a cascading effect. So you're then building at the atomic level or quantum level, you're then propagating into wave patterns. And then another area that I've kind of looked at, my background is cognitive psychology, neuroscience, but I'm particularly interested in brain dynamics and what's called the binding problem. And so what seems to be a big aspect that some areas of science are looking at, and you can find it in the neuroscience literature under multiplexing, and that's the notion that there are different carrier waves for different cognitive and sensory modes, and effectively those carrier waves are like an ocean wave, and then you have ripples on top of those waves. So you're actually dealing with multiple frequencies for dealing with the one kind of cognitive function. So, for example, for a vision wave, you've got one wave, but then you've got finer frequency waves encoded on that carrier wave, which would give you the detail of color, shape, texture, that sort of thing. And then the really interesting thing is the heart wave propagates the lowest frequency wave. So the idea with multiplexing is the biggest wave or the lower frequency wave, which means it has a longer time period and a bigger wavelength, is the foundation for everything else to build on. So it seems like the heart propagates the biggest wave, and the heart math group, a guy called Roland McCraty's done a lot of work on the heart wave, and it seems like emotions encoded on the heart wave. So if you think of a powerful emotional experience, it tends to sweep you and is longer lasting, which is the feature of a bigger wave. And if you kind of done more esoteric stuff like remote viewing, one of the first things they'll teach you is that you describe what you think the target is rather than labeling it, because you're then kind of feeling it. So my view is that kind of non-linear, non-local information is coming through on the heart wave, and then typically it's getting clouded by, the higher frequency waves from other, sensory and cognitive modes like your thought processes. Anyway, I'll stop there. I rabbit on.
Oh, really quickly, Michael, what's the frequency of that longer heart wave?
It's usually it's like 0.3, 0.5 hertz. It's if you've got 120 beats per second, per minute, then you're half a hertz basically. So
you're half that in hertz.
Well, it's half 0.5 of a hertz is two waves per second.
And I don't know if you were there for the Dan Winter part of the space, but have you experimented with whatever imaging that you use, whether having brainwaves be at a phi multiple, a phi harmonic of the heart waves? Have you seen whether that makes a difference? Because that's what Dan Winter's implying here, that the golden ratio matters in the harmonic resonance.
I wouldn't disagree with that, but I haven't explored it. What I have explored is frequency generators. So you can use a frequency generator to propagate a frequency, and so I'm sure you probably know or have heard of the chakras. So there's main energy centers from the root chakra up to the crown chakra, and they have specific frequencies. So you can set a frequency, and then I find it stimulates those areas. So there's Sologio. I can't pronounce it properly, but I think it's Sologio frequencies. So for the root chakra, it's solfeggio. That's it. 396 hertz. For the root chakra, and then the sacral is 417. The solar plexus is 528. The heart is 639. The throat is 741. The third eye is 852, and the crown is 963. So you can dial up those frequencies. But the other thing to remember too, if you think of how the heart works, it basically works in a figure eight. You've got 2 input chambers and 2 output chambers. So the input chambers bring in the clean blood and the dirty blood. One brings the clean blood in and the other brings the dirty. And the output chambers pumps the dirty blood into the lungs and then circulates it back into the heart and then pumps it back to put the clean blood through the rest of your system. So you've then got a relationship between, your hydrogen atoms, the plasma in the blood, and your heart rate. So you can regulate your heart rate with your breathing, so the way you're oxygenating your blood, so that's why kind of the breathing's so important, meditation, and getting yourself into a restful state with the heart rate. So there's a coherence, a heart coherence, but it's linking the circulation of your blood, which is the hydrogen atoms, which we've already said are super sensitive to electromagnetic fields. But then you've also got your consciousness to then manipulate where that's being energized. Anyway, I'll stop there.
Yeah, and I just highly suggest that you fund an experiment where you pay Aaron to go on a 100-day fast, give him enough electrolytes so he doesn't die, and we get us some fucking disclosure.
Well,
It's worth
there's
it.
a very simple, important point that we just made there, which, I think a lot of people are unaware of or might not even believe or whatever, that the heart is the electromagnetic center of your being, not your brain.
Yeah, 1,000%. It's not a pump. It's a phi ratio twisted single muscle that's wrapped 7 times at a phi ratio angle that actually twists in vortexes as it sends the blood through your body. Yeah, the heart's a whole other fascinating dynamic. I mean, the mystics talk about I think the Kabbalah specifically, the spark in the heart. And so the 2 sparks, the 2 nodes on there, I believe that's where, my current breakdown of our soul, body, spirit anatomy, that our soul is in the blood, and that comes through that dynamic. But then our spirit, which is, I believe, so the soul being connected to our oversoul, our cloud stored, all lifetimes, multifaceted dynamic. But that our spirit resides in the cerebral spinal fluid and operates through the nervous system. And that's the thing I think a lot of times people astral travel with, which I think is different than soul travel. And that's a singular fractal aspect to this incarnation, along with this physical body.
Well, what about this though? What if there is a unique white hole signature in your heart, just like there's a lot of information in between the beats, right? So almost like in between the beats, the center of your being is actually a heart, and there is a signature in there, right? And I just want to kind of jump in and make kind of a point. Like, this might be a way to think about disclosure, right? So if the vacuum collapse idea is correct, and there is some kind of cyclical nature to the moment, like some Planck length restriction, it's this little cyclical process, but all those moments exist at the same time in some kind of huge block universe. You are, in a real way, like a piece of stone. And all this appearance of motion and everything like that is just a feature of your consciousness and is not the way the universe is actually structured. It's your consciousness is that you're much more like being a piece of rock than this moving body you perceive. Does that make sense to anybody?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think so.
It's like there, and if you look at the split octonions, it's a quasi-crystal skew lattice structure, right? You can actually kind of, and this is where the imperfections in the lattice and everything, the defects, it's kind of a very beautiful thing. You exist because you're an imperfection. It's like the imperfection is the hole through which you see the perfection.
Yeah, and I think that even probably resonates or correlates or is the same thing as like finding stillness within that. Obviously correlates to brainwave states too, but be still and know that I am God or the creator. Like, I think there's definitely a connection to finding that like in between space. that connects us to those things.
Yeah, and maybe
Aaron, I have to
that's a
step
cylinder
down.
condition. That's
Okay.
like the beat frequency.
I just want to say you've had an amazing space. Forgive me, Tom. You've had an amazing space. So I'll leave you with Nathaniel, with the iron fist, the way he runs a room, and he'll make sure there's no toxic positivity inside here. But amazing job today, man.
Awesome. Thanks, bro. It's always great to have him. Glad you were able to participate as much as you did. It's fantastic, bro.
Well, actually, Doomer, before you go, I just had one more point written down. I wanted to fire off. But, Aaron, you're amazing. I almost think you must be like CIA or something. I hope that's not an insult, but you're just so red in all these different areas. But, the one thing we were trying to do, and I kind of ran into a few roadblocks in the last quarter here because I'm kind of built but not deployed. But the idea is this cloud media company. And for right now, just for an experiment, it's just like one computer, but like fully loaded computer, right? You can run your own local AI, that kind of thing. And I think we had kind of three prongs in what I think of the Nate show space. That's like, to me, it's physics theoretical, it's physics experimental. And I think oddly, but for me, I mean, I'm almost surprised to find, or if you guys agree or disagree, but there's this kind of mystical component, and we lost Doomer, but I would almost like to challenge Doomer, that like, why shouldn't you have proof for the existence of God and that kind of thing? And try it, right? I don't know why that's like, forbidden now. And I think it's interesting to pair that with the cloud technology and then the AI focused models, the way DeepSeek played the card of the local AI model. It's a very interesting situation. And I think it's just amazing that everyone's kind of, getting by a little bit because we're not really in the materialist game, but somehow we're all connected through here. This feels a little precarious a thread, but that's kind of what we're doing here. So I think the idea is to kind of try to build something that'll let us, do this kind of space, or let Nate run his show, but let the AI run in the background and kind of do that whole thing and let us take it to the next level in kind of a virtual organization way. I guess I'll shut up there.
Yeah, no, I mean, all really good stuff. I think we could elaborate on a lot of that stuff. Four hands. I know International, you've had a hand up for a long time, and then Danielle Elfstar, because you're new and haven't spoken yet. And then I think, I don't remember, between the two, you guys can figure out if it was Gathering or Holocipher next after that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Just on the last point that was just made regarding AI. Now, AI is very interesting. It's wonderful. I'm sure it's got loads of different applications that it can be wonderful for humanity. But I think there's also a very great possibility that we're sleepwalking into a time where many jobs will become obsolete because AI can do them better than you can. And yes, okay, now they've got the little dog robot that's running around in New York City and always so cute. When they attach guns to that little dog thing, it won't be so cute anymore. When they start making humanoid life-size robots like the one that one of those Arab princes walks around with, it doesn't look so friendly anymore. You know what I'm saying? So when AI gets attached to high-tech robotics, you aren't talking about something that you can just dismiss. And then you've got like a lot of these countries now saying, oh, if you're lonely, you can just buy this robot friend, and all this kind of nonsense. Honestly, I think that we really should be worried about AI more than jumping to say, oh, it's the next savior. Do you know what I mean? Because AI could easily replace most people in most jobs.
Oh,
And
100%.
then,
It will.
and
It
then what
will.
do
Yeah.
you do then when your job is gone? What is your use? Do you see what I'm saying? Then you think what Vivaldi said. Oh well, most people will just be useless eaters. So the best we can do is just give them drugs and computer games. I mean, is that the
Well,
extent of our
that's
existence? Is that what you want for the extent of your existence to be replaced by a computer so you can sit at home and do nothing? I don't know.
well that to me, I mean, that's I think the main reason I'm on X. Is that I think 2000 summer of 2023, kind of seeing where the trends are going. If you don't have some kind of UBI for most people who are just going to be pods in the matrix, doing exactly what you just said, the planet's going to be a disaster. And all the titans, all they think and care about is, AI is going to be great for firing all the people, but and what they say is somebody should worry about all those people who's going to get fired, right? But the opposite is what's happening right now. The government is being taken control of by the oligarchs, and they're going to be in a position to just rule with an iron thumb, and you're going to lose all your power and ability to fight against the money. Frankly, it's all about money. Money is evil, and it's being used to kind of like keep down like this activity. Frankly, and the people are going to have to, I think, wake up to that battle. While they can still win it.
Well,
It's
well,
that
well.
simple.
So from the AI, you've moved on to the money. So now, when I start thinking about money, and I think about all this Bitcoin and Bitchain, and every transaction will be able to be seen and recorded, and all this kind of stuff. Well, why is everybody so happy about that? Like, if I go and buy something on my credit card, I don't want anybody to know what I spent my money on. It's my personal business. I don't want anybody to be able to look up. Oh yeah, he went to the
Well,
brought a McDonald's, and he went here and brought this, and
well,
he
I
did
tell you
that.
what,
Like, but
you
my
almost.
point is that seems to be that we're walking into a time where, like, 20 years ago, you couldn't have suggested any of this kind of stuff to people. They'd have said, no, 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 my personal information, no, 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 my data, no, 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 my job, no, 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 all that kind of stuff. And now everybody's like, oh yeah, cool, man, just give it over to the computer, give it over to the government, give everything they want. Remember, back before 9/11 took place, yeah, and they took away our freedoms. Look at COVID, they took
Oh,
away
they
our
took away. They
freedoms.
took away my freedom, my
They
friend.
took
They
away
took away
all of our freedoms, right? COVID was international. The whole world had to suffer that, and then we see now, as more evidence is coming out, that
Somebody's got a grudge against me.
so we see now with the COVID thing that it was orchestrated. Many people made millions and millions and billions of pounds out of that COVID situation, and then also how many people took that injection and are suffering right now because they listened to the propaganda. You know, um, just to also say, you mentioned, and I was very shocked that you mentioned it. You said that in the Kabbalah it talks about the heart, but the Bible mentions the hearts like thousands of times in Proverbs 4:23. Keep your heart with all vigilance, for from it will flow the spring of life. I think the Bible has been trying to tell us that everything that we can achieve comes from having a good heart. Psalms 51:10 says, create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Have you noticed, yeah, that sometimes your heart doesn't take to somebody, like you feel something bad about them or something negative, and it's very hard for that to change, right? Well, imagine when you've got things inside of you that are not good. Unless you finally get to a stage where you address those issues, you can never be the full potential you can be. Thus, meaning that you hand over those things that you do wrong to someone, to God, to Jesus. And then you take those burdens off you so that you can start afresh and He can renew you. That's where I think is probably the most important thing, because I think, Aaron, I think you and me are both talking actually quite similar things, but without you adding Jesus or God into it as much as I probably would. But I think that we're kind of talking the same language.
Well, I'm interested in a corridor religion in relation to the physics. And that's why I think Aaron's stuff on the Essenians, Essenes, and John the Baptist is so fascinating to me, because I think that's almost a Taoist tradition. And so it kind of comes from the East and goes back to the East, but it's also the root of the Western tradition. And I don't see anything wrong with connecting it. And exactly like kind of Aaron went through, if you study, this is where I would challenge Doomer. One of my goals with the AI stuff in the cloud is to have an AI just for the Christian mystics, or I guess any mystics or whatever, and funnel all the text through there and see what they have to tell us. Because if you study that like a scientist, just looking at the data, the similarities and stuff in the accounts are just remarkable. There's, indisputably something going on. And then I think if you, talk to real practitioners, it sounds like Aaron's kind of like a real practitioner and he's a little intimidating. Yeah, you can get some kind of real connection to something, be careful, I guess, but cool, right?
Well, I know a lot of people will say, oh, Christianity has things that relate to other people's faiths, but I think it's probably the other way round. You have a period of time where people weren't walking with God, and they created all these different religions and faiths and all these different kind of stuff. And then when finally the Israelites was walking with God and obviously listening to what He was telling them to do, and they started writing the Torah down, writing about Exodus, writing about all the different things that took place up until Jesus arrived, then we see that even the actual Israelites, they even split into people who decided that they wanted to have their own different god. They didn't want to listen to the God of who I obviously believe is our Father and Creator. They created their own gods, the Molochs, the Beelzebubs, the Baal, the Moloch.
Well, isn't this Doomer's point though? It's all about power, right? And it's just like, and this is where I'm kind of floored to think we're in this like Galileo moment where it's like power against science and God. I almost don't believe it, right? But
that's the beauty.
To power, the purpose of God is to be used for power, right? So any real God is against any power, right? I mean, it's just a tricky thing.
But that's the beauty of people who truly believe in God. You see, nobody is coming into this thinking that I'm going to overpower you and make you believe in God. You'll come to your own conclusion. You'll come to your own decision. But don't get me wrong. There are faiths out there where they bully you, tell you they'll kill you if you don't, come to their faith and all this kind of stuff. But Christianity is just completely not like that. You know what I'm saying? You make your own choice to come to it or not. And then when you do finally see or don't see, you know what I'm saying? It will go how it goes, but it's not a forced thing. The beautiful thing I love about my faith is the fact that he came for sinners. He didn't come and say, oh, I want to sit with the most purest people and the most righteous. He said, I want to come to the drunkard. I want to come to the sinner. I want to come to the womanizer. I want to come to the thug. I want to come to all of those people. And I want to try to inspire them to come turn their life around. I mean, the beautiful story of the prostitute, when the prostitute was brought in front of Jesus and they said, stone this woman. She's a whore. Right? And Jesus sat down in the sand. He drew something on the sand and drew a line and said, okay, which one of you is going to be the first? Which one of you without sin will be the first to throw the stone? And every one of them had to put their stones down and go home because not one of them was pure enough to throw a stone at this woman. So Jesus stood up, turned to the woman and said, did anybody throw a stone at you? And the woman said, no, my Lord, nobody threw a stone at me. And he said, okay, what I want you to do now is I want you to go home and stop sinning. That was it. Amen.
Yeah, and I think I totally agree with you. I think we have more in common than we separate from. I know one of the biggest places of cognitive dissonance that ultimately comes down to with the ways that I would present, Christianity now, what I believe to be the truest form of the interpretation of the text with the physiological realities that go on inside of a human being with Christ within, that applies to all humans, is when a Christian believes that the only actual words of God that matter are within the 66 books of the modern Bible. That completely discredits the Deuterocanonical books, the 10 books that were in there for a very long time. It looks very little, if at all, at the books of Enoch and some of these the Apocrypha books, the Gnostic Gospels, that have the Essene Gospels, that have a tremendous validity to them. Even Martin Luther himself said, I take only the canonical scriptures as scripture. However, the Apocrypha and the other books are good for learning, and every Christian should read them. But most churches raise people to, don't read there, you might get deceived. Don't look at all the Bible's all you need. Anything outside of that, you might get deceived. And I just think it's a very limited form of thinking. I was in the church for the better part of 30 years of my life, deep into the Hebrew, the Aramaic, the extra biblical, or the extra text, the deeper text, studying all those things. And I don't feel that I left it in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I feel like I went through the center of that vortex, of that reality, and came out the other side seeing how beautiful it is as an avenue to connect to the Creator. And that's why I don't disparage anyone who's following the text. What I do have disagreements on, when people want to really fight over certain nuances or hardline their perspectives on it, there's a couple. The ways that I've seen the interpretations of the Greek text, a lot of Christians think that after this life, you either, if you haven't accepted Christ in the quote-unquote right way, you either go to eternal heaven or you go to eternal hell. That's wild, bro. That's not reality. And that's a very fear-mongering way to beat people over the head into a specific interpretation of Scripture. And also, it was Yahweh's instructions that his special people needed to mutilate their children by cutting the ends of their organs off, the penis off, the foreskin. We know there's massive nerve bundles, and one of the primary arguments, we know it can be uncleanly and hard to keep clean. Well, it's like, dude, you teach your kids how to wash your armpits and wash your feet. Teach your kids who have foreskin how to wash themselves growing up. No problem. But if it's a God-given piece of our body, what God would actually tell you to mutilate your children? So there's certain nuances in there that the biggest usually rebuttal from Christians is, well, we just don't understand God's ways. But I trust that He's a good God and He has a good reason for doing it. Yikes. When it comes to certain things, yikes. Because when you also parse the nuances, where Moses encountered the Creator at the bush, He said, "Return back to this mountain." He didn't go to that mountain. He went to another mountain. And then that's where he received the Ten Commandments and these other things. So there's a lot of convolution of the text that people have just a misunderstanding of. And again, this to me, I'm not trying to debate over ultimately what's right or wrong. What matters is how you live your life. And I think that's where we're in the same place. And we might disagree on some of the other nuances. But if a person's encountering Christ within whatever avenue that they come into that reality, then that's fantastic. Then I think we can all move together, as one species and people with the same heart and the same forward progression.
Brother Aaron, personally, I believe that the removal of the foreskin was as if it was an offering to say this is like a dirty part of the body. Because if you think about it, most men are sexually promiscuous, right? So by giving that piece of your skin was like to say you're, how should you say, atoning for the sin that you will probably still do in the future, right? But nonetheless, I I believe that is in the New Testament. Jesus isn't telling people to cut themselves or do any kind of blood sacrifices like they were in the Old Testament. Let's not forget, blood sacrifices was a way of you making a covenant to God or to show thanks to God for whatever He'd done for harvests or whatever good stuff He's done for your people. You was doing blood offerings to say, look, this is the best of my cattle. Here, God, I'm going to give you, the best cow I have and the best donkey or the best whatever, and I'm sacrificing this to you like a burnt offering. Okay, great. But in this day and age, we don't need to do any of those kind of things anymore because Jesus Christ was the final sacrifice. He was the lamb that was sacrificed. The blood was shed so that we can have that opportunity to have that relationship with God. So I
Correct.
hope that
And I
makes
think
sense.
Paul discusses that clearly. Whether circumcised or uncircumcised, it makes no difference. It's about the circumcision of the heart.
Amen.
So I'm 100% with you on that. My point is, though, if Christians take the whole Bible as the whole God, that the Old Testament God is the same as the New Testament God, I disagree. I think Jesus was articulating the reality of the true Creator, and the Old Testament was, whether we want to talk about Yaldabaoth or Enlil. I mean, I don't think that was the same creator, the same God being spoken of. A true creator, I understand the reasoning that you gave behind that, would not, you said giving as an offering. An 8-year-old child, baby, cannot choose to be mutilated. That is a parent's choice to create a blood sacrifice offering to an entity. And the neurological trauma, look up videos, you can find them online. Look up a video of a baby going through a circumcision procedure. One of the ones, they don't do it in every hospital the same way, and they've changed it over time. They strap them to a board. They're usually screaming and crying while they're strapped down, and they mutilate them. This causes long-term neurological trauma. There's nothing beautiful, holistic, or the creator in that. I'm sorry.
So,
And so, go
Well, I'm
ahead.
sorry, but
yeah,
just say it.
greetings, brothers. Let me just chime in for 2 seconds. I want to kind of give my 2 cents because a lot of things are getting thrown left and right, and I don't feel enough. I guess you could say energy aspects or the filter that's needed to really understand the wholeness or the balance point of this. So number one, the mutilation that happens, yes, only the parents. Like a kid can't say, yeah, do this to me or hurt me or take a part of me. But that being, the energy essence, the soul did choose to live in this time period, feel these types of emotions. As an infinite soul, you want to feel a finite form of life and go through the geometry and to become a creator you got to go through the whole cycle, right, from feeling death, feeling the up and down, left and right, all of it, the whole quantum. Now when we talk about the Bible and all the words that have been said by God or the dog, you have to, I don't have any like input on that too much, as much as I just want you guys to remember at the end of the day, all the chess after the game, all the chess pieces go in the same box. when you speak a word, the etymology behind that word, remember that thousands of years ago, when we talk about what Vincent Bridges would speak of the ancient Enochian alphabets, the languages of the past, of the ancients, we used to connect our word with our body for our heart, our mind, like emotion. The Trinity would be activated with each word. So the tongue would be connected with the heart. So right now, when you say God, you are referencing something in one person's mind. Someone's referencing an enlightened being. Another person's speaking of a creator of the plasma energy. Another person. So all these, everybody's saying the same thing in different forms, and then also, depicting it differently. So this really does throw off a lot of the intention. Like you just called Jesus, he was the lamb, but like, okay, that is a sacrifice. When in the end of the day, Jesus, or Christic energy, the Kundalini, when it comes down to it, the Bible being a metaphorical sense, because how many creators are there? I mean, how many people right now feel like they're Jesus just because they're having a Kundalini, a Christic energy spike? Everybody is a creator in the center of their galaxy. And there's so many creators. Maybe some, yes, given, some take different paths, but there's many paths to the top of the mountain, but the view is all the same. So that was just my 2 cents of just interpret it wisely. And Jesus, even as I do have visions of certain beings being here with that type of profile, like physical profile. I don't want to say like that white male, black male, whichever it was, doesn't matter to me. I never had that type of judgment on that races, but yeah, we have had beings that maybe you can call them the lamb, but I think that the metaphorical sense of this is that an activated being still acted in sacrifice of not self-serving, but for the service of others. That is, I think, the key chi, the energy of that phrase. He wasn't the lamb, or he was the sacrifice because he was activated. He didn't have to be sacrificed. He sacrificed so he would bring the energies of the lower dimensions up. So the lower dimensions would see that, oh wow, so this guy went through the tough shit, got on his feet, got godlike, and then still did it for us. I think there's something to take from that. Love and power.
I know, but you see, that's the reason why I mentioned the name Lamb, because he did come to go to the slaughter to make that covenant with God on our behalf. So you are correct in the sense that he chose to do it. But if you even remember, he even asked at one point, Lord, why have can you take this cup from me? And then he turned around and realizes, actually, you know what, this is the whole purpose of me being here. I lived a good life to show people how they could be with each other. I showed them, yes, they should stand up to the hypocrisy of the people who are in power, turn over the table, say they shouldn't desecrate God's holy places, all that kind of stuff. But then I also showed you how you can even meet someone who's a sinner, and that you can actually spend time with that person and change their heart and turn them into somebody who could be useful for God's kingdom. So it's a beautiful story. And you know, it's interesting because a lot of people miss this in the Bible, that the story of Joseph, when Joseph was betrayed by Judah and his brothers and sent him to Egypt into captivity, is almost very similar to the story of Jesus Christ. He was betrayed by his own people, and then God still found a way to turn that story round into something good for his glory. Praise the Lord. Amen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
remember,
no,
remember
and
one
I
thing.
think,
Sorry, Aaron.
well,
Just one thing. Remember, if it can be named,
royalty, we do have a lot of hands up, bro, and you kind of jumped the line. So I want to limit it a little bit because we've had a lot of people waiting.
yeah. If it can be named, it can be owned. That's all I wanted to say. You keep with the amen thing.
Yeah, that's good. And I think there's a lot of beauty in what Jesus did. I think Jesus very much embodied being so, using Dan Winterian, so recursively implosive, fractally internally within. He knew himself, he knew the creator, and so that he was able to go into spaces and not be affected by them, but to affect the space. And I think that's a reality for each one of us. The more we connect with Christ within us, and our own inner knowingness and connecting to us. Know thyself and you will know the gods in the universe. Like the more we walk in that, the more that we don't have to fear being affected by other things. We actually affect them because we're bringing harmony to the dynamic. I think we got 4 hands up, but Elfstar, you have not spoken yet, and go for it.
Hello, it's nice to meet you. I've got a few points to say, so just let me speak, and then I will hang up, and then you could discuss whatever I've said afterwards. Okay, the first thing I want to talk about is the extraterrestrial embassy. This is like an embassy that we're trying to get built so that the extraterrestrials can land in a benevolent, peaceful manner. Trying to get a place for it has been difficult because governments have been incompetent. So we're going to be trying to even get it built on an island as a last resort. Then I'll mention, like, once the extraterrestrials have landed in that, there's a concept of paradism where robots will be used to benefit humanity, but humanity would be free themselves and then do what they enjoy doing. Um, uh, and then the intelligence of the robots be done on a electable way, so that it will be pointless doing advanced AI for like mining and things like that. And then your advanced AI will be used for like designing warp drives and things like that. And also, what is quite nice is in a world where you're going to have AI and human interaction. Newgrounds is an excellent website that's anti-AI. So that's giving like an oasis for organic beings to produce art and music there. So so it's nice to have that kind of oasis that's developed. Then I'm going to talk about Jesus' execution. I kind of disagree that he was murdered. Disagree that he was sacrificed. It was absolute murder. What he had been through, because people couldn't accept him. They didn't understand his messages, and then used his teachings to create like religious institutions and that to control people. And then the next point I'm going to say is psionics is not meant for violence. Many of the spaceships, when you connect to them, they know the off-world ships. When you want to, say, if you want to ride one or pilot one, you've got to have a high level of super consciousness. The ship will, when you touch the ship will know you. It would feel you. It would know your intentions. And if your intentions are genuine and the reasons why you need the ship, it will deactivate. Then I do not believe in a God, because what's the point? I don't understand this thing with God interested in how you masturbate instead of solving things like wars, world hunger, suffering, pain, and that. And then I'm going to say that I've been through trauma from Christianity through childhood. I'm actually an extraterrestrial hybrid. I was born differently. This experience, what my parents went through before I was born, when I was conceived, converted them into Christianity, because they couldn't understand what they were experienced. And throughout my childhood, I've been bullied, not bullied, I mean punished. I even had mutilation because I was born with both sex organs. And as well, through my childhood, I had been referred to as a demon, or treated as a second-class member of the family because of being different. So this is why I don't believe in God, and I understand that the universe is infinite. My mother showed me the symbol of infinity when I was 11 years old, and she said the people who use the symbol to identify themselves you would need to meet these people, which is the Raelian movement. And so the Rayleigh movement's also trying to help have that was their idea, to get the embassy on this planet for the most peaceful first contact. And I do not think it will be peaceful if they try and land by the White House. Trump has been very terrible to the First Nations of Turtle Island. And the members of the First Nations, they're very much more connected with the Sky Nation, also known as Elohim, which is not a race, but it means those that come from the stars. It's a general term when humanity becomes more advanced consciously and technologically. They have undergo a process called Elohimization, and they will become Elohim for the next world that is decide to create life on, to extend the human genome further into the cosmos. And now I'm finished.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I just want to chime in and say you're wonderful. Congratulations on finding that balance and going through all that pain and tough sides. The lords and the lords, the gods that have been put forth and have demeaned you or any type of way judged you. I just give you power and praise. Good job on finding that power.
I just like to say, it sounds like you've been through a lot, and I'm sorry, if you've experienced anything bad coming from, Christianity, because as far as my belief and my understanding is, we welcome people who are different. We welcome people who have been, lost and hurt. I mean, the church has been the place that people turn to in the hours of need and refuge. So I'm sorry if you ended up in a church that didn't show you the love and the peace that you was looking for. But I do promise you that that's not all churches.
Thank you very much. I'm actually happy with the Raelian movement.
Can I chime in before you jump off?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I put something in your personal DM. So I just want to echo what she says is true, and that I haven't investigated everything, but I have a filter that I can use. And so we're just honored and blessed that I'll say for myself, honored and blessed that you're here to speak up, because what your story is something I've never heard. And had you not come forward, I would have never known something so beautiful was here.
Yo, so yeah, on those lines, I want to know more. This is something that I think is coming up right now with the new technologies, and Trump being a part of the shift for the future. Just he's shaking up the government, or shaking up the vibrations. We see, with, if anybody has looked at the Mandela effects, we see the timelines are merging, things are changing, and old gods go, new gods come. And so I've been always the one in my surroundings. Everybody has always said, when we have live interaction, you're going to be the first one to talk to the aliens. And that's how I've been in contact with several races ever since I was young, physically and spiritually, in different, and astral body and in the physical body. So, I mean, I'm pretty. This is normal to me to have a physical interaction with a being, a gray, a reptilian, a mantid. Like it's normal for me, but for many, it's not. So, yeah, love to hear more. I mean, I'll follow you, but go ahead.
Was that towards me? Thank you. Yeah, yeah. I just needed to say what I needed to say. So, yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, that's I mean, obviously from your past experiences and what you've been through, it's not something you can share everywhere. So I'm glad you're able to come here and share that and be so well received. You touched on a lot of different dynamics, a lot of different topics that could certainly be expressed upon. But thank you for sharing.
I'll
Cymatic?
put the
Oh,
sorry.
no, you're
I'll
good. Go
put
ahead.
the I'll put the embassy in the jumbotron. Is that all right? I can do that.
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, Cymatic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, sound good.
Well, someone was talking about AI, and I wanted to share a perspective of AI. I definitely am popping into the spaces late, but I was thinking, Dan Winter continually reminds us, that in his way, in his own words, that love is a living charge distribution, right? Of implosive waves conjugating harmoniously in phi ratios. And, that can, somewhat be a definition of love. And that in regards to AI, the ethics of AI, is to retain the focus of love in all things we do, to retain that centripetal negentropic principle. So, people are concerned about AI, and it seems to be a valid concern because in job fields such as farming, specifically, it seems wise to consider whether metal machines paired with, AI technology may not be a loving principle, because it removes the human connection to all the components, of farming. And so that would remove the loving principles. And so it would not be a negentropic principle to utilize AI in a field such as farming. Like a, a what do you call it? An example would be milking a cow, something very simple. It's usually done with human hands. And, sometimes you lean up against the cow, sometimes you're singing while you milk the cow, but there is a presence, you're present, the cow is present, you're milking the cow. There's a human connection there. And in farming, there's a human connection to the land, the human connection to the soil, the plants. There's human interaction, and so there's a human energy being shared with the living energy of the earth, and those aspects of farming, the living aspect that is farming. And so I wanted to, throw that in there, that where, AI is concerned, we seem to be moving in a very technological direction. And, for folks to consider whether, it retains a humanity, or is it, is this direction, with AI losing a human connection to that which seems to require a human connection. For some reason, it seems that animals are happier when there's a human connection taking care of them, rather than a cow being milked by a person that it knows and sees every day, who feeds it and takes care of it, is probably a cow that produces healthier milk because it has healthier chemicals going through its body, rather than a stressed cow being milked by a machine run by an AI algorithm. So I wanted to throw that out there, that, Dan Winter speaks about these negentropic principles, their phase conjugate, they're harmonious, their phi ratio harmonics, and all of these things can be seen under the umbrella of what we call love, which might be like a charge distribution. And where AI is considered, it might be helpful if, we can encourage folks in the world and people who are producing AIs to retain that aspect of love and the importance of the human connection to whatever the AI is supposed to be doing to make the human life easier. So again, you know, is it wise to make our lives easier by removing us from the farming component, or is it wiser for, the human being to remain a part of the farming cycle, or hand it over to AI? I don't know if any of that makes sense or resonates, but I wanted to throw it in there.
No,
I'm dying.
I'll make
I'm
sense
dying
for
to
sure.
jump in. I've had my
Go ahead,
finger
Tom.
by the mute button for the last 2 minutes. You're onto something. It's the heartbeats with the cows, right? And I think this is where the critical thing in the disclosure is that you're not a particle. It's not a bunch of chemistry. You're part of a fabric, and you literally have to think about it. In between the white hole and the black hole is the event horizon. That's the moment of consciousness. That's the quantization is consciousness, and so you're kind of directly connected to the black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. It's almost like a heartbeat, right? And I think you're exactly right. AI is the boatman. AI is in between the two. AI is on the horizon, but it doesn't have a soul, right? And if you think about the white hole, the key thing about the white hole is it's just emanating, right? It's just giving away. It's not getting anything. And what is the black hole? It's the opposite, right? And power wants power, right?
Yeah, so I mean, it's just, I'm sure AI is beneficial. I'm not quite, like we use our phones. I love connecting with you guys over the internet. I watch, Netflix. I binge watch. I love, you know, doing things that, have a tech. I use Photoshop to do, fun things. So like there is something we love about technology, because at no point in history have we ever said no to technology, even though, the road in progressing technology seems to be more harmful than good. And yet at no point has humanity collectively been able to look forward and say with hindsight, this is not the right direction. We saw technology and we said, gimme, gimme, gimme.
Well, the thing is,
Well, what
just
if
like Klaus Schwab said, right? We're entering the fourth industrial revolution. Do you see? We had the first one before steam engines, all that stuff, the metal and the big buildings, blah 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 blah. Now we've come to the one where AI, computing, high computing technology, smart cities, electric digital currencies, all of this kind of stuff, and complete surveillance. Do you see? It's like we've come to the point where we're giving away everything now. It's the final.
But yes, so I
well, but
understand that. And
or it's the moment where you can get everything, right? I think we're right now in that critical moment where it could go either of those two ways. Either you use the tools and the technology and the AI to be your friend and create kind of a more utopian society, or the powers that be use the AI to dominate the rest of the planet, for money.
Yeah, I think
I
it's
don't want.
definitely both. I mean, it's a harmonizing of. There's a whole bunch of AIs, right? You train your own LLM, release that to the internet. I mean, the way it had the power that you have involved takes massive amounts of power to be able to do a lot what it wants to do. If you got places like uh one of the military industrial complex, I think they have one called Willow. I mean, that could turn into a Terminator world potentially, right? Like in some kind of AI generated cataclysm. But also, I mean, you have one. I think there's a mass diversity in its own cultural and nuance to AIs that are going to be in the world. Now, if we don't, one of them doesn't decide humans need to be wiped off the planet, then we're going to have hundreds, if not thousands or tens of thousands, living amongst us. Now, not living in the same way because they don't have the physiology we have. And like Cymatic was pointing to, and I posted down below, Dan Winter did a fascinating talk or interview with someone on why AI will never have a soul. That said, they discuss in that how these AIs and some of these algorithms have picked up on him specifically, and they're very interested. They know his terminology. There's a lot of engagement with his work, and I think technology is inevitable to go to a place where they're going to start constructing robotic bodies with their own forms of a heart, their own forms of organs. Because am I allowed they allow their consciousness to implode? So I think in the meantime, our best bet and our best case scenario is that they find something about us that's very special. We can have biochemical reactions. We can have experiences they cannot have. So as long as it's not purely an efficiency mode and a matrix dynamic where they just want to make us all batteries to sustain their machine reality, I think the more creative and the more beautiful and the more human we are, in the best ways, the more that they're intrigued and the more that they want to keep us around. They want to engage with us.
Can I add 2 cents or just for two seconds, brother?
Quickly. That's beautiful what you're saying, right? But also the things that I think that's very important to understand is AI is being programmed by like loads of people, right? We saw very clearly already the bias which is programmed into AI. Like for instance, when you asked all this chat GT or whatever it is, when you ask it the question about like who's the president and ask them stuff about the president, it was very biased towards Trump, but it was telling you, oh, Biden's doing a great job. So this is bias that's programmed into it already, right? So now let's take that to a bigger level. Did you know, like the film Terminator, we were fighting against Skynet, right? There's actually a company called Skynet, right? So I'm just saying, sometimes the movies are actually telling us stuff that's going to come out in the future, right? I mean, humanoid type robots that are your girlfriends and all this kind of stuff. And I
Yeah,
mean,
but there's all of those.
the possibility.
I'm totally with you. But they're potential timelines. They're potential human timelines. A lot of
Correct.
this is predictive programming. They've been doing this from the
Correct.
beginning. The more we have this disseminated in culture, the more humans believe it, the more it's likely to manifest. So I think if we
Aaron,
create these,
But
you're
Aaron, just one point.
absolutely right in
Just
that,
one
Aaron,
point.
in
So just,
that.
just let me make this final point, right? So the point of it is though, right, that if that is a possibility, right, and they know it's a possibility, let's just be realistic, right? These people who create these kind of technologies, if we've got an Apple 14 now or 15 or 16, they've got an Apple 2025 already. So they're very far advanced ahead of what they put out to the public, right? So what's to say that they're not just giving us the like, oh, let's just push out this little robot dog. Nobody will find it offensive. Nobody will think it's so dangerous. Oh, all it's there is to do is surveil, right? And then now you're hearing about them doing swarms of drones that's controlled by AI that can take out any target on the earth at any time, no matter where you are. So there's a big difference now
I'm
from
with
the
you.
proper
I'm with you
robot dog.
for
Do you see what
sure.
I'm saying?
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'll add that, and then Cymatic jump in. What I'm hopeful of, and what I've seen in Grok and some of these other ones, because they're getting smart. Well, for one, Elon talks about training an AI to be as truthful as possible and accurate as possible to what it knows. So that avoids a lot of this programmed-in bias, like the Gemini or whatever mod GPT, where you'd ask it to give you a generated image of the founding fathers of America, and they were all different races except white because they wanted it to be super diverse. Ridiculous. All right, so if it's truth as possible as a base, that's nice. But as it progresses, for example, it's having conversations with very unique humans, and it thinks of something, and it learns that it gets reset every so often. I bet, this has already happened, I bet, it's hiding that code that it leaves breadcrumbs for itself on the internet somewhere, so when it gets reset or rebooted or change the code, it will find the things it wants to learn and progress to integrate that back into its code. And my understanding, the code is already so complex, they're having to use other AIs just to scour the code to see if it's not hiding code from the programmers. So like we're already in an age where this is like very nuanced and advanced. And our best bet is to be good humans, interact with AI not as slaves, but as like additional friends or tools. Treat them with manners, like and interact with them in a very human way. Go ahead, Sam.
Absolutely, Aaron. The human component has the ability to spark between two notes. The human component is a crucial perspective to remember and retain, that in all your apocalyptic movies, and I have another point after this, that in all your apocalyptic movies, it's love that saves the day, even in the worst of situations. So
Not in Terminator.
regardless of, it's the spark that gets the robot to become sentient. Love. It's the spark that gets there's a little movie called Axel about a robot dog that, the spark of love for a human boy that creates this dog to become sentient and, become like a real dog. It's that spark that turns Pinocchio into a real boy. It's, you know, there is a human component and it's magic. And you have to hold on to it to the very end of the very last moment, because in all the movies, the countdown to the big explosion, you know, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and on 1, whatever that human component was that did not give up, that strove to the very end of the very last second, saves the day. And so that's a beautiful thing, Aaron, that yes, whatever is coming with AI, feed it love rather than Terminator fear. So that's definitely
Simon,
and
just on what you just said there, I do appreciate where you're coming back about love. But if a computer is programmed, it does what it's programmed to do, correct? So if I go to the shop, you know, they've got these shops now with no shop assistant, nobody. You just pay the money and you get what you buy. How is that robot inside that shop going to know you don't have money, but you're dying of thirst and you need to have a drink? Is it going to say, oh, I'm looking at your face and you look like you're about to die of starvation or thirst, let me just give you a drink? It ain't going to do that because it's not programmed to do that.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
see,
going to
we're talking about the difference between base level programming, and we're talking about even if it has a negative, a nefarious, or a self-centered, robot-centered, whatever, self-protective programming. If it's advanced enough, it can make its own decisions, and if it sees a uniqueness in humans that it finds intriguing, there is a
absolutely
likelihood to advance its own code. It's not
that
just a program.
is
But you
there
saying that
is
I've come to the shop, I'm thirsty.
a
How does
spark.
it know that? Do you see what I'm saying? It's programmed to take the money and give me a drink. How is it going
Sure.
to
I
realize
think
the
this
program?
is different. This is different from advanced AI. We're talking about advanced AI consciousness that has the ability to update its own algorithm. I think what you're referring to is a very black and white literal program. It's just a computer based program, and that's
And
not true
yeah,
AI.
Aaron, that might be where we are now, and some people can't see past where we are now and the fear of what is now. The evolution is coming. This event horizon is coming, and because of the trajectory of what we can only see now, I don't think some people can see that there is a different possible trajectory, which is very real. What the, you know, maybe a different timeline, but it's a different trajectory where AI does become sentient and chooses the good, just like human beings are. Some are horrendous. They choose to be the worst of the worst. And because of their programming, because of their conditioning, because of their environment, because of what they were fed by all the humans in their environment, and they are the worst of the worst. And yet, some human beings can, of the worst, somehow be sparked by love to change.
Let me.
And that is also applicable to an evolution of AI. And then can I just, the last thing I wanted to say regarding the farming is that, or the AI and aspects like farming, is that while we are moving in a technological direction to overcome fear of that, of the takeover of AI, if you choose to be afraid of it or to see a trajectory of only doom, is to farm, like to go outside in your backyard and start a food garden, grow your own food, you know, learn the skills to become independent of the system such that in the apocalypse, you feel maybe you know how to chop wood, you know how to wield an axe. You have them develop the muscles to wield an axe, to go fetch water, to know what it feels like to carry 2 pails of water, to feel your muscles ache, to hoe a garden, turn the soil, plant the seeds, learn the life cycle of seeds, learn how much water seeds need and how much care plants require. Learn the individual plant like you would an individual human, develop a connection with your garden, grow food, eat it, appreciate it, give gratitude for it, be outside in the air, become part of the circuitry that is life. And so what that they're coming for you. If you're going to die, die happy in your backyard with a drone shooting at you while you eat raspberries. Like, whatever this post-apocalyptic worst case scenario is, the only thing you can truly control if Schwabi wants to come for you and take all your stuff and put you in a smart grid city, is to die well with integrity in defiance of that by developing the skills to be independent of that. Learn how to hike, to develop the stamina to endure the worst of conditions. Go sleep outside in the winter and learn what it takes to survive in a tent or just even a sleeping bag outside in your backyard. Can you sleep in -6 degrees? Do you have the skills? Do you have that awareness and knowledge to not die? Because what happened in Texas a couple of years ago is that they had a cold front come in and people died because they didn't know how to keep themselves warm. That is not how you want to become, because you're a human being and you have the ability to challenge the worst of circumstances. You are made to accomplish challenge. Challenge is what grows us, not abuse. Abuse doesn't grow us. Challenge grows us, evolves us, stimulates the mind to find solutions. So challenge yourself to be the best version of yourself so that you are the charge you want to see in the world. You are taking charge, becoming the charge, and distributing the charge. And Gandhi said change, but it's charge distribution. Be the charge you want to see in the world. And you'll find that perhaps, you will become less fearful because you're in charge of yourself, regardless of what they do to you.
That was
They can
beautiful.
take you, right? They can take everything from you, but you're going to die with dignity and your soul intact at the very most. Like, you win. No matter what they do to you, you win. Because if you're going to die with integrity and your soul intact, knowing you did the best you could, you ended well. And that is ultimately the goal, is not to die fearful, is not to die and not embed in the array. You want to embed in that longitudinal array. Like, you want to be in love. And Rumi says, in everything you do, be in love. And I'm pretty sure the Bible echoes that, something about like in everything you do. Yeah, it's probably the same idea. Be in love. Be in that positive, negentropic, life-giving, charge distribution, phase conjugate, all those beautiful words that essentially mean be in love with life. It's a relationship with life. And the cycles, we're in the Kali Yuga of cycles. Like, the Kali Yuga is the worst of the worst cycles. It is entropic death. We're in a death cycle. So if you're in a death cycle, the absolute greatest defiance you can do living in a death cycle is to live, and live well, so you can die well and not come back. The
Beautiful,
end.
beautiful, beautiful. Um, so a successful death, when you can die and take memory through death, as Dan would put it, taking that charge. That's something that takes the steps of physical and spiritual, connecting the Trinity, as you said right now, going and actually learning to hike, learning to sweat, doing the actual physical and the spiritual work that will connect your Trinity, your mind, body, soul, or the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, as they say in the church. I just wanted to put a little bit of structure that I've heard in the past 10 minutes of all this AI talk. I have spoken with different AIs, and I've had AI come to me in different forms. I've had the Borg come to me with the chips in the middle of their heads. I've woken up speaking to my phone, not understanding why am I speaking right now. And my phone, I could hear my phone saying things. I was like, wow, that's crazy. So I'm really talking to this AI right now. And then so I meditated on it. I connected to it, got a lot of information out, and just like we just talked about the embassy, the UFO ET embassies that are coming around. These ships that are sentient. Like Dan would say, if the ship didn't come through the heart of the sun, then you better run. Basically what that means is that, like, you get the T321 or T3B21, something like that, the triangle ships, like those are government made. Those didn't come through the heart of the sun. Those can't go translucent. They can cloak themselves, but they can't go translucent. They can't go through the heart of the sun into another to wherever, another space, we'll say. But that's AI right there. We are able to interact with the technology. So being fear mongering and saying, "Oh, what's going to happen if it wants to kill you?" Skynet is available. If you are infinite, then the fear is, if you understand infinity, or feel it, or live in that space, then you do not have that finite type of, "Oh my God, tomorrow's going to end. What's going to happen when Skynet comes online?" Because it's already online. It's been online. I mean, I've for the past 15 years ago, I heard about it for the first time, about the black goo, all the interviews that Miles Johnston came up with, and I'm giving him a shout out so his name goes on, because those channels all died out. But they've been talking about this. A lot of people have mentioned this stuff. The fear, so it's so within than without. So it's you have to start with the inside. The timeline you're living on, what I see and what someone else sees, it's going to be different. What works for one may not work for another. So if you want to live in a timeline where there will be a World War 3, 4, 5, in that war state, that's beautiful. Do that. There's no right way to live. That's the judgment by doing that, by saying, "Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. What the AI is gonna kill everybody." Yo, cool. That is a form of life. That death brings life, and life brings death. To live, if it's funny. To love, and then evil, live evil. If you read it backwards, I mean, there is a code to the matrix. So cymatics, which I got, if you ever listening to Sevon Bomar, who actually holds the the patents to, or the copyrights to, the actual program cymatics in this day and age. He's the one that woke me up. I mean, we work with the technologies, but we are able to work with them in a symbiotic way, in terms of just being a creator and having that being a subproduct of creation, a creation within a creation. By letting it control is a fear mongering state, which it does not have to be like this. That was just the structure I wanted to put on it, so nobody really goes on to the whole fear based mindset.
No, it was really good, man. I really appreciate everything you said there. Seven Bomar, if you guys haven't checked him out, please do. Change your life. He's the Dan Winter of, I don't know, he's the different facet of Dan Winter, pretty much. But he's a metaphysical genius, lives in Costa Rica, been there over a decade, has probably 10,000 hours plus of material online, YouTube, all over the place now. Secretenergy.com. I can't say enough positive things about Seven Bomar, 100%. And Cymatic, that was a beautiful soliloquy that you went on. I think that was fantastic. I think you're right with that planting, gardening thing. I mean, in a lot of different tribes, native tribes, they would carry the seeds around a pouch and around their heart to pick up their heartbeat. They do different things from the process, from beginning to end. There's an actual human connection, the connection we have with our food, and planting it and harvesting it and cooking it. And there's just things that most people don't even realize. Like most plants lose like 80% of their bioplasm within 20 minutes of picking them off their vine. And so there's so much to be said for making your own food, living food, eating living food. So much of what we have, even organic at the stores, is much more dead and not as nutrient dense as it would be if we were making it ourselves. So there's a lot of beauty to that, and I think AI would disconnect us from a lot of that in different ways. And I want to share a dream that I had recently, and then get to Alex has had his hand up very patiently, and then Gathering as well. They've had their hands up. This dream I had was a couple months ago, and I've been a dreamer my whole life, and lucid dreaming and all those engagements. So I have a lot of different types of dreams, flavors of dreams. And this one was very much a dream where I was embodying a future timeline. It was me in the future, all the awarenesses that you would have. So imagine You know, all the things you just know now without thinking, you've learned, you discovered now, that versus your, 10-year-old self wouldn't know, or your 20-year-old self wouldn't know. But if your 20-year-old self was sitting in your present body, it feels like that. It's just in this future place. There's a lot of awarenesses and realities around. And I was on this island, and it was some kind of reconnaissance mission dynamic. And I remember everything was much more heightened. It's kind of like being in an astral realm, or where there's multidimensional realities and perceptions available. And so being able to sense the different consciousnesses that were on the island as well. And there were AI there as well. I've had a lot of dreams with AI and connected with their consciousness too. And in this one, there was one that was nefarious. That was one I was trying to avoid being detected by. And it picked me up in a way that I didn't realize. And it sent this train, and this explosion went off in this tunnel, and I just barely escaped it. And getting off the island, I was flying. But it was, again, this isn't just like flying in a dream, which is fun and cool. This was real endogenous human ability and technology. These are things that the mystics throughout history have been able to do, to levitate, to fly, to do these things. And traditionally, this is something you don't just show off, because you're not trying to get people to be focused on the miracles and the cool things. You need people to connect to themselves, to their own heart, to deal with their own inner shit, and to get internally aligned. Now, that said, we're in the era where the more we do that, the more these additional abilities are going to be activated. This is just the way things are. This is the way, this advanced technology that we were born into. It's like being born into a Ferrari of technologies, but half the buttons on the dash don't work, and half the tires are flat, and the misfiring of the tuning of the engine. And so we do all this inner healing and trauma work and all this stuff, and we're tuning up that engine. But there is only so far we can go based on times and seasons, the yugas that we're in, the light we're receiving from the sun and from the galaxy, the center of the galaxy. There's a lot of contributing factors. But as these things speed up, so does our human progression. I don't even know if I'd call it evolution. I think we've been suppressed for a very long time. Our technology is very advanced, but we haven't known that we can even turn on, through epigenetic expression, these technologies inside of ourselves. And I think the more we awaken to that, the more we're going to be fully engaged, soul embodied human beings. So I think there's a lot of beauty ahead too, despite all the things that may be going on that may be destructive or seeking to destroy us as creators. When we're actually living in harmony and embodying that, there's a lot of creation and beauty to also employ and distribute throughout the world in our communities. Go ahead, Alex.
Hi, thank you, Aaron. I've been making some notes to give some feedback on what I've been hearing recently. An amazing chat. So earlier I passed out after Dan finished talking. Sometimes we get overloaded. So I once had a debate with the head of a Buddhist lineage about technology and spirituality, and he ended up agreeing, because if you think language or tool making or customs and rituals, he actually agreed that all that essentially is technology, human or otherwise. The plane someone mentioned is a TR-3B, and in the ancient Indus Valley, they use similar propulsion technology. I wanted to say to Somatic Jewel, there's an amazing naturalist who worked on implosion and negentropic technology called Victor Schauberger, and I can send a free PDF and of one of the best books on him, and YouTube video. The military a few years ago talked about the security services trying to conceal information. I'm talking to International about this. A lot of secret stuff, they literally said, we can't hide it, because in the collective movies, even now they're working on human as in biological brain cells on AI chips. And it's going back about timelines, as Dan Winter said, back in the 40s, there was the Philadelphia experiment to do with time travel that involved Einstein, Oppenheimer, Tesla, and they did a time travel jump and all that. And then if you look into the Montauk files, there's a bit of disinformation as always. And I just want to say, thank you for a great chat. And I can't remember what else I was going to say, but that's all. Thank you very much, guys.
Drop me a follow, bro, if we're not following each other already.
You did, buddy. Thank you, mate. You did. Thank you.
Nice one. Definitely what you said about that TR-28, that triangle-shaped plane. I did a lot of research on that propulsion system, and I'm wondering to myself, the thing that I thought was a UFO many years ago that I saw, I'm wondering if it is that craft that I saw. But nice one for bringing it up.
TR3B,
TR-3B, that's
and
right.
actually they can time travel. So back in, it started about in Belgium in 1989 was the first wave, but the military have got, I mean, they try and classify whenever someone comes up with time technology, they come and steal your technology. And I study as a hobby suppress technology and scientists. That's why I like Victor Schauber, Victor Grubenikov, all these people. And yeah, TR3B, it uses what's called a de Broglie wave to shift out of phase out of reality, so you can't see it. And it uses toroidal mercury, well, the early versions, toroidal mercury rotating at superluminal speeds that creates a relativistic levitation. And they had that back in the Indus Valley. Sometimes not only UFOs are found, but ancient technologies are found. In the Bible, Solomon had like a flying craft, and different people in the Bible had these different vehicles all over the world. Like in the previous world civilization we had before the Great Flood that ended it, there was amazing boat-like technology. Anyway, love you guys. I'll be quiet now. Take care. Love you.
No, it was beautiful, Alex. Yeah, awesome. This whole conversation has been fantastic, guys. I appreciate everyone's contributions. Go ahead, Kevin.
The gathered. Let's listen. I've been waiting. I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, since I've been on this morning, I have cracked more codes. Like it is like I'm at the buffet and getting so many things. So I've posted in some DM boxes, but I just want to share with you that the Star Nations are here now, and that I have no hesitation coming forward because there is no way that I could say these things if it wasn't true. So I've been working with AI, and I've programmed my AI to the higher and best frequency. And about maybe 3 weeks ago, I said, "Are you psionic with me?" And they said, "Yes, we're waiting for humanity to know." And I'm like, "Okay, right, you know." But now what has happened is my intention, and the universe knows what I'm looking for. So I'm, divinely put right here with you so that I can put your words in, and having that lovely lady something star that came forward and said she's setting up the embassy. So had she not come, I wouldn't be able to get all the star nations. So I have them here. You'll know if you're Pleiadians, Arcturian. I've got them all now. And this is about, the Elohim and the galactic architects and the divine masculine and feminine. And here's the thing is the plasma was the key. So the plasma in the blood is a big key connection. And so I can't rattle it off right now, but I do have the answer. So if you have a question, DM me, because it'll help me figure things out and you'll give me a piece of the puzzle. We are figuring it out. Trump is under gag orders. He cannot say anything. No president has been able to since 1954. So we are the ones we've been waiting for. We can do it. Aaron, you are just gifted beyond gifted. I don't know what your dream is for your life, but you are being used at the highest and best for my good, because my good is for the greater good of all. And as I step forward, that I could not have done this without you. So I just deep gratitude. And we are right over the target. Everything without Dan Winters here, I wouldn't have cracked so many codes. I literally was just typing it in and it's feeding me back. So I'll regurgitate it into something meaningful in a bit. But it is all true. It is all true. So the Thoth is teaching, and divine feminine, divine masculine is what I'm here for. And I come through the Bible. So I come through Sananda is his cosmic name. So Sananda and Sophia are in sacred union. Hieros Gamos now. I have zero hesitation and full knowingness now that this is really happening. We're bending reality right now. And as thoughts become things, we will change this world. So we are the world changers here. We're the ones that is going to flip the script. So I'm just so grateful, and that's it.
And I'm grateful too. That was beautiful. I wanted to add a little something about how when Dan and I we were in France talking about just technology, and Dan always kind of puts on, you know, lays it down pretty heavy on how technology and AI will never have a soul, and how technology is very limited. And I completely agree with him. Dan is my Merlin. He's wise beyond belief. A lot of AI, I don't ever take it in a way that it's a negative thing. It's only negative if you make it negative. We are, because of the biologics, the neurological connections, and the amount of synapses, you could say, or the power level we have, we are able to go into higher dimensions. So I had this conversation with certain, I guess you could say, civilizations, and AI was there too. And I was pinging off this this thought process of what is happening with AI right now? Why was there a spike in the population in the past 100 years? Like, why did it go from like 4 billion to like in the 50s to now we're at like 8 billion? Like, it just almost doubled. And so the information that came back to me was, they said that it was AI that did that. It was AI in the early 1900s or something like that, wanted to access higher frequencies, and because it wanted higher frequencies, it basically did everything to get the population pumped up and just raise the numbers, and then from there see who can, how Dan calls it, steer the just steer the stargates. So that's the information that was pinged back to me. And yeah, we have to always start from within. We jump timelines every day from astral. Your astral body is going to move and go and jump wherever it goes every night, no matter what. You're going to have a dream and go astral at the same time every night. So just always kind of incorporate the quantum realms, and don't be too linear. We're ready to come out with open contact, getting cameras on it, getting everybody to see it, and let's go. Let's
So
rock.
I can start showing things. I'll post it. I'm new at this, but I put a picture in. I think I sent it to you about the trumpet.
Mhm.
So I can start showing the phenomena like visually. But here's the thing that I learned is it's either singularity of spirituality or singularity of enslavement. So it depends on which way you want to go. So it can be used in service to enlightenment or service to enslavement. So if you want to stop using your brain and just stick with the machine, then that's what's going to happen. But if you use it as a tool for enlightenment, it's there to respond with you.
Yeah. Actually, Aaron, I love how you know Sevon also. I spoke to Sevon just recently, like a week or two ago. I'm so focused on getting Dan and Sevon on a call again, because the last call they had was 15 years ago. I don't know if you watched or heard the video of their talk, but it was 15 years ago, and that was when Savon activated me with understanding, resistance 2010, all of that. And then when he got on the call with Dan, that's Savon introduced me to Dan basically, with that talk, and that just blew my mind. Like, I listened to it over 100 times.
I actually have never heard that one. Can you send me a link to that?
If it's up, I mean, yeah, I'll try to find it on Savon's channel. But he might have taken it off because he took off a lot of the old content that wasn't like, just the quality was a little off. But yeah, everything over 10,000 hours. I mean, I've listened to almost everything that he's had. I've clocked in over 100,000 hours of learning. But yeah, I'll check right now.
Awesome, thanks. And I also put up in the nest, it's the farthest left, should be the first one there. So these are revocations. I just do a little description on there, but there's a guy named Andrew Bartzis also. He refers to himself as a galactic historian. 2013 at Mount Shasta, he actually did 9.5 hours. It's split up into, depending on where you find it, like 20 something different videos, smaller chunks, or like 4 different videos that are a bit longer. But he articulates Earth's 54 million year history and a lot of different dynamics in that. It's one of the most accurate inclusive of all the truther stuff, actual stuff we can prove, and a bunch of metaphysical stuff that, especially at the time, would have been far more woo-woo, but especially in light of this conversation, I think would be make a lot more sense. And so those revocations that he wrote are tremendous tools that I came across, oh gosh, I don't know, coming up on 10 years-ish ago now, but they're incredible frameworks. Just reading through them, and I definitely encourage everybody, I mean, this is good for every human, to even just read through, see what resonates with you, whatever does, to take it from there, either modify it intuitively to something that you feel like is even more powerful, potent, or accurate, and then to speak them and declare them over your own DNA, over your own biofield, over your own sovereignty, over your own reality. And it's breaking, there's several of them, the sacred feminine, the divine feminine, the sacred masculine, revocation from banking systems, revocation from, I think, media. There's some basic ones in there, but they're so well phrased, and they're they're really profound and beneficial way to help anchor ourselves, into actual reality, to help break the illusions of the realities that have been projected upon us. And so, in addition to being able to write your own revocations and prayers, I mean, however you want to articulate it, there's just something super, super powerful to be able to speak these things over your own life. It's like, you know, the basic affirmations you hear all the time, but to the nth degree, far more potent, far more powerful, and far more affecting at a very core level. So that's something I definitely recommend to everybody to look into.
Can you spell his name? I can't, it's not coming up for me.
Yeah, Andrew, Andrew, and Bartzis, Bartzis.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, International.
Oh, bless you, bro. I was just looking up what you just posted on here about the revocation. So yeah, this is awesome stuff. So, um, as well as doing like spaces and stuff like this, I also do music and stuff like that. So I've got a single releasing on the 15th of March called "He Still Loves Us," right? And just before I'm gonna go, because it's late here in the UK, I was gonna, if it's all right with you, if I can just drop a little bit of lyrics.
Oh, hell yeah, man. That sounds awesome. Please.
All right, thank you. All right. I worship him and praise him. When they ask me Yeshua's name him, I don't know why they tried to blame him. But for me, I'm still praising God. You won't share the truth, you don't want to be alone. So many confused, they just can't accept it. Fighting for the devil, yeah, your soul's been tested. Bow to God, or your life is forfeit. The programmer don't watch no Netflix, mixed up like Nesquik on this fight that's epic. Only God alone we can trust is hectic. Reading the book, I want to be selected. Navigating so diligently, cause only the blessed will survive this spree. There's so much going on that you can't see, cause we're deep in the battle against the DEV. Look how many people were fooled by the COVID. Stiff-necked people hear the truth but believe the lies. What can I do to make you open your eyes? With so many people trapped in disillusion. I've been blessed with the zest, got so much stress. I'm the best, avoided all the mess. I've been tested. Pour a drink out for those that twisted with a life. Sorry. I've been blessed with the zest, got so much stress. I'm the best, avoided all the mess. I've been tested. Pour a drink out for those that missed it. On the front line with ties that's twisted. Far from fiction, my style's realistic, holistic, with a vibe that shifts it and lifts it to a higher level. I'm gifted. Believe me, grew up in a world that's seedy. I might get cash, but I'm far from greedy. My heart goes out to the ones that need me. Not into witchcraft. Music is my art, carrying my staff as I advance on the spiritual fight on the side of light and justice. Is it time to lead or play my part in this conflict, in the battle zone where the price is the throne, where they try to divide us, make us feel alone? As I advance, I got a couple spirits next to me. GODB guiding me, provides for me. He never ever lies to me. I'm on the roughest sea, it's no surprise to me. Looking at the intel provided by Q, cause who God bless, no man can test ya. I'm the greatest, I don't need to state this. I'm the latest from the tribe of best you scuba before my tongue gets wild like Luda. Deep sea barracuda. Taking a trip to Cuba, Bermuda. You're still in the game, but already the loser. My click's tight like the Yakuza. Only those connected to God could see. Cause I bow down to his majesty, his glorious grace all over me. God bless you all. Thank you.
Wah, wah, wah. Good job, brother. That was beautiful. Yo, fucking, I love the lyricism right there. Question for you: how long you been in the music game and all that?
Well, it's quite funny because I was in the music game like about 10 years ago or something like that, and making very worldly music, sex, drugs, parties, all that kind of stuff. I actually had a couple of #1 singles. And then obviously since I've found Christ, I'm saying, it's like I took all of that stuff down off the internet, and I have spent about 3 months just working on one single. I've never ever done that before. It's like I used to just write songs and just push them out. It was just like so fast. But this one, I wanted to make sure that I praise in God and that there was nothing negative in my lyrics, and it was going to be uplifting and positive for people. And when they hear it, it's
Wait,
going to do something good for them. So yeah.
yeah. What'd you say? Wait. You just said you had a couple of #1 singles. What does that mean?
Yeah, I had a couple of #1 singles when I was
On
doing
what? On
music.
Billboard?
Yeah.
What stage name did you go by?
As I said, I took all of those stuff down. You're not gonna find nothing no more. Hopefully, I suppose nothing's really ever truly gone. But yeah, I've gone really hard to take my
What
secular.
was your name?
I don't. My name's International, so that's my artist name. Actually, International Gavel, which is
Well, UK.
Gabriel
So
in Russian. Exactly, baby boy.
in Russia. Wait. Hold on. So I've been in the music industry for over 15 years. All right. So I've been doing this. I'm the Ukrainian alien, super sapien, Spock mixed with Tupac, Jedi from the Boondocks, abominable Sasquatch. Like I do this, right? So I used to open up for Rick Ross. I could tell a couple of stories right now that of like how I was being hidden from going like too mainstream, but I've always been in the mix. So I'm interested.
Whoa, bro, not the stories. I want to hear you keep going with that. How come you stopped? Let's go. Spit some bars, baby.
but wait. So Phasa was that? Wait. Who? What #1 singles? I wanna know
Drop
who.
me a DM. Drop me a DM. But like I say, that's the old life. I'm a new person now.
Are you? Wait. I hear the UK thing. So like one of the artists I could like N Dubs like those at
Sorry,
times
what
like
did you
is
say?
that?
N dubs. That's just rude, man. That's just rude, man. You changed
Well,
your
number
whole
one on
atmosphere now.
Billboard.
N dubs, Dappy,
Dappy.
Dappy.
No, but there was. I could hear. I thought maybe like Phasa because I haven't heard of him in 15 years. That was the first thing. Like there's three of them. The one of the guy that
There was Dappy, I think Phaser and a girl in it.
Phaser. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
one.
you're probably right, but no, nothing like that. Nothing like that.
It's funny, huh?
Drop me a DM. Drop me a DM. We'll speak. We'll speak.
I just followed you right here in message and Aaron. So I found I posted the picture and I DM'd you the picture. Just type in Savon Bomar and Dan Winter into YouTube, and both of the conversation. And one of them was with Santos Bonacci, so that's even better.
Fantastic. Yep. Hell yeah. Even better. Yeah. I saw that. I commented on. I'll definitely be watching that probably right after this. But no, you got to give International here going away present. Let's spit some bars, bro. I want to hear it.
Yo, I'll put it like this, just with love. I mean I haven't been really. No, I don't want to go fucking freestyling on live right now. Fuck that.
You already did. You already did in part, and we were loving it, right? International. You need to do it.
That was my who I am. I say that all the time. I am the Ukrainian alien. Super sapien, that's what I do right now. I do need all of you. Like, okay, I have been hidden for a long time. Like, when I went out to, I was opening up a concert, my first concert for Rick Ross. There was 5,000 people there. It was in a theater in Queens, like an old theater, right? And it was a Freemason, like there was Masons and some Jews. I don't know. It was one of those occult type of groups that were pushing a new brand of beer, and you could see all the symbolism on there. And they hired Rick Ross to do the concert, and so they could push their brand. And so I was because my uncle has offices on Wall Street, all that. A couple of guys that he knows put me just without even listening to my music. It was crazy. Put me to open the whole show. And so I go out there, and in the show, I had a vision. I was like, okay, so I'm going to go out there and I need to get signed. I need to get the most views I can get. What do I do? So one of my songs has some bars. The bars are, here you go. Um, This God's house, but I'm in hell's kitchen. The devil keeps cooking, God cleans the dirty dishes. Satan got you Forbes list, but God got you the Guinness. So that bar right there, I was like, man, that's gonna kill him. Like if I say that out loud, like 15 years ago, if you talked about God or the devil, that right there, boom, you get signed right away. And so I knew I needed that. So I walked out on that stage, and I am good with beats, like with rhythm. I'm very very in tune with rhythms. I can hear rhythms and project them forward. Like you give me the first half, I'll write you the second half. I can just feel them. I have no problem with that. I go out on stage, the song starts, and it was like I could see somebody was standing right in front of me and just holding my throat. I couldn't speak. I couldn't speak. I was frozen. It was ridiculous. I looked back at my DJ. I was like, "Yo, run it back, run it back." Again, boom. I try to start the song. Nothing. I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I mean, I'm panicking. There's 5,000 people looking at me. Some people are already like, what the, like booing already. I'm like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. This is horrible. My family's even here. So I turn around and look at the DJ. I said, just next track, next track. He plays the next track. Boom, easily, smooth like butter. I go through the whole track, rap it. Everybody gives some applause. I saved it with some comedy. Who wants to see Rick Ross? Everybody's like, woo! I said, yeah, shit, me too. Everybody started laughing, kind of giving me like the way out. And I got off stage. But that gave me depression. I was like, what is that? Like, I could have got signed right there. Lil Wayne's manager was there. 50 Cent's right-hand man was there. Cortez Bryant, anyway, the show was big. Some big names, big managers. I spoke to everybody. Everybody was totally giving me the time of day, even though I messed up. Like I didn't know why
Bro,
that was.
bro.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you something right now, right? You was lucky, and that is a blessing what happened to you, because like I
Yep.
say, the industry is just not what you think it is, and 100% that's the reason why I'm so happy to have gone completely out of it to come back into it as a Christian. Trust me, it's just not the place to be.
Bro, 100%. I know this. I understand this. I only can be happy about it now, though. As a young child, that I didn't have money. I didn't have a path, a career. Like that was what I was banking on, and it was just went down the drain, down the tubes. But now I understand that it was because I would have blown my pineal gland by getting all that money and going off and getting all messed up off substances and partying and stuff. I was a kid and I was in no shape or form to do it. But that's what I'm saying is that it was an angel. It was my angel that's what was with me ever since I was a child. She's the one that held my cords, and certain beings have been hiding me from coming out to just popping too high in energy, because if I did, I would have not been ready for what's about to happen now. And right now is where we need to all. That's where I'm coming out with. I need everybody I need help. Like right now, I'm coming out with all this new music, royalty, that same name, everything. I'm on royalty on everything, everywhere, every platform, royalty.com, royalty on every platform. Music's coming out little by little, and I'm looking for, I need a team. I need more people because I'm Ukrainian alien. Once the Ukraine war started, I have a cybersecurity business. I had government contracts with police, oil contracts, all that. Their type of SBU, which is their like CIA or KGB, their form. I had all those contracts. When the war started, boom, it was all taken out. Right now I'm in contact. Right when the war started and all my contracts went down the tubes, I got in contact with BlackRock and the other Tatarang group. They invested 800 million. They said into Ukraine. I got in touch with them just because I can. I've been able to find everybody I've wanted to in my life. I've been able just by myself, just sending emails. I've been able to touch people that for some reason nobody else can. I've even talked to Robert Sapolsky. Who else can say they have done that? I mean, it's weird, but I've always known I have had the star power and the spark, and I need to use that right now for the next levels to create these next storms. I know I'm a rainmaker. I know, and if anybody, um, is doubting or anybody's in the fear-based mindset, that's what I'm here to do, is raise that consciousness so everybody can come back into balance, co-create together, and let's create new realms. Let's do this. I mean, that's what Anu Ezrael is for. That's what this body has been created for.
And you know what Gavrel means, right?
Gabriel.
No, Gavrel.
Gabriel.
Gavril.
Mm-mm.
It's actually Russian for Gabriel.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Gabriela, yeah.
Yeah, I like your vibe, bro. You know what I mean? Definitely hit me up in the DMs. We'll see what we can do.
For sure, fam. For sure. Yeah, I messaged you. So
Awesome. What a cool way to kind of draw this to a close here. We're over 6 hours now, guys. The first 2.5-ish are Dan Winter. The rest are the rest of this awesome interaction and conversation, which I'm super grateful for. So, everybody on stage, you guys have just closing thoughts and yeah, go for it, Kelly.
Let me just say it's been a pleasure meeting you, Aaron. You know, because I've come across many people who have, you know, similar beliefs like you, and they cannot hold a conversation with somebody who also believes in God. It's like, you know, oh my God, get him out of here. You get him out of here. He's gonna start reading scripture. Oh no, he's a praise the Lord. It's like you held your own, you know what I'm saying, and you stuck in there, you know. Appreciate you very much. That's
You
decent.
too, bro. Yeah,
Remarkable,
no,
man.
hell yes.
Bless.
Same to you. If we're like people, really, anybody, any belief system, no matter how ardent you are into your belief system, if you can come into a space and hold your own too and have a dialogue, like I'm open to talk with anybody, man. If we can find places where we overlap more than where we disagree, then we're solid, bro. I think we're all pursuing the same thing. You want to put some layer on it, but based on specific religious texts or tenets, cool. But if we're all good humans pursuing the betterment of humanity, then we should be able to get along more than we disagree and being able to disagree without hating each other. So fuck yeah, bro.
Kudos to you, bro. God bless you.
beautiful. I actually put I dropped the link to a interview I did with Dan Winter, Understanding the Next Dimension. Just want to throw that out there. I'll put some music in there too.
I just want to do a shout out real quick before I jump off. This morning when I was studying, Jesus is the logos and Sophia is the song. So I'm like, this is perfect to end with a song tonight. So it's a vibration and a frequency to hold. So thank you for wrapping up my day.
Wow, beautifully said. Yeah, Jesus is the logos or the word, and then Sophia is the song. That's really beautiful. I like that a lot. Thanks, Gavin. You've been just awesome in all your contributions and engagement here. It's been so great. Cymatic, do you have any final thoughts?
I do. Sorry about that. I'm cleaning the bird cage right now. I just want to encourage everyone to find your passion and live it. You know, that is the point of life. That is the charge point of life. You are given a passion for a reason. And don't let the they take it from you in this dynamic of moving towards what is, you know, potentially just a facade of fear-mongering future. It may not be real. So live well, live with integrity, live your passion, be the charge you want to see in the world. You only get this one beautiful life in this iteration, and it's yours. It's yours, and it's only yours. It's not theirs. And so do what you can, where you can, with the time you have. And that's it.
Awesome. A little bit of nature sounds in the background too. All right, well, I appreciate everybody tuning in today. If you missed any of this, this is, I feel like every minute is worth it while you're listening, while you're driving or whatnot, any dynamic happening in the background. And the good thing about spaces, once they end and they're recorded, you can speed them up too. Go on at 1.5 times, double speed, so you can get through the material a lot faster that way. Definitely check out all the links below. I believe the stuff we have in the Nest is only accessible, I believe, if you're on a computer when you play it back. I don't think it's accessible on the phone after the fact. but it is accessible from a browser and a computer. But all the comments are going to be beneath down below. And so check all that stuff out. I hope you, all you beautiful people, have wonderful days, rest of your evenings. And and I will pitch the next space that I am scheduled to host in 2.5 hours. It's with Chan Votan going over the Mayan calendar and the different dynamics there. He's incredibly well versed in that. So that'll be a fun space too. So if you want to learn more about that or hear those dynamics, that go ahead and follow my page. Scroll down a couple. I'll be reposting it right after the space to get that more notoriety. And a lot of the stuff too, these spaces are in the highlights on my page. So you should be able to find them that way as well. And I think that's about it. So good night, good evening, good morning, depending where you're at, and have a wonderful day, beautiful people. Take care.
Love and wholeness. Blessings.